Arc 6, Chapter 88, Ask Thy Will. Translated by Archbishop Hedge Art Sources. Cover, R. Tokyo 12. All rights belong to TAPPEI NAGATSUKI, the original author of Ray, Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. A Japanese letter, UNDER, The Clouds. It happened approximately simultaneously as the outbreak of light above the clouds. The heavy clouds, and above that, the two battlefields distanced from each other. Should there be anyone who could observe the both of them at the same time, then that would be nobody but the external observer of the world. The battles inching closer to the capture of the Pleiades watchtower were finally entering their finale. That situation WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Woa a tilde H Japanese letter HK. The impacted ground of sand imploded, and amidst the clouds of dust and shock waves, Subaru shouted at the top of his lungs. The destructive force assailing upon his entire body possessed excessive might that could splinter him into fragments. Yet, the reason why Subaru had not been reduced to PIECES Japanese letter, Beatrice, Japanese letter, EMM, one of the three original magic Subaru and Beatrice had derived. To be given a broad explanation, it was an absolute defensive magic of the kind which stopped the flow of time of Subaru and Beatrice's flesh bodies, thus taking no external effect. Subaru. We got so hyped when we first derived it, but because the guy who used a similar ability was just the worst. Whenever it's used, it feels like using a last resort for survival I would never otherwise use. Beatrice. That issue has already been spoken about, in fact. Betty has already decided to close her eyes, I suppose. Hearing Subaru's cries, the riding Beatrice yelled so. The ability of invincibility of the Sin Archbishop, the Witch of Greed, Regulus Corneas, was potent might befitting of being labeled as being backward compatible with this EMM. Though its user was the worst, its practical usage was outstanding, the level which they should be aiming for, yet the territory they did not wish to reach. Subaru. It means having a guy who's nauseating to even think of as reference. Living by eating experiences was something he had often heard of. Finding that by itself being reminiscent of the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony, thinking of them as a bunch who would pose as obstacles in all ways left and right, Subaru felt tired from the bottom of his heart. But without that, it would not be possible to protect himself, or Beatrice and Maylie in the first place. Maylie. Ha! Delirious, Maylie breathed softly in Subaru's arms. Her face writhed in pain, but at the very least she could breathe. Subaru could feel the pain flowing into him lessen bit by bit. It was a sign Beatrice's magic was working as intended, and at this rate, things would certainly start to look better. Hopefully. Probably. Beatrice. It is extremely difficult to keep both EMM and my healing magic up, in fact. If it weren't for Betty, all three of us would be dead by now, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah, I know. It's just that. As he felt gratitude for Beatrice's scolding, Subaru looked into himself. He had no way left other than clenching his molars and holding back the pain. However, the main problem was in his mana in the first place. Subaru had no choice but to be Beatrice's magic tank. Despite that, he had as much mana as the average person, probably less due to being a failure in magic. Using EMM like this was akin to becoming a filled mana bucket with holes poked in it. At this rate, either EMM or Beatrice's healing would stop. And so, Subaru, there's no way I can stop Maylie's healing. Beatrice, then we have no choice but to kill EMM, in fact. You're in charge of dealing with the timing and what happens after, I suppose. Subaru, oh yeah, leave it to me. And I hope you'll continue to treat Maylie. Then do as I say just as I say it, like the good little spirit you are, Biko. Beatrice, you are horrible, in fact. They bickered, then exchanged glances and released EMM simultaneously at the same time. They jumped out of their spot and retreated. And right at their heels, hot in pursuit, were the Crimson Scorpion and the horde of witch beasts. Even as they fought each other, they had their eye on Subaru. As per the norm, he was massively handicapped, unable to go far from the tower, and especially in how his target was still that Crimson Scorpion. Should this continue, worst-case scenario was that Subaru, the witch will, The mere mention of return by death would trigger a release of miasma from him, forcing the witch beasts to focus on him. As a man with little to show, this was a method he relied on often. He was already in a dangerous spot, but on the off chance the Crimson Scorpion would remain fixated on him as it has been, he could use this card to force the witch beasts and the Scorpion to begin fighting each other more violently. However, the risk of collateral was too high. Should Beatrice, Meili, and Subaru fall, at the very least, Ram will too soon after due to Subaru carrying most of her burden on his own body. Through Corleonis, all involved had remained stuck on the same boat. It was puzzling how Regulus managed to lead such a lonely life despite being the owner of an authority like this. Beatrice, Subaru, Tilda HK, EMT. On the limits of his worthless thoughts, he sensed a future of the luster's blast, and being evaporated away. Thus Subaru parched his throat upon the premonition of death, and activated the second of his original magic. EMT eliminated EMM's disadvantage of immobility, anti-magic which successfully negated all kinds of magic head-on Japanese letter in principle. As long as it was something fired whilst tinged with mana, there was nothing this magic could not erase. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Subaru. I ended up using our trump card just 5 seconds after calling off EMM. Too pathetic to even be called pathetic. Rather than that, he continued to lose all means of striking next, and had been wholly and seriously cornered. Continuing to aim for Subaru and the rest, the tail stinger of the Crimson Scorpion, the flames of the Hungry Horse Kings, along with the variety of other witch beasts all attacked towards them, seeking to reduce them to cinders. Inhaling, Subaru stiffened his body. He must use the third and final of his original magic, or they shan't be able to break through this situation. However, that one had not been perfected yet. Should he fail, then there lied the possibility of the result being the three of them drifting in imaginary SPSC, Japanese letter, Subaru. I don't trust myself enough to gamble on some last moment, a W, a K, ENING, Japanese letter. Even if he had admitted Natsuki Subaru to be a pretty great guy, he did not blindly believe he was some super guy capable of breaking through any situation whatsoever. He simply was bad at giving up. Even if he was held down, he would simply stand up a greater number of times. In other words, that meant he was often held down as well. Subaru, this is no place to show how much of a habitual loser I am, though it's an unfavorable gamble. Japanese letter, YOU claim to be able to manage through simple obstinacy and appearances, though that, too, is truly a decision befitting of yourself. It was the instant Subaru had determined he had no choice but to test it out. An abrupt voice descended from overhead, and a shadow slipped into the space between the attacks and Subaru and the rest. It was far too dazzling that Subaru subconsciously closed his eyes. No metaphors, it truly was dazzling. Japanese letter, THE shadow was gleaming in the hues of a rainbow. Japanese letter, RL Closeria. The next instant, against the assailing strikes, a light that slashed down the lights was fired. Shockwaves of destruction, scorching flames, a blitz with the life on the line. A black light declined them all, overflowing waters swallowed them all, the whipped-up sandstorm averted the energy. Deed of controlling nature in the truest sense, and the one to perform this deed was an elegant back who landed atop the sand, having swung a long, slender knight sword. Julius, Japanese letter, THERE were certain circumstances, so I rushed my way here. It seems that was a precarious spot. Pronouncing so, turning towards Subaru was, of course, the greatest knight Julius Juculius. Even with his outfit tainted by blood and sand at multiple spots, he stood there calmly. Clad in the radiance of rainbow, his standing form was more graceful than ever before. His gallant arrival made Subaru's voice quiver as he said, Julius, Subaru, I had sent you a message asking you to go help in other dangerous spots once you're done. Julius, yes, I did hear so. Hence I came here, I'm sorry, but even when compared to all others, I judged this place to be the most dangerous. Subaru, shut up. What's with that wound on your face? What about Reed? Julius, I was utterly defeated. He entirely took his leave with his victory. Subaru, so damn la tilde me. You should be just one then. Would have died had you not come here. I'll say it only once, but thanks. Hearing gratitude mixed within harsh words, Julius laughed with a having formed a white scar below his left eye. An irritating attitude, but it seemed he had finished his battle against Reed by himself and gained something for himself. It's PROOF, Japanese letter, Subaru. Did you reconcile with your quasi-spirits? Julius. To be precise, those girls bloomed from being buds and gained the sublimity of spirits. Also, to say we reconcile wouldn't be adequate either, since there never was any discord between us. Encircling the smiling Julius, surroundings were six quais spirits, Japanese letter no, spirits whose illumination had been augmented. Upon his name being plundered by the authority of gluttony, the connection between them had also vanished. The spirits followed him without lending any strength. Their turmoil lasted for long. However, with both sides' trenches filled, they reared a bond greater than before. Smartly rebinding the contract with the six spirits was an outrageously transparent play. Subaru. Meanwhile, just hitting on Biko has got my hands full. You're a damn indigestible bastard. Julius. Regrettably, I have been digested before. Subaru. That's not funny. You're acting a bit too clear-headed, you know. Subaru's eyes rounded, seeing Julius turn, even having experienced the tragic ruin brought by the authority, into humor. Now that he had used the phrasing of taking the leave with victory, then he must have settled things with Reed. Since Reed's flesh body was supposed to belong to Roy Alford, then it would be natural to think he had concluded matters with one fraction of gluttony. And the fact that Julius did not allude to that potential hazard unmistakably meant that they had succeeded in incapacitating Alfred. Beatrice. Julius. You arrived at just the right time, I suppose. Lend cure, in fact. Julius. Japanese letter, understood. Julius instantly bowed at Beatrice's call. He also judged in a moment what Maylee's condition, who was in Subaru's arms, was. From the six spirits, he projected ahead the spirit that governed water, the blue cure, and its tender power poured healing mana into Maylee's body, along with Beatrice's magic. On top of Japanese letter, Julius. So there is a need for me to buy time. Subaru. Yeah, as you can see. Shola's going ham after turning red, but you think you can do it. Didn't you just lose to the red dude? Julius. To express the intent to make up for a loss due to that reason would be a discourteous attitude towards a lady. Avowing to confront head-on, Julius braced his knight's sword and confronted the crimson Scorpion Japanese letter, Shola. The compound eyes, though, showed no will before the knight's form. Its intent to murder was still directed towards Subaru. Anything in between were mere hindering obstacles. That was its attitude toward the spirit knight Julius, who had elevated himself to a level greater. Julius. Subaru. I shall handle Miss Shola. Anything other than that, Subaru. Handle it by myself, you say. Yeah, got it. Julius. No, cooperate with Beatrice Sama and succeed. Subaru. About 70% of everything I can do in these situations counts on Biko, you know. Quite frankly, even 70% was a very ostentatious number. It would be around 80% or 90%. What Subaru could take pride in as Beatrice's contractor was only a shrewd mind and a number of petty, foxy tricks, so even 95% wouldn't be a strange number. REGRRDLESS, Japanese letter, Subaru. You're a lifesaver for coming back, Julius. You, too, seem to have relooked at your own worth, which delights me more than anything. The close exchange, Subaru and Julius focused on their respective duties. In order to make sure none of the witch beasts' attacks reached Subaru and the others, Julius advanced ahead and exposed his own self to the rain of blades and abated damage in his rear. On the other hand, Subaru kept Maylee away from the damage being done by the witch beasts and concentrated on buying time until the condition for their victory was fulfilled, while she remained on the verge of death. Subaru. Japanese letter, HK. A sensation of astonishment, Subaru lifted his face as if strummed. The reason was the Pleiades watchtower, an anomaly that had occurred therein. It WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, RRMS response, disappeared. Japanese letter, THE breath volcanica beamed, swooped down upon the uppermost stratum in the form of a blue light. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Emilia blocked it, using the shield of ice created with all of her might, seeking to break through. During the journey through the Sand Sea until Pleiades' watchtower, she had utilized the shield of ice for accepting the rain of coronas showered upon them from the tower. But it failed to last even a moment before the dragon breath. The multiple overlapped ice shields instantly melted, and the attack, which Emilia was hoping would just be weakened however slightly, and she'd be golden, rained upon her. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. For but a moment, the black monolith at the back of Emilia's mind dawned upon her. It may be firm enough to remain unaffected by the dragon breath. However, on the other hand, she was concerned that the trial may be ruined should it get broken. On top of that, this was a thought unrelated to breaking through the trial, but Emilia, if it gets broken, that be Ria tilde Ellie lonely. The handprints, which had a queer sense of déjà vu, had been left behind on the monolith. Just what connection did it have to herself, or she may simply be overthinking? However, she wished to ascertain the identity of that sensation. That is why it shan't disappear, for the sake of it to not disappear. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. She converged as much mana as miraculously possible and evolved it into icicle line. Though Emilia possessed mana enough to surprise even her own self, she could not manipulate those vast amounts of mana all at once. Regardless of how much mana there was within her, the quantity she could bring forth at once solely amounted to the capacity of her gate. Yet Emilia boasted output more than 10 times that of an ordinary magician, but the forte of having lived many years as a spirit arts user further expanded her potential. Magicians communicated with their gate, utilized the mana stockpiled within themselves, and meddled with the world. Spirit arts users borrowed the strength of spirits, utilized the mana in the atmosphere, and meddled with the world. And possessing groundings in both of these, Emilia was capable of doing both. Though the amount of water capable of coming out of a tap was fixed, should that water be stored in a bucket, even greater quantities of water could be used. Emilia executed this, using her own flesh body in the world, halting the mana overflowing from her within in the outside world, and utilizing maximal magic heedless of her Gia-T-E Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Emilia. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, a BSOLUTE0. That was what Subaru had named it, and had spoken of the empty theory that its materialization may be arduous. It was enough to end a real battle with a single blow, and that was around the same timing as Subaru had exclaimed it to be miraculously unbelievable. That point onwards, Emilia had entered into a contest she had never once succeeded in, and she shall make it succeed. If Emilia's ordinary magical power was to be taken as the value of 1, then the potency of this magic, which utilized the overflown power and materialized, would be close to 10 or even possibly 100. A white vacuum instantly swept conquest over the world, accompanied with such strength that even the impossible to halt flow of time would be stopped, impossible of being described as meagerly as the atmosphere being frozen. Even the breath of the dragon, who was supposed to have been met by inevitable death, was no exception. The blue light clashing from the front and an absolute null, their collision yielded a vacuum in the world. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. That moment, the two maximal potencies, with not the slightest delay, opposed and extinguished each other. A truly astounding extinguishment, accompanied with no sound or impact, and once the time that had supposedly been halted began to flow again, Emilia readied an ice lance and flew towards the front. Emilia. Hi, ya tilde a Japanese letter, Japanese letter. With her slender throat trembling, Emilia charged at Volcanica. Wielding strength from the entirety of her frame, her body felt incredibly heavy. Though the used mana itself had been what she had exited out of her body, the burden put onto Emilia upon its utilization was tremendous. Turning over a bucket with water stored in it, naturally called for adequate strength as well. Since she had used power akin to turning over a fountain instead of a bucket, it would only be a matter of course should Emilia feel totally exhausted. However, she voiced, Emilia, I can't lose heart. Shouting like that, Emilia poured life into herself. Though stamina and mana were different things, yet by making herself hear those words with all of her might, she felt the rise of a strength that had previously been asleep. Though it may be a misapprehension, if the one being deceived was her own self, then sometimes lying wasn't all bad. Volcanica. Sattler tilde a Japanese letter, Japanese letter. With its breath defended against, Volcanica swung its forelimbs and tail whilst roaring. The impact charged from the close exterior, and Emilia defended against it by relying on the sensation of the icicles deployed in her surroundings Japanese letter. As the generated 7 ice warriors got shattered, they assisted Emilia's body. Evading the impact being swung down upon them by leaping sideways, the ice warriors halted the following up forelimbs with their bodies, and borrowing their shoulders, Emilia leapt greatly. As the tail whip swung upon the midair, Emilia reached the height of the 2 ice warriors who were supporting her on their back, and devoured their bodies as sacrifice. Emilia, Sha, here, Ya, borrowing strength by way of their noble sacrifice, Emilia hammered in the ice lance whilst rotating her body. Though it was not sufficient enough to pair the divine dragon's hull, but enough to catch its attention. Evading the forelimbs swung in annoyance as some of her silver hair got sliced off, Emilia successfully charged into Volcanica's bosom whilst risking her life. Japanese letter, FROM that position, Emilia. That, white SCRLE Japanese letter. If only it could be touched, if only it could be successfully attacked. Pondering so, Emilia looked overhead. The divine dragon once again close enough to touch, its white scale which was difficult to directly look at. With her immediate gaze set on it, Emilia widened her eyes, the reason being astonishment. It had not been a scale that had turned white. It was not. Present there was a white scar large enough to be mistaken for a scale. Emilia. An old wound. The wound had already been closed, and would surely not ache upon being touched. However, the divine dragon disliked the wound simply being touched and had agonized that much. Comprehending that it was involved with Volcanica's unerasable old memories, Emilia paused her breath. Taking advantage of her hesitancy of that singular moment, Volcanica flapped its wings. Emilia, Japanese letter, tilde HK. Volcanica's ginormous frame ascended above at once, leaving Emilia behind as she stretched her hands. Emilia greatly lamented her own failure. This was the utmost unfavorable situation of crossing lances with an existence possessing wings. Should she be arbitrarily attacked from a location beyond her reach, the liabilities put on her would accumulate in the blink of an eye. Emilia, Japanese letter. Emilia instantly put her hands on the floor, and from her feet arose ice. Extending the foothold of ice she had improvised and produced toward the sky, Emilia pursued and desperately reached for Volcanica, who was attempting to fly upward. However, even that foothold of ice hit its limit by 10 meters, 20 meters, and the distance beyond that point was outside of her Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, EVERYONE. Please. Ice warriors responded to Emilia's call and further raised the foothold of ice. The soldiers of ice climbed up to the tip of the foothold, which had met its end, then sprung from there at once, then jumping further by stepping on the back of the sprung soldiers. Repeating this 6 times, Emilia stepped into the back of the final one SOLDIER Japanese letter. Emilia. Sorry. The ice warriors she had powerfully stepped on fractured by their backs. However, all of the falling 7 ice warriors up their thumbs and smiled as they crashed. Accepting such encouragement of theirs, Emilia's hand, having jumped the final time, reached for Volcanica's TRIL Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, FOOLISH. He drew back its tail along with that single word, and Emilia's fingers grazed the air, and the drawn tail energetically rebounded towards the dumbfounded Emilia. Midair. Nowhere for her to run. Even if she were to quickly produce a shield of ice, strength that could shatter it and reach her alone would be sufficiently lethally destructive for Emilia. Emilia. Japanese letter, RH. Failure, difficulty, what should she do? All kinds of thoughts entangled within Emilia's mind. Amidst the sensation of deceleration of the flow of time, she desperately searched for a breakthrough solution and mobilized every nook and cranny of her body and mind to see if she could do something. She merely did not possess the option named giving up, because none of the people Emilia dearly loved, not a single one of them, chose to give up. That is WHY Japanese letter, Emilia. I won't give up either. However, mere mighty words could save no one. As though to teach her of that transiency, the tail whip of the divine dragon, cognizant of a long length of time, drew near EMILI, a Japanese letter, EMILIA Sama. At that instant, stormy wind coming from directly below faintly assisted Emilia's ascent. Her body uplifted by the upward wind, Emilia's situation faintly changed. From a situation where death had a probability of 100% to a situation where death had a probability of 90%. And that 10% probability of survival was perfectly utilized by Emilia, who was ignorant to giving up. Emilia, Japanese letter, tilde HK. The whipping tail of the divine dragon, aiming for Emilia's head. Gathered with Ascen's vigor, that tail whip's aim slipped from Emilia's head to her torso. Comprehending this from her instinct rather than close distance, Emilia folded in her knees with all of her strength, seeking to evade its striking range by making her body SM or LLER Japanese letter, Emilia's tiptoes grazed past the swung tail whip, and the fearsome impact made Emilia's body twirl at an incredible speed. Japanese letter. With her knees in her hold, Emilia's body was blown overhead. Whilst engulfed in impact such that it felt as if her internal organs would burst out from her head, Emilia gnashed her teeth, generated a foothold of ice in the sky, and forcefully halted her body. An explosive sound echoed, and Emilia, having accepted impact with her entire body, looked downward with tears in her eyes. Emilia's field of vision, for whom the ground and the heavens had been turned around due to using the ceiling of ice created in the skies as her foothold, visible was Volcanica's head and the distant shadow of a person who had appeared from the staircase of the first layer. To be precise, it was not a shadow of a person. It was the shadow of a person and a ground dragon. Emilia, Ram and... It was Ram who had barged in and had reached out to Emilia, assisting her ascend. Visible from afar, Ram had wounds and blood covering all of her body, and Emilia was unable to hide her astonishment to see her come running to this place in that condition. But it was thanks to her assistance that Emilia managed to survive without getting her head hammered. Borrowing her assistance, Emilia, now for once, poured strength into her knees, in order to wage assault on Volcanica at once, using this ceiling of ice as foothold. Before Emilia, now, Volcanica had been acting strange. With its tail remaining in the swung stance, without glancing towards Emilia, it was looking below. It seemed as if it had set Ram, who had assisted Emilia, as its next prey. However, that was not the case. The ancient divine dragon, what its amber eyes were viewing was not Ram. It WRS Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, Pia TRRSCHE, Emilia. Higher tilde Japanese letter, tilde HK. With energy that erased Volcanica's mumbling, Emilia's body shot itself downwards. Late by half a moment, Volcanica's tail, as it glanced upward, shattered the ceiling of ice. Too late. Emilia's form was already gone from there, and wasn't even ahead of him, aiming for its throat. Emilia's fired form created a different foothold of ICE Japanese letter, no, a slope of ice. In Prestella, when she had been running away from Regulus together with Subaru, this was the article she had created in order to not decrease their speed, rather, accelerate Japanese letter, creating it midair. She glided with footwear of ice. Emilia's velocity accelerated midair, out of the pursuing tail whip's reach. The runway of ice produced midair accelerated Emilia's fluttering silver hair, which were being followed by the tail merely an instant behind, a ND Japanese letter, Emilia. Hair tilde, a Japanese letter, tilde HK. Having leapt out from the runway, Emilia's kick drew near Volcanica's throat with incredible speed. It evaded its forelimbs aiming to grasp Emilia, and like a thrown lance, straight ahead, it reached the white scar at Volcanica's throat. Volcanica, Japanese letter H or HR or PREEERH, With Emilia's white shoe heels capturing its throat, Volcanica screeched once again. Emilia shouted, Kaya Tildera Tilda, and plugged her ears upon the voice that seemingly fissured the skies, and fell at once due to the recoil of the kick. Emilia. Kaya. Ah, thanks. The ice warriors who were supposed to have become a foothold for her and fallen, caught the plunging Emilia. Saved by the light impact, Emilia stood up at that spot, and confirmed that she had returned to the uppermost stratum and that Volcanica was agonizing high in the skies. Afterwards, she once again dashed towards the monolith of the central pillar. Running, dashing, she sprinted towards the handprint of the monolith, which she felt was visibly FRMILIRR Japanese letter, Emilia. I knew it. Reaching the monolith, she pressed her hand this time with no hindrances. Though the monolith was shaken by her energy and impact, Emilia's hand perfectly overlapped with the handprint in question. She did not know how many people there were in this world who possessed identical hands, but at the very least, this handprint of the monolith belonged to someone whose hand was identical to Emilia's. RND Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia. Ah! The divine dragon descended whilst flapping its wings towards Emilia, who had placed her hand on the monolith. With its enormous build levitating in the air, having rebound from sanity to its state of Alzheimer's, it once again repeated its initial question. However, that question felt unlike the initial ones, which had seemingly stemmed from everything being on the extremities of trance. Japanese letter, SHE felt that the questioning was surely going to commence. Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Words she had heard, time and time again. Ask the will of the one who hath reached the summit. Japanese letter, I. In other words, it was asking the emotions of the one who had reached the top. What did one wish to do? What did one wish for? What did one come here for? Japanese letter, Emilia had plenty of answers for that question. What she wished to do, what she wished for, what had she come here for, the answers were many. However, right now in these very moment, Emilia's urgent desire WRS Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, I ask. Thy will. The overlapping question, as it entered Emilia's ears, she widened her eyes and opened her mouth, and loudly answered. Emilia, Japanese letter, FOR, everyone to get along. That instant, a violent gust blew, swallowing the sand sea within. Subaru shouted, whoa, as he evaded the witch beast's fierce attacks, and even Beatrice shouted, what I suppose, whilst gruelingly healing Melee. The same went for Julius, who was engaged in an inhuman battle unfolding against Shola. Japanese letter, NO, his astonishment may have been something greater, for the dusty whirlwind concealed his field of vision, and though he had stepped back sensing danger, there had been no pursuit after him. And with the answer right before his eyes, Julius' astonishment increased. Julius, Japanese letter, THIS is. Subaru. Ha, what? I can't see anything because of the goddamn sand. Julius, do not mind, this way. Hearing Julius' earnest call, Subaru turned towards that direction whilst throwing up the sand inside his mouth. And upon doing so, he understood the reason behind Julius' desperation and widened his eyes. That WRS Japanese letter, Subaru. Japanese letter, SHUL, Bishan. Subaru raised a startled voice. What entered into his field of vision was the figure of the Crimson Scorpion, bathing in the sandy whirlwind and toppled, its multitude of legs overturned on the sand. The guardian of the watchtower, who had shown a range of responses to attacks and had cornered them with mechanic MOVEMENT's Japanese letter, an error was yielded in its actions that had been in accordance with the star she called oneself as. Subaru. Did it do something? Julius. No, nothing special. It was focused on enduring the attack, and the instant the gust of sand blew earlier, Subaru. Gust of sand. That's right, that wind was. There was something off about calling the vehement wind that had swallowed Subaru and the others as a gust of sand. The gusts of sand mercilessly swallowed those who entered the Ogria sand dunes, but since they had broken through the barrier of problems, Never even once had wind blown in the environs of the watchtower. Not anything worth calling a gust of sand. That reason why that had blown just NOW Japanese letter, Beatrice. Subaru. Look, in fact, the sky. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, so shouted Beatrice at Subaru with her cute voice. Subaru looked up when he heard her. The alteration that had occurred in Pleiades' watchtower, a sudden change easy to grasp. Subaru. Japanese letter, THE clouds have cleared up. The Pleiades watchtower, stretching to the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Its uppermost stratum had been literally invisible from below due to being covered by clouds. The queer clouds that had concealed the watchtower now proceeded to disappear. He then finally noticed. The gale from earlier had been the aftermath of dispersing those clouds. The clouds subsided, and the summit of the tower was visible from below. What that could mean, according to Subaru's hopeful observations, was solely one. Subaru, Japanese letter, DIDU do it, Emilia. Within the whispering Subaru's perception, the comrades inside the tower who were being sensed by Core Leonis, namely Emilia, followed by Ram and Patrash, whose sensations had disappeared earlier, now returned. Ram and Patrash had likely headed to back Emilia and produced the fruits of their labor. In other words, if Subaru's thoughts were CORRECT Japanese letter, Subaru, the tower's rules were rewritten. Shola, hey Shola, listen to me. Bishan, Subaru, you don't have to fight us, not anymore. You can now freely. The reason behind the suffering of the toppled, agonizing Crimson Scorpion was perhaps due to the severing of the covenant of antiquity etched within oneself. He was unaware of any specific details, but it was fine now. She no longer needed to SUFFER Japanese letter, Subaru. Hey, SHU Japanese letter, Julius. Japanese letter, tilde HK, Subaru. Trying to call out to her, Subaru's nape was grasped as he approached. That moment, the sharp tail stabbed through the empty space. The gale brushed past him. The scent of burning air entered his nose, and Subaru was rendered speechless. Had Julius not stopped him just now, he would have been struck by the direct hit. However, what was tormenting Subaru was not the sensation of death. Japanese letter, Subaru. Hey, Shola, why's this happening? Get a hold of yourself. Shola, Bishan. Whilst listening to Subaru's frantic implore, the Crimson Scorpion slowly reformed its stance atop the sand. The Crimson Scorpion rectified its posture after being toppled. Its compound eyes flickering, however, it slowly perceived Subaru once again, as drool spilled down from its fiendish fangs. That did not seem to be the behavior of a being with RERSON Japanese letter, Julius. Japanese letter, SUBRU. It is regrettable, but... Pronouncing so, Julius grasped Subaru's shoulder and sought to step ahead. However, discerning his thoughts, Subaru gripped his arm and restrained him. He could tell that Julius was kindly going to take up the role of the villain, but he could not allow him to. Subaru, to save her, that's what I resolved. Japanese letter, I am going to save her out of this. Julius, you mean to say that is your duty as her unaware master-sama? Subaru, no. Shaking his head horizontally, that was how Subaru responded to Julius' words. That was wrong. Subaru wanted to save Shola, not because he was her master-sama. Subaru. It's not because I am her master-sama. I was moved by her kindness, that's why. Japanese letter, Subaru. It's the same as Biko. How can you leave someone who was always all alone in this stupid sand tower and cried because of how fun the days she had spent with us were for her? Gnashing his molars, Subaru declared so with Julius' arms still in his grip. Gazing back at Subaru, Julius took a breath. Julius, such obstinacy, but that is what should be done. Subaru, Japanese letter, JULIUS. Julius, no, I was allured once again. I had put up appearances once. Then they must be put up until the very end, you see. Faintly smiling, Julius answered so whilst touching the wound on his left cheek with a finger. Subaru narrowed his eyes at his answer and noticed a soft sensation grasping his free left hand. The one behind that action was Beatrice. She was peering at Subaru with her round, utmost lovable eyes in this whole world. Beatrice. Maylis, no longer in critical condition. What remains is Japanese letter, Subaru. Will you help getting her out? Beatrice. How brutish would Betty be should she refuse now, in fact? Geez, Subaru is a truly hopeless partner, I suppose. Beatrice's reply made Subaru give a bitter smile as he scratched his head. Subsequently, firmly grasping the hand of his precious contract spirit, he faced the crimson SCORPION Japanese letter Shola once again. The two spirit knights, standing side by side, faced the young maiden who must be saved. RND Japanese letter Subaru. At this point, both my mind and body are totally drained. Japanese letter SO. Hurry up and get saved, Shola. Japanese letter PLEIAD. ES Watchtower capture. Curtains open to its final prolongation. Chapter 89, Shola. Ragged, ragged, scattering away. Crumbling, crumbling, flaking away. Tired, tired, fading away. Ragged, crumbling, and tired, everything in the distance was shimmering. Outside the tower, the witch-beast master broke through the stampede of countless witch-beasts by fighting with all her strength. On the second floor, Rita Stria, who had seized the body of Roy Alford, was defeated. On the fourth floor, the blasphemer of fate, the vile sin archbishop of gluttony, was defeated. On the first floor, Emilia broke through the unknown trial by fighting bravely and heroically. A variety of obstacles they had faced while trying to capture the Pleiades watchtower had been cleared. This was the result of them trusting in each other, staying unified and cooperating. To put it in an Emilia-like way, this was the result of everyone getting along. Thanks to this, they had finally managed to make it to this point. Therefore, the next step was, it won't mean a thing if we don't win this together. When they first arrived to the Pleiades watchtower, this was what Emilia had said. They had come here not to lose anything more, but to recover what had already been lost. Everyone had agreed with what she'd said back then, and that everyone returning from the sea of sand safe and sound was of absolute necessity. It would not be an issue even if more people returned than came. In addition to Subaru, Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Rem, Maylie, Anastasia equals Echidna, and Patrash, one extra Shola wouldn't be a problem at all. It wouldn't even matter how loud and boisterous things would be on the way back because of her. Go! Of the two spirit knights standing side by side, the one who had made the first move was, of course, Julius. Julius brought back Cua, who was in the process of healing someone, temporarily halting their treatment, and once again clad himself in an aurora of light with the help of his 6 spirits. Due to the effect of Corleonis, Subaru understood that in order for the light of his ard to expand so much, both Julius and his spirits would have to be under a considerable load. It was a rather cool technique to pull off. However, no one here wanted to fight an extended battle in the first place. A short, decisive battle. Julius flew over the sand, leaving a trail of rainbow-colored light in his wake. Closing the distance in a single instant, Julius brought his sword closer to the crimson scorpion. Seeing his movements with its compound eyes, it swung its pincers and stinger with the fierceness of a storm. However, the moment his sword made contact with its shell, white smoke began to rise. It had caused it to melt. It wasn't even able to protect itself after receiving that blow. For Julius, strike had turned into a rainbow, his magic sword wrapping itself in a 6-fold light due to the constant use of Al-Clerista. Moreover, the light of the rainbow enveloping his entire body wasn't just for show either. The ray of light, fired from the stinger at close range, had killed Subaru more than a dozen times, and had also been used as the weapon of death that led to the deaths of Emilia and Julius. It was also known as Hell's Snipe. Julius did not deflect it with his sword, but rather by using the defensive capabilities of the Aurora of Light. The Aurora of Light, which enveloped his entire body, applied the concept of Al-Clausilia, which created a rainbow barrier. And so, a high-level swordsman who could unify both offense and defense was born, and could thus be called the Rainbow Spirit Knight. Japanese letter. Its defenses were being broken through. It could not land a single lethal blow, and so, as a result, the Crimson Scorpion was having an awful time. However, the witch beast that had been the guardian of the watchtower for the past 400 years had a sense of dignity. Its crimson shell growing brighter and brighter, a great amount of heat was released from its powerful pincers and slammed into Julius, blowing the rainbow night quite a ways away. Its pincers were extremely hot, distorting the atmosphere around itself due to the intensity of the heat. If Subaru were to give a name to the blazing hot pincers, he would call them the Jesus Scissors Hellfire form. It was quite admirable for it to show off its new techniques in order to try to liven up the last battle, but the reality was that he did not want it to show any growth. An enemy breaking out of their shell was extremely undesirable at the moment. Minya! It swung its crimson pincers through the air, but was deflected by purple stakes from the side, preventing them from making contact with Julius. By himself, Subaru was not enough to do anything in the high-level battle between Julius and the Crimson Scorpion. As a result, Beatrice covered for Julius to the side, while Subaru waited for an opportunity to do something. Subaru made sure to keep himself out of harm's way, so he wouldn't be killed by the aftermath of the battle. He then pointed his gaze at the sea of sand that had been devastated by the whirlwind that drove the swarm of witch beasts from there. In terms of the damage inflicted and their sheer vigilance, the witch beasts that inhabited the Ogria sand dunes had a major impact on Subaru and the others during their journey. However, what was truly unusual was that they were now staying away from the watchtower and looking at it from a distance. Emilia had probably rewritten the rules of the tower on the first floor, causing the clouds to disperse. Perhaps that had served as a measure to keep witch beasts away from the tower. Witch beasts did not seem to even approach the watchtower originally, so the fact that a stampede of witch beasts approached it was rather unnatural. Whatever the case may be, the fact the witch beasts didn't start popping up all over the place was a huge relief to Subaru and the others, who were attempting to get the Crimson Scorpions, Shola's sanity back. Subaru. Ah. So that he could find an ideal position, Subaru cut across the sea of sand diagonally, but while doing so, he heard someone shout. Right as Subaru looked up to confirm what was going on, the Crimson Scorpion, which had been dodging the many sword thrusts of Julius, somehow landed right next to him. Subaru stopped in his tracks after hearing Beatrice's call, who was right next to him holding his hand. However, as if flicking away an insect, the witch beast's tail whipped towards them, and Subaru had a premonition of death in the face of it. Persevere. Murak. Subaru and Beatrice made their judgments simultaneously. The effect of gravity lessened, causing them to become as light as cotton candy, and Subaru's whip simultaneously wrapped around the base of the Crimson Scorpion's tail. In the next second, Subaru and Beatrice were flung through the air due to the swinging of the tail. Wah! Higher! They hadn't been flung into the air, but shaken off. After feeling as if they were floating through the air, they had immediately fallen to the ground and were now covered in sand. If there had been a hard surface beneath them, even though they were as light as cotton candy right now, their bodies would have shattered due to the sheer power and force. Luckily, they had only had their breath knocked out of them since it was on the sand. We gotta give up on chasing after it. Japanese letter. The Crimson Scorpion continued to target Subaru and Beatrice, who were still buried in the sand. However, the light of the rainbow cut in between them, preventing it from making a move, and the heat and sixfold light clashed with each other. Every time the light was scattered, a sea of destruction was left in its wake, and the shockwave it caused kicked up a sandstorm under the clear sky. The destructive power of each was equal. Julius had speed on his side, but the Crimson Scorpion was rather resilient. Spit, spit, asterisk. Shit, something needs to be done. Spit, spit. Figure out a way to win then, I suppose. Together, Subaru and Beatrice got themselves out of the sand and spat the grains of sand in their mouths out at the same time. With tears in their eyes, they tried to figure out how to get the sound of Subaru's voice, as well as Julius, rainbow light, to reach Shola. There were three possibilities they could rely on. The first was for Julius to suddenly awaken to an even greater power and defeat the Crimson Scorpion in a single blow. This one was a bit unpleasant, but would be a win nonetheless. The second was for Subaru and Beatrice to successfully complete their new spell and finish off the Crimson Scorpion, obtaining a win with their teamwork. The third was for Emilia to suddenly drop down from the sky with loving peace in tow, bringing about world peace with her cuteness. I was really hoping for the third one to happen first, but as has already been stated before, Subaru didn't believe that he was capable of successfully awakening, and it was unrealistic to expect Emilia to show up with the perfect timing. That being the case, The best they could hope for was Julius suddenly becoming stronger. He's already done that once, so I can't expect too much from him. Julius and the Crimson Scorpion continued to fight at a speed that Subaru's eyes could not follow. Pondering what to do next, Subaru stared at the devastation occurring right in front of him, the aftermath of which was capable of turning him to ash if he got too close. The only thing he could do in the end was to fight with all his cards. If that was the case, then the least he could do as the complete Natsuki Subaru was to exhaust every card in his arsenal. Think, think, think. His brain going at full throttle, going over that which was not simply a hopeless dream or observation, he found something with substance. As he was searching through his hand for something to use, Subaru realized something. He still had one last card he had yet to use. Biko, did you think of something, I suppose? Beatrice responded to Subaru's call with eagerness, as if she had been waiting for it. Blessed to have such an understanding partner, Subaru clasped her hand with his once again and nodded vigorously with a yeah. Here, I'm gonna use all of the strength this journey gave me. Ragged, ragged, scattering away. Crumbling, crumbling, flaking away. Tired, tired, fading away. Ragged, crumbling, and tired. Everything in the distance was shimmering. The fierce light of a rainbow flashed in front of her eyes, and following her instincts, she swung her arms to get rid of it. Her two bright crimson pincers glowed, containing enough power to burn anything in existence regardless of whether or not the object was rock or steel, and could cut through them as easily as cutting through butter. Boohoot, I'm not really sure what butter even is either. Talking about things based off of second-hand knowledge, she continued to chase after that shimmering target. However, this place was a vast sea of sand without any obstacles, so there was no way for her to corner them. But whether this was a place where there was nowhere to run, or where she had to fight from a distance, she had complete mastery in such things. After all, snipers are always alone, right? This was also something she had heard before. A sniper was a sharpshooter who needed to wait patiently before completely finishing off their prey. And so she also chose to wait. With the pride of a sniper in her heart, she continued to wait. Day after day, night after night, she gazed into the horizon, forever waiting, looking at those who attempted to come to the tower. There were rules there, rules that bound her to the tower. She was upset about that, but she also thought that if there were no rules at all, her forgetful self would have forgotten various things in no time. Whether it was the places they went together, the words they spoke to each other, the time they spent together, or the feelings and thoughts they shared, they would all be forgotten. That would be so terrible. Everything had moved on and left her behind. Because she had been asked to wait, she could wait for as long as they desired, but since she was waiting, she couldn't help but hope that the person she was waiting for would come back. As long as they came back, she could wait forever. Therefore, I was so happy that Master came back. Because, one by one, everyone disappeared. When he came back, she wasn't sure if she could believe the words he said. Did she wait because she believed in him, or did she continue to wait simply out of habit? She wasn't even able to answer this question. She had never even thought about it before. There was no reason to think about it, either, for before it had disappeared, they made true on their promise. I'm so happy, Master. So, she hoped he would never leave. She thought it would be great if he could stay here forever. Because she was no longer alone and could graduate from being a sniper, she thought she should receive an appropriate reward for graduating. Master, I don't want to be left behind Agarain. I also want to be loved. Everything had moved on and left her far behind. Therefore, this time she wanted to follow him no matter where or when. So, I hope you can come to love me. Master, the crimson scorpion twitched, the glow of its crimson shell growing ever brighter. It was possible that it was an increased reaction of its warning color, but in the eyes of Subaru, that didn't seem to be the case. It was as if that crimson hue came about due to Shola crying. It was the expression of the true thoughts of the being named Shola, who had locked her feelings away for the past 400 years and kept her promise to stay in the tower. Red was the color of fervor, of passion, of unrestrainable love. The crimson hue of the crimson scorpion must have been brought about by its strong desire to love and be loved by the person it loved. After all, everyone says that Scorpio women are extremely loving. Kicking up a lot of sand with his own 2 feet, Subaru shouted that out with a burst of enthusiasm and brought his hand up to fling his whip with his broad shoulders. He aimed at the one whose back to turn to him and was fighting and fooling around with Julius, the Crimson Scorpion. He used his whip to announce his presence, seeing that she was so busy, but the master she longed for was standing right there. Since she was making advances on another man, he had no choice but to say some nasty things to her. Seeing you go after another man like this really makes me sad and wounds my manly heart, you know. Subaru's way of speaking is disgusting as usual, in fact. Subaru unleashed his whip and landed a perfect hit, having been pushed onwards by Beatrice's harsh words from behind his head. It had been beautifully wrapped around the base of the Crimson Scorpion's tail. However, just this alone would still lead to what had happened not too long ago, where they had been buried into the sand. The Crimson Scorpion, perhaps because it did not think much of their game of tug-of-war, instead focused on the fight with Julius, completely ignoring Subaru and co altogether. Subaru and everyone else was weak. It would take advantage of that idea. Elvita! Gah! Beatrice chanted the magic spell, causing the effects of it to pour over Subaru's whole body, his legs sinking into the sand due to the sheer weight. In contrast to Murak, which mitigated the effects of gravity, Vita increased the effects of gravity. Subaru's weight class had been raised to the Yokozuna level of the Makuchi division of sumo wrestling, allowing him to compete with the tail of the Crimson Scorpion. Naturally, that alone would not be enough. It could enhance the effects of gravity, but only up to 220 or so pounds, 100 kilograms. That was nowhere near enough to compete with the monstrous strength of Scholler, who could easily pick up and carry a dragon carriage. Therefore, time for the climax. Do it! With both hands pulling hard on the whip and his feet firmly planted in the sand, Subaru let out a loud cry. In the next instant, Subaru's body, which was being pulled up by the brute strength of the Crimson Scorpion's tail, returned to the ground. The obvious reason as to why was because the strength of the Crimson Scorpion and Subaru and the others, was evenly matched. Japanese letter. Now in front of Subaru, still standing firmly in place, was the hungry Horse King, who had broken into their game of tug-of-war with its huge, strange-looking body. Moreover, it wasn't just the hungry Horse King that had joined this unprecedented game of tug-of-war. Courtesan bears, winged moles, and suspicious serpents all joined the battle. All of these witch beasts, who were supposed to be Subaru's enemies, were giving him a helping hand in this battle. The cause of this scene was none other than, "Really, you're such a slave driverer." It was the voice of a girl enveloped in a weary and unhappy atmosphere. The owner of that voice was a young girl whose cheeks were devoid of blood and having trouble breathing. Meili. Tightening her lovely face, she let out a long, hard sigh. Then yelling out a horror and clapping loudly. "Okay, come here, everyone. Watching from the side is a wasty." With a single clap and after a single beat, the sea of sand began to rumble. Continuously pouring into this area were witch beasts whose footsteps and roars could be heard. This environment was well suited for witch beasts, and the one who had taken control of it was the witch beast master. No, she could no longer be called that. The massive phenomenon occurring wasn't caused by a mere witch beast master. Using the divine protection of magic manipulation, she guided and took control of the witch beasts of the Ogria sand dunes, so the title of witch beast master no longer suited her. It was as if the mother of witch beasts, who had left a trail of destruction in the Southern Empire, had returned. She once again made use of her skills to cause a stampede for this battle, turning it into an all-out war. Though Meili wore a painful expression on her face, she still managed to stay conscious and had recovered enough to participate in the final battle. Naturally, there was a little trick behind it. Subaru had, naturally, used Corleonis to distribute the damage Meili had taken to another. Sharing it had been the last card in his hand. Not with Emilia, not with Beatrice, and not with Ram either. Nor was it shared with Julius, Echidna, Patrash, Meili, or the sleeping Rem. It was the one who had come with them to conquer the Ogria sand dunes, their last ally. "Sorry to get you involved, Giant. Give me a hand." The Earth Dragon Giant, who had been left on the 6th floor of the distant watchtower, was also within the range of Corleonis influence. So, as a result, Subaru made the decision to share that burden with the Earth Dragon. The decision to do so was heartbreaking for Subaru. But what was even more heartbreaking for him was that Jian met the conditions of core Leonis for those who wished to share his burdens. This meant that, just like Beatrice and his other friends, Jian wanted to support Subaru's actions. He was grateful for the spirit of the theatrical version of Jian, transferring most of Mei's burdens to the earth dragon through himself. This was the trick that allowed Mei to get back in the game. It was also the main reason why the Crimson Scorpion lost in the competition of strength. And also, this will be the cause of your defeat, Shola. Subaru had taken command of the battle and even used the power of witch beasts and an earth dragon, and as he spoke, the Crimson Scorpion lifted its legs up. The finest of knights did not let this opportunity go to waste. Unleashing a rainbow slash, Julius cut the tail of the Crimson Scorpion, who had been struggling against them in a battle of strength, clean off. The severed tail let off an explosion, much like it had earlier, spreading a mass of destruction throughout the area, but it was unable to get through the rainbow light. Its trump card having been blocked, it violently swung his large pincers down at Julius' back. However, its attack appeared to have been born from a feeling of agitation and impatience due to losing the battle of strength and having its tail cut off. As a result, it was not able to overpower the knight who had defeated the first sword saint and overcame his limits. Hiss! The slash drew an arc through the air, beautifully slicing through the vulnerable joint on the left pincer. Still trying to regain its balance after its left pincer got sliced off, it attempted to chop Julius in half with its remaining right pincer, right as the pincer closed, threatening to bisect his slender body from the waist. Al Cranville. A moment before the pincer snapped shut, an aurora of light enveloped Julius' entire body in a single breath. As soon as he deactivated his rainbow armor, that aurora of light let off an explosion inside the pincer that was about to close, blowing it to shreds. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Pushed by the shockwave of the explosion, the massive body of the Crimson Scorpion flew into the air. The witch beast flew through the air, spinning, before finally falling into the sand, its tail and arms lost and covered in injuries. The other witch beasts quickly swarmed around it and pinned down the eight-legged Crimson Scorpion. Still resisting its fate, it turned its large head, baring its sharp teeth. Taking the Crimson Scorpion's resilience into account, it would not be surprising for it to suddenly come up with a new move at this very moment, spurred on to achieve new growth due to its current predicament, however. This is the end, Shola. Subaru stood right in front of the writhing, struggling, Crimson Scorpion so that its compound eyes could see him fully. With no weapons left and its legs pinned down, it was in a rather sad state. It would be easy to strike the final blow now, but that was not what he wanted. Subaru was not sure what the correct answer was despite being driven to this point. Meili, if I had not been here, I wonder what you and everyone else would have done, mister. Having been called by name, Meili sighed and walked over to the Crimson Scorpion. She stood next to Subaru and snapped her fingers with a sigh. She then had its compound eyes focus on herself. Who are you? The Crimson, scary Miss Scorpion. Or are you someone else, I wonder? Having been asked such a question, the compound eyes of the Crimson Scorpion gradually slowed down. Gazing at Meili, its compound eyes showed signs of wavering before turning its gaze to Subaru. Those aggressive, compound red eyes slowly changed color. Shola. The crimson hue of its shell slowly began to fade away. Its eyes turned green once more, its shell went back to being black, and it slowly began to calm down, and finally, Shola, at last, ragged, scattering away. Crumbling, flaking away. Tired, fading away. Ragged, crumbling, and tired, everything in the distance was shimmering. Ragged, crumbling, and tired, everything shimmered in the distance. Even though she was left behind, even though her memories faded somewhat, they still shined so brightly. Because they were so precious to her, she desperately tried to preserve them. Master, do you still remember? You told me, I'll definitely return, so wait here for me, and then you disappeared. In a seated position, Shola hugged her knees, inclined her head, and asked like so. Subaru shook his head at her, who seemed to be thinking about nostalgic memories of her past. I don't remember, and I've already told you I don't know, right? Don't keep making me repeat myself. Well, it can't be helped then. After all, Master is so much better at forgetting things than me. Master and I really are similar. That creeps me out. No, I admit that we have a similar way of speaking, though. That said, it was only the fact that she was using words from Subaru's world that he unconsciously felt a sense of closeness with her. He was not as charming, cute, or spirited as she was. He wasn't willing to wait 400 years for someone who had abandoned him. After all, I'm an impatient guy who wants immediate results. Well, if I could at least be with the other person, I might be able to endure it. Master, you're no good like this. Ready? There's a saying for this. The key to love is patience. Aren't you confusing this with the key to fashion is patience? Isn't that like the slogan of a tribute woman rather than a devoted woman? It's all about realizing the love swirling around in the depths of my heart. You can even laugh at this sad, pathetic woman. That kind of smiling face is also very attractive. Mm, nope, I'm not laughing at all. Look, I'm starting to tear up. Let me see. When Subaru pointed at his face and said that, Shola got up and walked over to him. Shola, who had jumped up enthusiastically, came close enough to where he could feel her breath, so he once again examined her face that had fine features from up close. Shining eyes were large and long, and she had a finely shaped nose between them. She had long, slender eyelashes, and her skin was so soft and firm that it was hard to imagine that she had been living in the sea of sand for so long. Although hidden by her spirited and varied expressions, her body as a whole was rather beautiful instead of cute. Given the name of a star, she had been destined to wait in this place for the return of the one she loved. Ah, Master, are your eyes glistening, or are you crying a little? Your master is a piece of shit. I'm gonna punch him in the face if I ever get the chance. Then I'll have to witness it with super mixed feelings. What sort of horrible situation would it be if Master code Master? Geez. Lips quivering, Subaru squeezed his eyes shut. His heart emotions rose, pushing past his eyelids and falling down his cheeks. Seeing those tears fall, Shola gently whispered, Geez. While Subaru's eyes were closed, his cheek was suddenly attacked by a wet sensation. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shola's face pulling away from his. Her fingertips on her lips, she mischievously smiled with her red tongue slightly sticking out. Master's body fluids are salty and sweet. Saying it like this, the way I say it, doesn't change anything at all. I always express my feelings with my whole body and soul, you know. Master, I love Yao. I love you. She had often told him that. Once he understood the context, it was impossible for Subaru to say that it was a meaningless statement. Shola said, I love you, as often as she could because her heart was overflowing with love. Always, the words she wanted to convey overflowed from within. For 400 years, she had been waiting, wanting to love him, wanting to be loved by him. I love Yao, Master. I won't tell you I love you. I know. Because Master is a bad guy, is thin-skinned and shy, but this is what I like about you. I'm crazy about you. Only you. Time had left her, and the role she had been assigned had bound her like chains. When she had almost hurt to one she loved, she cried and begged for death. Instead of hurting him with her own hands, she would rather lose it all. What did he say to her, who was in tears? He said he would never allow her to continue to cry like that. I will not say that to you. I love you, words like that. It's okay. I'll keep saying the words Master won't say. Master will definitely want to say them to me sometime in the future. Sometime in the future, you say. That's a luong time. 400 years of waiting. Can you really do that? Is it? 400 years went by so quickly. Waiting for so long, she had once cried out in anguish at that fact. Having been left behind by the passage of time, her love holding her hostage, she cried out that she was lonely. Now she had no idea that a world had once existed where she had spilled her heart out. Therefore, concealed behind her spirited attitude, how much emotion had been swirling around in her own heart. Subaru had swore to never make her cry, and he wasn't going to break that vow even now. That's why he hoped she could cry out. He wished she would cry, but now that wasn't going to be enough. As long as she cried, bawled her eyes out, cried out, and howled, Natsuki Subaru, who wasn't her master or anything like that, would run with all his heart and soul to her side to stop her tears. And yet, a mere 400 years is almost like the day after Tamorowa. The crimson scorpion was nowhere to be seen, and in its place was a beautiful girl, smiling. She was so beautiful that he could not help but become speechless. So ephemeral that it seemed as if she would collapse at the touch of his hand. Shola's soft cheeks flushed red as she said, because with the look of a maiden in love. Continuing, the maiden in love said, because I also loved waiting for you. Hey, master, that's why one day again, ragged, ragged, scattering away, crumbling, crumbling, flaking away, tired, tired, fading away, ragged, crumbling and tired, everything in the distance was shimmering. Ragged, crumbling and tired, everything shimmered in the distance. Shola. A part of her shell fell off, crumbling and flaking away and turned into dust. It didn't stop there, but spread elsewhere, her whole body peeling off and turning into dust. The tail and pincers that had been cut off, the 8 legs being held down by the witch beasts, and the head that Natsuki Subaru held in his arms, everything. Did she fulfill her purpose, I wonder? While Subaru attempted to bring all of the pieces of her existence that had been diminishing together in his arms, Beatrice uttered that to him in a hushed voice. The adorable spirit was listlessly gazing at the witch beast powerlessly crumbling away. No, it was someone just like her who had given their life to the role that fate provided them. His brain refused to comprehend what Beatrice had just said, but he instinctively understood. This was not death. This was, after being entrusted as the star's keeper of the Pleiades watchtower, the inevitable end that she had met today. Then, if they had not come here, she might have been able to exist here for eternity, forever in this sand tower, waiting for a person who would never return. Subaru, you should be of the understanding that this assumption is insulting to her. And so, what you should DOIS not live in regret. Sheathing his knight's sword back into its scabbard, the knight tidied up his appearance, which had been dirtied by blood and sand, and spoke such words. It was a ruthless thing to say, but he was right nonetheless. At that, Subaru gritted his teeth and took a deep breath to hide his hatred for that correctness. Then he hugged the one who had been alone for so long tighter. She who had been left behind and spent such a long time in this place. Slowly, not being alone, she was being sent off by her one and only. Subaru, Beatrice, Julius, and Maylie were all there. In the distance, people could be seen running here from the tower. They must have been their other companions. Everyone was gathering together for her who had been alone for so long. But even if Master were here alone, that would be enough. The image of her saying such words, not being demanding at all, appeared in front of his eyes, which slowly began welling up with tears. The witch beast's fangs gently brushed the tears that were falling down Subaru's cheeks. The sharp fangs that seemed as if they could destroy anything, intimately, tenderly, and gently caressed Subaru, who was the most fragile of all. And then, the arms that had been wrapped around her suddenly no longer felt her. Crumbling, the shell of the crimson scorpion that had lost its weight scattered into dust. As he watched the black particles scatter over the sea of sand, Subaru opened his mouth wide. Shola. Yes, master. Shola, Shola, Shola. Did you call for me, master? Shola, Shola. Being loved so much by master like this makes me feel so embarrassed. Closing his eyes, the sound of her voice responding to his call rang in his ears. And yet now she no longer existed anywhere. Subaru crouched down to the ground, scratching at the sea of sand in front of him. The sound of someone's voice reached his ears. He didn't know whose voice it was. He didn't have the time to confirm who it was, but simply looked up at where it came from and widened his eyes. Still covered in black particles, a mound of sand shook slightly, and something crawled out from it. It was rather small, about the size of a palm. The small creature with a crimson shell swung its 2 pincers in order to get through the sand, and then expertly pulled its body from the sand with its tail. It skittered over to Subaru, who was on his knees, and brushed against his sandy hand. The mere act of brushing against him seemed to have been her leaving behind a trace of her charm. Ragged, ragged, scattering away, crumbling, crumbling, flaking away, tired, tired, fading away, ragged, crumbling and tired, everything in the distance was shimmering. Ragged, crumbling and tired, everything shimmered in the distance. Everything shimmered because you were there. A mere 400 years is almost like the day after Tamorowa, because I also loved waiting for you. Hey, master. That why someday again. I hope you'll meet me again someday. This time, is it my turn to wait for you? Instead of the woman doing the chasing, the woman is being chased. Master, this promise is very, very important. This time, please don't forget it. I love Yao, master. You're an idiot. His voice trembling, Subaru muttered that, as if saying he could never forget that. Then he picked up the being tickling the back of his hand and cupped it with both hands. As if it were a little embarrassed, the tiny scorpion trembled, accepting his action. Its shell was a bright shade of red, so vivid that it seemed like it could burn one's eyes. Oh, so red. That was something that not even the span of 400 years could fade, the color of love. Chapter 90, Hero. In complete silence, Subaru's shoulders trembled, the tiny scorpion that had emerged from beneath the dust in his hands. He'd wanted to save her. He'd wanted to take her out of this lonely sand tower. He'd promised to help her, but now he couldn't keep his promise. Natsuki Subaru always made promises he couldn't keep. Not a single soul could utter a word to Subaru, squatting in the sand in silence. Beatrice, who was beside him, and Julius and Meili, who were behind him, could not find the right words to say. The scorpion, which had been in his cupped hands, crawled up Subaru's arm and perched itself on his shoulder, brushing against his neck as if it were trying to comfort him, who had even forgotten to shed tears and weep. Subaru didn't have a clue as to what the tiny scorpion even was. What did this scorpion, which had emerged from the remains of the crimson scorpion, have to do with Shola? Or was she this scorpion? That's impossible. Subaru had exchanged words with Shola in her last moments. However, it was not clear whether the conversation actually happened or if he was just imagining it all as she was passing away. However, Subaru harbored a sad conviction that it was indeed the case. Shola was gone. Her existence was tied to the very rules of the Pleiades watchtower, and ultimately, much like Reed or the monolith of the third floor, was like a stage prop for a trial. As a result, once the watchtower had fulfilled its role, she had to leave. She had followed the role of a stage prop until the very end, and for her to merely be a stage prop opened up a hole in Subaru's heart. That frank smile, the annoyance he felt because of her desire to interact with him, and her unfamiliar voice calling him Master, Master, with deep affection, all of it was gone. If Shola were to cry out and scream that she did not want to disappear, then Subaru would do everything in his power to stop it from happening, and would sacrifice himself time and time again in order to save her. However, that wasn't what she wanted. Smiling, she told him she wanted to meet him again someday, but then she disappeared shortly after. He wasn't sure, but I know. I will meet you again someday. So, with a cheerful smile, she fulfilled her wish to tell him she loved him. For that reason, so, goodbye for now, Shola. Her dreams, which had turned into crimson dust, were stolen away by the sand wind along with her remains. Subaru let out a sigh as he watched, and as if to brighten the mood, the scorpion, which had crawled up to his neck, was playing with his ears with its pincers. Ouch! Feeling a sharp pain, he felt as if he were being urged not to feel down about it. With tears in his eyes because of the pain, Subaru nodded with an I know, and grabbed the scorpion on his neck and tried to disengage it from his ears. However, ouch, no, I got it already, so you can let me go now. Ow, hey, this is making my ear bleed. This guy's not letting go. What are you doing, mister? Subaru's ear currently in its grasp, he panicked since he couldn't manage to peel the mini crimson scorpion away from it. When he was about to lose part of his ear, it was Meili who came to the rescue. Astounded by what was happening, she quickly moved over to where Subaru was and grabbed the mini crimson scorpion with her little hand. Just because it's small, it's still a witch beast, you know, so if you let it get close to your face, it could start chomping on your eyes or nose before you knew what hit you. Eyes and nose. But this little guy isn't like that. It's a witch beast, mister. That isn't naked lady anymore. Saying that, Meili plopped the mini crimson scorpion onto the top of her head. The little thing didn't do anything naughty to her head, unlike what it did to Subaru earlier. It appeared as if it were under the influence of her divine protection of magic manipulation, thus hiding its aggression. Needless to say, this was proof that the mini crimson scorpion was a witch beast that could be tamed by Meili, as well as proof that the little thing didn't contain Shola's ego. Subaru, let me heal your wounds then, I suppose. Then, with his eyes still cast downward, Beatrice tugged on his sleeve and tenderly looked his body over. In consideration of her, he bit his lip and nodded strongly. He knew he couldn't stay in the sea of sand forever. Subaru, everyone. In the distance, the big door to the watchtower swung open, and Emilia came rushing towards them. It was clear that she hadn't had an easy time due to how messed up her clothes looked. They would all be able to chat together. including about that as well. They had too many things to talk about as well as too many farewells to give. Shola was someone who always worked really hard. After she heard the details and found out the reason why Shola was no longer there, Emilia stared out into the sea of sand where her remains had scattered, mourning her loss in her own ladylike way. And then she gently patted the mini crimson scorpion on Mayli's head with her white fingers. It was rather accepting of Emilia's fingers despite being ordered by Mayli to behave well, and it seemed to find it quite pleasant even though she could not see a change in its facial expression. Lady Emilia, what went on the first floor? Were you able to safely complete the trial? After hearing about what happened to Shola, Emilia looked at Subaru, whose face was sunken, with grief painted on her face. However, it was Julius who'd made the first move to change the subject. And after hearing his question, she answered him with an "I think so." It was really hard because I didn't understand it, but I more or less completed it, I think. Oh, do you completely remember me, Julius? That's right. I can certainly remember who you are now. Emilia asked that question nervously, and Julius replied with a look of surprise on his face. Whilst covering his mouth his hand, Julius said, Lady Emilia once more, confirming that the Emilia who had previously gone missing had returned, and then nodded. Beatrice, do you remember me? How about you, Maylie? I remember you, so don't worry, I suppose. It was as if I had completely forgotten you until someone told me I'd forgotten you, in fact. It's such a scary feeling, I suppose. I also completely remember Yao. How about you, big sis? Do you remember me and all of the promises we made? Absolutely. I'll never forget them. That's a relief. I had a feeling everything would be okay since Ram and Patrash remembered me too. After hearing Beatrice's and Mayli's answers, Emilia gave a sigh of relief. Subaru called out to their response with weight. And with everyone's attention drawn to himself, Subaru let out. That's super awesome news, but I wanna properly make sense of it. In short, everyone can properly remember everything about Emiliatan now. That means, ooh, Miss Ram has slain Lie-Baiting Kados. Subaru widened his eyes after Julius interrupted him and made that declaration. Lie-Baiting Kados, one of the 3 sin archbishops of gluttony, as well one of Subaru and Ram's mortal enemies. He was also an enemy in this tower who had caused them much hardship with his extreme violence in addition to eating Emilia's name. After being told that he had been slain, Subaru's throat dried up. If Lie-Baiting Kados had been slain, that meant. Does that mean the things he stole will be given back? If that's true, if Emilia's name had returned, that means the other effects of gluttony's authority will also come undone. Baiting Kados, who had pretended to be a gourmet, must have eaten beyond his fill. If everything that had been stolen had been returned, that would also affect the people in the Watergate city, Prestella. Thinking about such things, Subaru shook his head. He knew he shouldn't deceive himself like this. He knew he shouldn't bottle up his feeling and keep bullshitting himself. Natsuki Subaru, at this very moment, harbored an excessively selfish and egotistical hope. If Lie-Baiting Kados had been slain, and the influence of his authority had come undone, then, Rem, can anyone remember her? Was a girl who had been forgotten by the world, leaving a hole in Subaru's heart because of her absence. They had gone on this journey to take back what had been stolen, and for Subaru, the purpose of this journey was simply to save Rem for the Watchtower, where they had gone to obtain wisdom for that purpose. To be attacked by gluttony was rather ironic, but it did not matter as long as they got what went there for. Subaru looked at everyone, fueled by such hopes. In response to his question, however, I'm really sorry, Subaru, but I still can't remember who Rem is. Why not? Betty can't either, I suppose. I still can't recall who Ram's sister is, in fact. Moreover, what? What else is there? Emilia had denied it, and Beatrice followed, leaving Subaru in a state of shock. His budding hopes had been shot down, so Subaru rushed over to Beatrice, who had yet to continue her words. Desperation in his eyes, she pointed towards Julius behind her with her white chin. I still can't remember Julius, in fact. Perhaps not all of the harm gluttony caused has been undone, I suppose. Julius. Emilia agreed with Beatrice's opinion with a nod of her head. Maylie, on the other hand, shrugged since she didn't even know Julius before his name was taken, and Emilia had no reason to lie, either. It was clear that Rem and Julius' names had not been returned. As far as that is concerned, I have an idea as to why my name hasn't been returned. While Subaru was still in a state of confusion, it was none other than Julius who uttered that. And then, after looking back at Subaru with narrowed eyes, he continued. It was. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford, was captured alive. To be exact, he was the one who bereaved me of my name. I suppose that is why my name has yet to return. Passing through the grand entrance to the Pleiades watchtower was the dragon carriage that had brought Subaru and the others to the sand tower and left on the 5th floor. Next to it was a person waving at them. Long time no see, Emilia Natsuki. Could that be Lady Anastasia? Widening his eyes, Subaru stared intently at the smiling, slowly waving figure. He confirmed that her movements, attitude, and even her expressions were all natural. Was that the artificial spirit, Echidna, who could reproduce a person's nature and act exactly like the original? No, it wasn't a reproduction. This was her original character. He couldn't really call it a reproduction now. That is to say, Anastasia, did you wake up? Yep, it seems like I took a really long nap and made you guys worry. Echidna told me about the things that happened these past few months too. Is Echidna all right too? How can I put it? For now, other than the thought of blaming herself, there are no thoughts like let me just die. As Anastasia answered Emilia's question, the scarf around her neck moved, and the white fox lowered her head as if in apology. Blaming yourself like that. I've already told you before. It was our choice, so there's no need for you to be depressed, Echidna. You think so too, don't you, Julius? Me? Yes. If I am speaking honestly, the decision you made me quite worried, so I am afraid I cannot give you an answer to that, Lady Anastasia. I feel a bit embarrassed, but I'd still like to ask, what do you mean by that? Hearing the reason why you shut yourself within yourself is all I could ask for is your night. Unraveling his lips, Julius answered gracefully. Hearing his answer, Anastasia covered her mouth with her hand and said, forget it, I'm not going to force you to say it, with a smile. It was a very harmonious conversation. If you were to say that these two were like a master and a servant, then there would be none who could say otherwise. Did Anastasia really forget about Julius? Because they seemed to be getting along pretty well. I really did forget about the relationship we had before. This in itself, for me, is already making me totally angry and is unbearable. But she's been controlling her feelings, really, so she's acting like that. Fortunately, after being with Julius for the past 2 months, I can say a few things about him. It appears that I was born for this very purpose. You also seem to be going off in an odd direction, in fact. Beatrice spoke a bit gently to Anastasia, whose lips were quivering, and by extension, Echidna, who was around her neck. Hearing that, Echidna snorted her fox nose and nodded with a, yeah. Echidna, the artificial spirit without any history, and who had gone to the watchtower in the place of Anastasia, also had her own thoughts and appeared to have been able to come to a positive conclusion. It seemed as if Anastasia getting her own body back safely was part of it. The taking care of her many problems, as well as her regret she felt for shutting herself off in her own art, and so on, had yet to be resolved. It'd be insensitive for us to poke around at their affairs, huh? The problems between Anastasia and Echidna should be discussed by them alone. Of course, if they asked for his assistance, Subaru would gladly exert himself for their sakes and assist them in solving their problems. It would be safe to say that the time they spent on this 2-month journey had fostered such a bond. Anastasia, I'm so happy that you got back safely and are super talkative, but I know. You want to know what happened to the Sin Archbishop that Julius defeated. He did this and that, and then chucked him into the dragon carriage. Julius did this and that. Anastasia shrugged her shoulders and then gestured at the dragon carriage behind her. Subaru silently gazed at the dragon carriage next to Emilia, who was pondering her words. Within it was Roy Alford, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Before he entered the dragon carriage, he stroked the neck of the earth dragon, Giant, who was attached to the carriage. With its thick legs, the earth dragon from the Agar species played a crucial role in the final battle with Shola and had unexpectedly led Subaru and the others to victory. This wasn't the absolute best result. Nevertheless, it didn't undermine his consideration for Giant. Not to mention that Meili was able to survive thanks to Giant's spirit. I was totally saved thanks to you. In the future, no matter what happens, please continue to help me out. Giant, whose thick neck was being stroked, flared his nostrils as if saying that that would be a heavy burden to carry. Subaru smiled bitterly, put on a serious face, and then got on the dragon carriage. Then, after giving a nod to Emilia and the others, he peered inside. Inside was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. That's him. The atmosphere full of tension, Subaru peered into the dragon carriage, and after seeing what was inside, was shocked by what he saw. Alfred was indeed inside of the dragon carriage. However, the method in which he had been detained was a bit different from what Subaru had imagined. Roy Alfred, with his eyes rolled back revealing the whites of his eyes, was covered in a black crystalline material, effectively detaining, no, sealing him. It's a Sin Archbishop. So just preventing them from moving wouldn't be enough, right? That's why I rigorously solidified it to the best of my ability. This solidification thing. What's the principle behind it? The principle is that it is an application of yin magic, I suppose. Using shamak to separate them from their consciousness, it is then solidified like that. It's a very ruthless way of doing it, in fact. So this black thing is like a chunk of shamak. After Subaru heard Beatrice's explanation, he was a bit shocked and then looked at the seal once more. Shamak was arguably Subaru's most trustworthy magic before he formed a contract with Beatrice, but its effects and the way Julius used it as a means of sealing someone could only be described as amazing. Seeing the way Subaru reacted, Julius said, "Please don't misunderstand me. It's nothing. It's not a technique I invented or anything. This exact technique is used to make the world's most famous seal, though there is a huge difference in the scale. The most famous in the world." "You mean that one? The Witch of Envy, right?" Emilia, who was looking at the sealed Alfred, said that. Julius gave a deep nod, confirming what she'd said. The seal used on Alfred had used the same technique that had sealed the Witch of Envy for the past 400 years nearby, east of the watchtower. In other words, the words of Julius, who had created the seal using a tried and true method, could be said to be more than reliable enough. But that wasn't the question that needed to be asked. The question is, why do you want to keep this guy alive? Subaru. Emilia, gazing at the sealed Alfred, said that to Subaru whilst lowering her eyebrows. His heart aching due to her gaze, Subaru turned his head and said, "That's just how it is, right? When one of the gluttonies, when Bait and Catos died, everyone remembered Emilia again. So if this guy dies, then the rest of the memories would. There is no solid proof that they would come back. That is the biggest reason why I did not end his life. There is absolutely no doubt that Miss Ram slayed Bait and Catos. However, was Lady Emilia's name returned merely because of that? Something else, perhaps he had given it back voluntarily. That possibility cannot be ruled out. If you make a hasty decision, everything could be lost. Julius threw out one sound argument after another, as if reprimanding Subaru for his impatience. And his argument was so sound that Subaru could not even offer up a rebuttal. However, in that case, what about his Book of the Dead? Subaru proposed using a method that only existed in the Watchtower as an alternative. When it came to revealing the true thoughts of a person, there was perhaps nothing more suitable than a Book of the Dead. Whatever the case may be, it was something that allowed one to experience another person's life. Even if you interrogate him, there's no guarantee that he will spill the beans. If that's the case, then it would be better to just use his Book of the Dead to reveal this guy's innermost thoughts. Subaru, that. I don't think that's a good idea, this kind of approach is. But I'm sure it'll work, if we do it this way. You know what? Can I interrupt you for a sec? Emilia's opinion differed from Subaru's, who had suggested using his Book of the Dead. Not only that, but Subaru was just about to lay out his argument only for Anastasia to butt in with a raise of her hand. Anastasia looked at Subaru, who looked embarrassed, and folded her hands on top of her chest. "I heard from Echidna that there may be things missing in M. Like that Book of the Dead, so wouldn't it be dangerous to rely on it too much?" "Dangerous? Why do you say so?" "In any case, that's something you've vividly experienced yourself, right, Natsuki? I heard that you lost yourself while I was asleep." How many things could she possibly talk about with Echidna in such a short period of time? He wondered. Anastasia had hit him where it hurts. However, the danger the Book of the Dead held did not necessarily coincide with Subaru's amnesia. The disappearance of his memories did not come about due to the Book of the Dead. However, that did not completely negate the risk that Books of the Dead posed. In fact, when he read Meili's Book of the Dead, some parts of Subaru's mind and emotions were almost painted over by her personality. What would have become of Subaru, who did not consider himself to be particularly powerful or mentally strong, if he had been a more impressionable person? Who could say that a new Roy Alford, who had inherited the soul of the former Roy Alford, would not be born as a result? Then, then are you trying to say that it's right to let this guy live, Anastasia? Even after everything he's done up until now, if you're talking about what's right or wrong, then I don't think it's right to keep a sin archbishop alive. If I could just kill this guy and get Julius' memories back, I think that'd be good. But I have a pet theory about that. A pet theory. Whether someone should be alive or not, snatching and robbing. Of it should only be done as a last resort. A person who can easily kill another human being will not have a good end. It ain't one of Hashin's sayings, but one of my own. Subaru's eyes widened after hearing Anastasia's words. In this fantasy world of swords and magic, there was such a rebellious, naive way of thinking. But at the same time, the moral side of Subaru felt like she was right. Subaru also believed that the less people died, the better. Not to mention his friends, it would even be better for his enemies to die less. However, that way of thinking was only limited to cases where the other person deserved mercy. He has caused so much misfortune for so many people, and has continued to torment everyone until this day. Do you still think we shouldn't kill a guy like that, Anastasia? When it's the right time to kill someone, kill them. When I need to make a decision, and the situation is critical, I will dirty my hands. But it ain't right to leave it to impulse. I think you're that kind of guy, Natsuki. That kind of thing is. Because of that, you can shed tears for someone else who's been lost. Rather than a heartless Natsuki who doesn't shed blood nor tears, I would prefer to get along with that kind of you forever. Anastasia ran her fingers across her cheek and pointed out Subaru's tears. Instantly, Subaru lowered his gaze, the wound in his heart due to losing shoulder aching. Anastasia's statement had been mean, but it was, without a doubt, quite effective. Subaru, I also share the same opinion as Anastasia. Taking the sleeping Rem and Julius into account, I really want to hurry up and resolve things, but no need to worry about me, at least. Having gotten to this point, doing what is right is far more important than making hasty decisions. This also concerns my younger brother, after all. They were on the brink of recovering Joshua's memories, who had been left in Prestella, and Julius was extremely cautious. But as has already been mentioned above, that was the correct choice. In order to make up for their pain and sense of loss, he was eager to get results. That was probably how Subaru felt right now. Let's summarize it then. Anna and Julius' opinion is that we should move Roy Alford, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, to the royal capital to find a way to save the victims of his authority. He will not be pardoned after that either. He shouldn't be able to escape capital punishment. There are limits to how much they can pardon on the grounds of age. That's how it may end up in the end. After seeing Subaru unclenching his fist, Echidna and Anastasia got the story in order. Emilia had no objections to the treatment of Alfred. He would be taken to the royal capital in a sealed state, so in a sense he would be in the same position as Sirius, who had been taken there not too long ago. Do you also think this'll be all right, Emilia? Yeah, I also really want to properly remember the people who have been forgotten. When Anastasia asked her that to confirm her intentions, Emilia lifted her head and answered in a dignified manner. Subaru couldn't form a rebuttal to her words, feeling somewhat hopeful and bitter at the same time, and then turned away from the Sin Archbishop in the dragon carriage and suddenly fell to his knees. Ha! Subaru. Ah, geez, I knew you were going too far, in fact. It's only natural for you to become like this when you've been in a bad mood for so long, I suppose. Subaru's head felt heavy, his vision was unclear, and she was supporting his shoulders whilst yelling angrily at him. Her adorable voice rang in his head, and he realized he had consuming more energy than he thought. Wouldn't it be natural for her to say, "It's a natural result"? He had died many times when he had amnesia, died many times afterwards, came face to face with himself in order to recover his memories, fought against the 5 obstacles that plagued the tower when he woke up, used his authority to take on the burdens of his friends in battle, and lost Shola at the end of it all. He had exhausted his mind and body well past their limits. He had only been there for a few days, but felt like he had spent more than 5 years in the tower. Ah, aye, Subaru, relax. Everything is going to be all right. Can you be good now and rest for a little while? Let's talk about it when you wake up. I have a lot I want to say to you too. Subaru, who was exhausted and unable to move an inch, was being hugged from the front by Emilia. Her soft touch and sweet scent, which would normally cause his body to stiffen, were as effective as a powerful drug for him now, causing his consciousness to quickly descend into darkness. If I die now in the darkness, would I go back to an earlier point where I was running around the tower trying to find a way to save Shola? He wondered. But that was impossible. He half understood it would be impossible, but he couldn't help but hope for it. Slowly, Subaru's consciousness was swallowed up by the darkness. Heave-ho! Lifting up Subaru's unconscious body, Emilia sighed. Subaru's eyes were shut tight and was breathing laborious breaths, testaments of how hard he worked to solve the problems in the watchtower. It showed just how desperate Subaru was to save Emilia and the others. When he rushed to her side when Bait and Katos took her name and was forgotten by everyone, she was so happy. She wanted to tell him that. She hoped Subaru would not blame himself too much. He was not responsible for what happened to Shola. It was Emilia's and everyone else's responsibility, but to be more precise, I think her master, Flugel, was a really bad person. He was the one who pushed the achievements of the sage onto Shola, and binding her to the Pleiades watchtower was responsible for putting her to sleep. Even if he was one of the 3 heroes who saved the world, since he made Subaru cry and Shola sad, he was just a villain in Emilia's mind. Of course, since she would never have a chance to talk to him, there was no one who could relieve her of this feeling of frustration. He looks like he's really fatigued. But it ain't a big problem. He will recover if he rests. That's it. Why don't we go to that green room? Yeah, Ram and the others are there too. Weren't you looking after Rem when she came to help me, Anastasia? That's an exaggerated story, right? Once I recovered myself, I just saw off Julius, who was going to help Natsuki, and Ram, who was going to help out Emilia. I'm afraid to say that Rem hasn't shown any changes at all. I see. Thinking of Ram, Rem, and Patrash waiting in the green room, Emilia wrinkled her finely shaped eyebrows. The slaying of Bait and Katos was, in a sense, done as revenge for Rem, who had been bereaved of her name and memories. However, the only thing that mattered was that she woke up, and since she had not done so, whether they managed to get their revenge or not was unimportant. That was at least something Ram would say without any sort of hesitation. The only thing that mattered to her was getting Rem back. I hope Roy Alford can tell us something about that too. There are too many unanswered questions about this watchtower. No, about the great library of Pleiades. An all-knowing great library. That is the claim Shola had made, in fact. She was a carefree girl, but because of that, she did not play around with words, I suppose. She said this was the great library, so there's no reason to doubt that, in fact. Was the function of the great library merely the books of the dead, or were there other functions? That is what they needed to find out. Based on that, Emilia had something to say to Beatrice and the others. Well, after taking Subaru to the green room to rest, there's a place I want to go with everyone. There is someone I'd like everyone to meet. Is it related to the first floor, I wonder? On the first floor, Emilia had broken through the last trial. This was something Beatrice and the others already knew about. The problem was that she had yet to reveal everything. Specifically, what was on the first floor? Who did she meet? What did Emilia do there? Since it was bizarre, out of this world, and difficult to express in words, it won't take long to tell you about it, but it's super complex, so how about we just meet them in person and talk about it, said Emilia, pointing far above her at the top of the watchtower. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. After being guided by Emilia to the highest floor of the Pleiades watchtower, the first floor, everyone was overwhelmed and rendered speechless by the massive dragon's greeting. Seeing the look on everyone's faces, Emilia said, "Super surprising, right?" and continued whilst craning her neck. When I got to the first floor and saw Volcanica waiting here, I was really surprised. No, hold on a second, I suppose. Hey, this isn't a problem that can be solved simply by being surprised, in fact. In front of the divine dragon covered in azure scales, Beatrice let out a panicky voice unbefitting of her appearance. She was swinging her hands up and down as if she were completely restless. However, she was not the only one who was in a shocked state. This is woo-woo. Something has appeared that not even I could be anticipated. What's going on here? Didn't you say that Mr. Divine Dragon was beyond the great waterfall? That should be the case. According to the prophecy from the Dragon History Stone, in the same year that the royal selection comes to an end, he will renew the covenant with the one who becomes the ruler of Lugunica, Anna. Next to Julius, who had been rendered speechless, the calm Anastasia could barely hide her cold sweat. Around her neck, the sound of Echidna's voice was also slightly hoarse. However, after being late in reacting to the lady's response, Julius fixed his posture and said, "Excuse me, O great divine dragon who defends our kingdom. We deeply apologize for our rudeness in the presence of your esteemed self, great Volcanica, the bearer of the covenant who has kept it for so long and given us much aid. Although it is like this, it is such an honor to meet you. I am Julius Juculius, a member of the royal guard of the kingdom of Lugunica. I've made sure to keep many of your treasured tales in mind." Julius, who had kneeled down and bowed, removed his sword from his waist and placed it on the ground next to him as a form of the utmost respect. And so, as a knight who served the Dragon Kingdom, he showed the greatest courtesy to the divine dragon. Then, narrowing his golden eyes, Volcanica said, "I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, the will of the who hath reached the top shall be questioned. My life, my faith, have all been dedicated to Lady Anastasia Harshen. The one who will be the next ruler and forge the next covenant will surely be Lady Anastasia. Coo, Julius, are you crying?" Julius, who was on his knees helplessly shedding tears, disturbed Anastasia. Wiping his tears away with the back of his hand, he said, "My apologies. Not only did I become acquainted with one of the three heroes, Reed, but I was also able to meet the divine dragon, Volcanica. As a knight of the kingdom of Lugunica, I could not be any more honored. This tower, what in the world is it?" Julius' voice trembled due to experiencing something awe-inspiring. With a tinge of remorse, as if she were ruining his special moment, Emilia started to say about that. "Julius, I'm really hesitant to tell you this because you're so happy, but my apologies, Lady Emilia. Disregarding you and Lady Anastasia, I attempted to talk with the divine dragon without permission. Don't worry about it. It's just that, Volcanica is." Trying to explain things to Julius without hurting him, Emilia struggled to find the right words to say. Then, coming from above her head, "Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner." Wait a second. This line, I feel like I just heard it earlier. Hearing him repeat those words, Anastasia was the first to become suspicious. However, that same feeling spread to the others too, saying that was a natural thing to do, and everyone immediately noticed the change in Volcanica, who continued to repeat the same words over and over again. And although that's Volcanica, he's been waiting here for so long that he became a bit senile. Since his body is still full of energy, he's a bit of a rowdy one, though. Volcanica, who had a pretty bad case of dementia, still had the true power of a dragon, but over the course of a long period his mind became damaged. Perhaps because of the trial of the first floor, the divine dragon exerted a great amount of energy to stop Emilia from getting up the pillar. But once Emilia had reached the monolith, he judged that she had passed the trial and returned to his original position. Moreover, although the trial had ended, he still continued to talk about the trial. "The great divine dragon is senile. Julius, calm down. Come on, you're a little tired, aren't you? Why don't you sit down?" Julius was extremely shocked by Emilia's words. After Reed, the second legend he encountered also differed from the stories he'd heard about them, causing his knees to tremble. Emilia also didn't want to disappoint Julius, whose eyes sparkled, and somehow felt a dull pain in her chest. "But Emilia, that's probably not the case, I suppose. This isn't some kind of dementia, in fact. Hey, Echidna, I'm sure you can feel it too, I suppose. This isn't dementia." "Ah, yes. I wasn't sure at first, but I feel it now. This isn't the wearing down of the mind, but the emptiness of the spirit." Emptiness of the spirit. Emilia was puzzled by the mutually understandable conversation going on between the artificial spirits Echidna and Beatrice. With surprised expressions on the faces of Julius and Anastasia, Beatrice held out her finger and said, "It's simple, in fact. His spirit is empty." That is to say, his spirit is not within him, I suppose. As a result, he is limited in what he can say and respond with, in fact. Just think of it as him being 90% asleep, I suppose. 90%. But he was super strong, though. If his spirit were there, it would have been incomparable. Echidna's tone implied that she had been lucky to survive, making Emilia shudder in response. Emilia had just barely survived the desperate battle with the help of her ice soldiers. Surprisingly, that had just been akin to fighting with a half-asleep Volcanica. Although being half-asleep and being senile were similar, they were completely different in nature. But even if his spirit isn't there, he still has the body of the divine dragon, I suppose. If that's the case, then there may be a way to help the people of Prestella, in fact. A way to help everyone. How can we do that? I see. We can get the blood of a dragon from the divine dragon. Anastasia snapped her fingers, and Beatrice nodded at her words. Also hearing that, Emilia widened her eyes and let out an ah. The source of all of the tales that had been passed down in the kingdom of Lugunica was none other than the blood of the divine dragon, Volcanica. It had been said that a dragon's blood was a miracle elixir that could revive a barren land, ensure a bountiful harvest, and heal all illnesses and injuries. To put it simply, many remarkable effects of it had been recorded. And not to mention anything else. Dragon's blood was an element that Emilia could not ignore. If I get the blood from Volcanica. The reason why Emilia was participating in the royal selection was to obtain the dragon's blood kept in the kingdom of Lugunica and use it to thaw the frozen soil of the great Ilior forest. Emilia was determined to participate in the royal selection in order to liberate her people, who had been frozen in that forest because of her power going wild. The realization that her main purpose in participating in it had a possibility of being achieved suddenly hit her. It made Emilia tense up and hold her breath. If Volcanica's blood could be obtained here, then Emilia would no longer have a reason to ascend the throne. I. Emilia, I'm sorry to have confused you, I suppose. The blood that you are thinking about is not the same blood of this Volcanica, in fact. That's why you won't be able to achieve that, I suppose, said Beatrice to Emilia, who was about to lose her reason for participating in the royal selection. Emilia then looked at her with rounded eyes and said, "Huh, what do you mean I won't be able to achieve that? I've studied really hard, you know. In order to melt the ice in the forest, I need the dragon's blood in the royal castle. So, there's nothing wrong with that idea, I suppose." However, as I stated earlier, the blood in Lugunica's royal castle and the blood of this Volcanica are strictly speaking not the same. The dragon's blood in the royal castle is the blood that spilled from the last beat of a dying dragon's heart, I suppose. The last drop of blood from the heart. Hearing things she had never heard before, Emilia frowned, scrunching up her finely shaped eyebrows. Beatrice gently nodded, and then Julius raised his hand and said, "May I ask a question?" Julius, who seemed to have just barely recovered from the shock of hearing about the existence or non-existence of the divine dragon's spirit, looked up at the divine dragon, whose responses remained unchanged. "Excuse me, Lady Beatrice, but what do you mean by what you just said? I am also a knight belonging to the royal guard of the kingdom of Lugunica. My ears pick up many things regarding the kingdom. However, the thing you just said." As its heart beat one last time, the blood from its heart was poured into a container. That blood, as the true blood of a dragon, was entrusted to the royal castle in order to serve as proof of the covenant between man and dragon. It's no surprise that you do not know this, in fact. The words I said just now came from a book that had been sealed within the forbidden library. There is no longer any trace of its existence in the outside world, for it was an account left by the Witch of Greed, Echidna, I suppose. After hearing Beatrice's response, Julius gasped, his eyes widening. As a knight of the kingdom, he didn't even know about that, but if it came from Beatrice, he couldn't consider it a lie. And if it was the truth, then which dragon's blood is the dragon's blood being kept in the royal capital, Lugunica, the last beating of the heart would mean? It'd be strange if the dragon who left the blood didn't die. In that case, it wouldn't make sense for it to have come from the empty-headed Mr. Divine Dragon. Julius and Anastasia voiced their doubts, but they were also justified in doing so. If the dragon's blood came from the last beat of its heart, then it would not belong to Volcanica. Also, if it was still the blood of a great power. Unfortunately, it wasn't mentioned in the book, in fact. That person is always doing things half-heartedly. From what I can tell, that witch of greed is the biggest reason why Natsuki is so cold to me, right? Because of that, he doesn't have a good impression of me, and now that impression is only getting amplified. Don't speak ill of mother, I suppose. Mind your words, in fact. Don't fight like that, you two. But Uramum. After scolding the two of them who were getting heated with each other because of having a difference of opinion regarding Echidna, Emilia silently lowered her head. When Emilia first heard that Volcanica's blood was different from the dragon's blood in the royal castle, she was surprised, and yet at the same time she was relieved. Such a thing is suo strange. Emilia's main goal was to help everyone in the forest. This goal remained unchanged even today. Therefore, if she were able to obtain Volcanica's blood here and use it as a solution, it would be possible to liberate everyone in the Great Ilior forest using it. However, while she wanted to do so, she was hesitant. If she used another means to melt the permafrost plaguing the Great Ilior forest, would she step off the stage and stop participating in the royal selection? Emilia's concerns aside, if Beatrice's words are true, can anything be done with Mr. Volcanica's blood? There's a high possibility of it being a disappointment, right? Whether he's become useless, senile, or lost his spirit, he's still a divine dragon, I suppose. So his blood must be quite powerful as well. It's just that. It wouldn't be enough to melt everyone's ice, right? In response to Emilia's question, Beatrice gave her an apologetic look and nodded her head. Gazing at the appearance of Beatrice, who looked more sad than herself, Emilia relaxed her lips, looked up and said, "It's okay." That fact is pretty disappointing, but since it was something that happened so suddenly, I was so surprised that I didn't realize it. So, it's not a big deal. I'm sorry, I suppose. I should have told you about it, in fact. I didn't expect the divine dragon to be in a place like this, I suppose. It's truly regrettable. That's right. He's such a troublemaker. Beatrice's face sunk in a way that didn't suit her, and Emilia puffed up her chest. To be honest, she really did feel disappointed. However, what she had said to Beatrice was the truth. Rather, it felt as if she had been told she could not take shortcuts or cheat. Then, let's get back to the question at hand. If the blood of the divine dragon is used, there is a possibility of restoring those in Prestella who have had their appearances changed due to lust's authority. As Beatrice stated, even if he does not have a spirit, the blood itself should still contain great power. It has been said that a single drop of the castle's dragon's blood could revitalize a wasteland. It's a powerful medicine, ain't it? Therefore, it would be essential to dilute it thousands of times. But it's a pretty big improvement compared to having nothing at all. If the stories about it being a miracle medicine are true, then it's worth giving it a shot. After hearing the conversation going on between Echidna, Anastasia, and Julius, Emilia once again felt hopeful. They had crossed the Ogria sand dunes in order to help those who had suffered misfortune. If they could find a way to solve the problems caused by lust and gluttony, that would be best. Otherwise, there would be no way to reward Subaru for all of the damage he had suffered. I'm so selfish like this. It was very selfish of her to want to make Shola's sacrifice have meaning. She'd spent a long time in this tower, following her own thoughts and desires. It had been Shola herself who'd made it meaningful, not Emilia. I got it. I'll go and ask Volcanica about it, but he may not understand me at all and go on a rampage if I try to take his blood. Don't you ever get tired of hearing that, I suppose? Emilia, as the new administrator of the Pleiades Watchtower, you have authority over it now, in fact. Can you do something with it, I wonder? The administrator's authority. I still don't have any awareness of that, like at all. The mystery of the third floor had been solved. She had broken through Reed on the second floor and expressed her will to Volcanica on the first floor. Based on these conditions alone, Emilia had indeed captured the watchtower. However, if she were to say whether or not she could see any obvious changes, the answer would be no. What she could vaguely perceive now was, the sand dunes leading to the watchtower will no longer reject anyone. I think, is this the choice you made, Emilia? Isn't that kind of statement quite risky, since books of the dead are troublesome things? We may face dangerous situations sometimes, but I think we can handle it if we are careful and use them properly. I think there are still lots of things that can't be decided on our own. For Emilia and the others, it would be too difficult to draw any conclusions about the tower since they were too few in number. For better or worse, she and the others didn't have the power to do anything about it. Therefore, it would be best to let more capable people figure it out. That's what I think. Do you not agree with it? I feel like you're putting a little too much hope in others, but this is the conclusion you came to. If Anna and Julius don't object to it, then neither will I. Thank you, Echidna. Emilia thanked Echidna, who had been the first to agree with her like this. Anastasia also spoke up with a got it, got it. I don't object to it either. Actually, even if we made an effort to hide it, it would be difficult to make the most of it. If that's the case, it'd be best to share what we found after trekking all the way here. There's the issue of gluttony, and we might be able to bring the dragon's blood back too. We should not be vile, nor expect too much. The most important thing is that it was Lady Emilia who reached the top of the tower. We should respect her wishes. Anastasia, Julius, thank you. After receiving the two's agreement, Emilia thanked them with a smile. Then she finally looked back at Beatrice, who had yet to express her opinion on the matter. How about you, Beatrice? Do you think this is too irresponsible? If you are talking about being responsible or irresponsible, abandoning this place without investigating it is the most irresponsible thing we could do, I suppose. Betty does not object, in fact. I am also personally interested in this. Awesome. Emilia placed her hand on her chest, relieved that one of her closest companions did not disagree with her. Okay, next up is the issue of the blood. The easiest way to go about it is to take Volcanica with us. I think that'll cause a lot of problems. It was true that Volcanica was rather large, and if they took him back with them, there was a possibility that he would bump into a lot of things. However, since he could fly, he could just fly in the air when they entered a street and not have to worry about him bumping into anything. Volcanica, can you come with us? Or if you have to stay here, I'd like for you to share some of your blood with me. Volcanica. Half expecting something to happen, half giving up, thinking that Volcanica would only repeat the lines from the trial, Emilia frowned at his present reaction. Volcanica, the divine dragon, who had returned to his original position on the first floor and was leaning against the central pillar, slowly raised his head and turned his gaze outside of the tower. He neither responded to Emilia and the others, nor did he show any sort of aggression. Emilia, at least, felt like his behavior was rather peculiar. And at the same time, what? Feeling as if a cold finger had traced along the entirety of her back, Emilia quickly turned her gaze in the direction of the cause of that chilly feeling, the direction of Volcanica's gaze, east of the tower. East of the tower, past the end of the sea of sand, was the great waterfall at the world's edge. No, what existed there was the great waterfall, as well as a special place. That was MMMMM. Feeling something rough gently brushing against his face, Subaru opened his eyes whilst groaning. His vision was blurred, and after blinking a few times, a clear outline appeared, and what came into view was the cause of that rough sensation. Patrash had been licking his face with her red tongue. Is that you, Patrash? Sorry for making you worry. You risked your life again, didn't you? Sorry for always making things hard for you. Relaxing his lips, Subaru gently put his hand on his beloved Earth Dragon's worried face and began stroking it. This jet-black Earth Dragon had always saved him when he was in tough spots, not to mention her kindness for saving him when he had amnesia, but the things Patrash had done in this past week were also of great importance. To put it simply, if Patrash hadn't been here, Rem might have died. Bringing this girl back home is probably the greatest accomplishment of Barusu's life. Even if it's true, don't diss me like that. I took Biko out and got Emiliatan's insignia back too. Although Roswell was involved with both of those, you know. As a matter of fact, Roswell had nothing to do with Beatrice's problem, but he dared to say it since it would get under her skin. And as expected, he heard Ram, TCH, with her tongue in disgust. Ram was leaning against the wall of the green room with her arms wrapped around herself. Subaru painfully narrowed his eyes and looked at her bruised body. It was clear that the battle against lie-baiting Katos had been an intense one. Since Meili had been injured in the middle of their battle, the amount of burden Subaru could shoulder had been reduced, which was one of the reasons why she had to fight such a hard battle in the first place. Not sure of what to say, Subaru opened his mouth to apologize. Hey, Ram, it was my fault that you got hurt like this. Blug, don't speak such stupid words. Barusu being responsible for Ram's injuries. There is no place in Ram's life where Barusu has any such role. How repulsive. What's repulsive is talking like that. Stuffing grass into a person's mouth is even worse. Subaru protested as he pulled the lump of ivy that had been shoved into his mouth, his eyes watering due to the grassy odor. Hearing that, Ram responded with an unapologetic ha. At the argument going on between Ram and Subaru, the sound of giggling could be heard. You two look like such close friends. It's like watching two siblings, said Maylie, who'd spread her legs out on the grass mattress covering the floor, the mini crimson scorpion perched on her head. Ram's face scowled at her, giggling with an easy-to-understand expression. Barusu is my little brother. For argument's sake, let's assume it's true, but even if we weren't related by blood, the Oni village would cull a useless little brother like him. Is the Oni village really Sosfa? I'm glad I wasn't born as an Oni. That was just a joke, but it's just that Ram could not stand the horror and would have you culled. Don't make it more complicated by doubling up on your assumptions. Spit flying, Subaru shouted that at Ram, who was acting like she usually did. Having said that, he could now see that it was just her roundabout way of showing consideration for him. She'd said that the cause of her injuries was not due to his decision, after all. It was difficult for him to presume upon that consideration. But if he were stubborn and insisted that he was the one responsible, he would instead incur Ram's ire. You're such a troublesome girl, big sis. After Maylie's presumptuous remark just now, kindly stop calling Ram big sis. It would be troublesome if someone we met for the first time had a misunderstanding. Getting the usual cold reply and the Ram experience, Subaru looked around the room at everyone in the green room. There was Subaru and Patrash, and Ram and Maylie along with the mini crimson scorpion, and at the back of the room was the sleeping beauty lying on a bed. Rem, is she not awake? I regret to say this, but I beheaded that hateful, rude person. Lady Emiliustov seems to have returned because of that. Julia Stuff hasn't returned, and neither has Rems. Is there anything we're missing? Pressing his fist firmly into his palm, Subaru chewed on his bitter feelings. He had once again confirmed the matter he had spoken about to Emilia and the others about before losing consciousness. In the end, they would need talk to those guys directly and wring the information out of them in order to completely eradicate the damage caused by gluttony. Are the ones here based on the severity of the injuries? Where are Emiliatan and the others? If it's Big Sister and Beatrice, they said they were going up there to meet Summoning. Way up on the first floor, way up there. Who might be up there? Big Sister Ram must know, Riite. It's nothing to be concerned with. However, there is a large, senile old man there. The senile old man at the top of the watchtower is definitely an importante character. Hearing that there was a new character, Subaru wrinkled his eyebrows. Who was the senile old man that Ram was talking about? Or if they were an overseer like Reed on the second floor, then it couldn't be Flugel, right? Barusu. If Flugel is the one who is up there, I'll never forgive him. I have enough to say to that guy to fill a whole mountain. If he isn't there, then Shola. Barusu, please calm down. Calm down, Ram, you that kind of thing, Shola she. The cheek of the vigorous and rash Subaru was slapped while he was trying to determine the true identity of the old man on the top floor of the tower, causing him to put strength into his knees. The cause was the palm of Ram, who had moved in on him. With his face having been slapped, Subaru widened his eyes and looked at Ram with a dumbfounded expression. Don't use Shola as a crutch because of your own powerlessness. I heard about Shola. She was obnoxious and unmannered, and the eyes that admired Barusu were rotten. But she wasn't so bad that she deserved to disappear. As she spoke, Ram gently placed her hand on Subaru's struck cheek. It was hot, but her palm was cold. While absorbing the heat, Ram continued her words to the speechless Subaru. If you can't accept it, then, rather than getting angry, just cry. Shola would be happier if you cried out, I miss you, rather than using her as a reason for your anger. Ram is the same way. Ram, I still believe you are mixing up someone you should strongly care for with someone else. After getting one last word in, Ram flicked Subaru's forehead with her finger. That painless force made Subaru fall onto his butt, and as he placed his hand on his forehead, said, my bad. If Subaru calmed down, Flugel being on the first floor could just be called his own desire, or even something like paranoia. But for argument's sake, if Flugel really was there. Before Barusu could do anything, Lady Emilia and I would beat him until he was on the cusp of death. I can see you doing that, but not Emilia-tan. When thinking of Schola, the amount of anger directed at Flugel was by no means small, and everyone in the tower naturally shared that feeling. With Ram's affirmation, Subaru let out a long exhale. In that case, he was curious about who the senile old man on the first floor was. Let's put that aside for now. If we assume that the senile old man can be helpful in some way, then we should ask him about the victims of the sin archbishop of lust, not gluttony. That's a pretty big thing to talk about. Ram clearly had her priorities straight at this point. Being able to advocate for such a thing without hesitation was one of Ram's fine qualities. Subaru could also resonate with her ideas to a certain extent. The prospect of being able to save the victims of lust was attractive, but did Big Sister Ram have something else in mind when you said that? However, Meili had said that right next to Subaru's face, who was on guard. She poked the mini crimson scorpion on her head with her finger and said, "Didn't you say this before? The effects of gluttony have something to do with time or something like that." What a loose-lipped girl. In that case, it will be necessary to discipline you properly once we return home. Oh, so scary. Meili held her head and stuck out her tiny tongue. Above her head, the mini crimson scorpion aimed its pincers and stinger at Ram, as if trying to protect her. However, under Ram's icy gaze, it quickly shrunk into a little ball. He could sense a part of her previous self in that flustered behavior. Ram, that hypothesis is, what's it about? It doesn't amount to much. However, it's been said that gluttony eats other people's memories, correct? If they are truly treated like food, I believe that time will affect the rate of digestion. Digestion. Lady Emilia's came back a few hours after it was taken away. If so, then what about the other victims such as Julius the Knight, the people of Prestella, and Rem? Ah! After hearing the hypothetical statement of Ram, whose finger was raised, Subaru's eyes widened due to how uncomplicated it was. Just as she said, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony had equated the stealing of names and memories to eating. If that were more than just a superficial expression, then he could find her hypothesis to be satisfactory. It took time for the names and memories that were stolen away to be digested. Then, the reason why Emilia's name came back but nothing else did was because there's no way has everything already been digested. I'm not sure. There's a possibility that it might just take time for them to come back. If that's the case, then there is hope. The memories of Julius, the other victims, and Rem will hopefully come back too. Not knowing whether it was good or bad, Ram made the above explanation. Subaru knew what she was thinking as well. This was a question that could not be answered immediately. However, now that Batenkados had been slain and Alfred had been captured, Subaru had another big thing to worry about. No, it was something that had come up once again. Louis Arneb. He had come across her, the final gluttony, in the corridor of memories by chance, and then left her there. Was that young girl, who did not possess her own body, and took over the bodies of her two brothers as well as Natsuki Subaru's in order to commit evil deeds, really the object of a witch factor? Her abilities were not inferior to those of gluttony. However, if the life of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was needed to undo the damage caused by their authority, how could he defeat Louis, who was in that place? In the first place, does the concept of dying exist in that place or not? In that place, a spirit-like body took the place of a physical one. He may be able to emulate an idea from manga and games and apply it to kill a spirit, but would that be enough to release a witch factor? Whether it was that place or Louis who remained there, nothing about them was clear. Moreover, even if an answer could be garnered, when Julius defeated Reed, Reed's role in the trial was terminated. If that's the case, then wouldn't Reed go back into his blank book of the dead? Subaru had managed to go to the place, known as the Corridor of Memories, within the cradle of Ard Laguna. And the reason why he had managed to do so was because of an empty book of the dead that just happened to lead to that place. Since the soul of Reed Astrea had been used in the trial, there had been a gap in his book of the dead, which was connected to the Corridor of Memories. If that was no longer there, Natsuki Subaru may have missed the opportunity to defeat Louis Arneb. Subaru had thought a lot about it, and he needed to confirm the possibility that Reed's Book of the Dead was still blank. Not only that, But he also had a way to challenge his own book of the dead. This was a trump card that connected him to the corridor of memories. Although he would have to go through the hell of watching himself die again, it was better than closing himself off to other possibilities. He thought it would be much better for him to do so. Instead of giving up because I've made irreversible mistakes. Such a fool. Big sis. If you have the leisure to worry about such frivolous things, then it would be much better for you to rest your mind and body so you can think properly. Barusu was not the only one who failed to choose the most excellent answer in this tower. Shaking her head, Ram gently touched her forehead. Remaining there where her horn previously came from was a slim scar. After doing so, she stretched out that same finger towards Rem, who was on the bed. She then lovingly caressed her sister's forehead and said, "For the purpose of defeating the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, I borrowed Rem's power. Though I achieved victory in the end, it came at a cost. This girl must have paid a heavy burden, right? Heavy burden. If it were Barusu, and I did the thing where I activated my horn, Barusu's body would probably explode from the inside out." Subaru, who had taken on Ram's usual burdens before, knew very well that these were not exaggerated words. The simple acts of breathing and moving conservatively made Ram experience the taste of hell. That kind of her was the real deal. What sort of recoil would he get from it? It would be no exaggeration to say that had Subaru taken it on, a part of his body would suffer from so much damage that it would never be able to recover. After Ram told him that she made Rem take on her burdens, she closed her eyes, revealing her long eyelashes. However, she said, "Makes sense," and then continued, "Because of this, Rem might feel resentment towards me when she wakes up. However, I will not regret it. Ram is Rem's sister. That fact will never change, even if this girl resents or hates Ram. Then, so that things might get better, we can only rely on each other. Rem won't hate you. Yes, I'm sure you're right. She's a very smart girl, and my amazing little sister." Like this, Ram smiled, brimming with confidence, and looked at Subaru with her pale crimson eyes. Though she had no memories of her little sister except through Subaru, since she came to love her, she no longer doubted her feelings. Instead of lamenting about the past, it was better to forge a better future. Saying these words to me really hits me where it hurts, you know. Unbeknownst to Ram, Subaru had gone through several loops to change the past. For Ram, who was an extremely positive thinker, it wouldn't be too much to describe Subaru's using of return by death as being an extremely regressive form of thinking. Return by death, which changed what had already occurred, was always used because of regretting the past. In the end, it's better not to use it, huh? Subaru once again loosened his tightly clenched fist, smiling bitterly. He admitted that he used return by death in order to seize a better future where everyone could laugh together. Based on that, he also knew he should not indulge himself too much in the use of return by death itself. In this tower, Subaru had seen the shedding of so many tears and heard many voices full of regret. "Although I'm not sure, but you look to be a bit betterer." Seeing the change in Subaru's expression, Meili whispered that whilst sitting on the floor. She was sitting in a PE sitting posture, and while stroking her three-strand braid, said, "Big sister, Emilia, and big sister Ram can do it, but I'd be in trouble if you felt down since I can't cheer you up, so please don't feel down. You promised me you'd show me how much I could depend on you to get things done, right?" Oh, there was that promise as well. Ah well, I'll definitely keep it this time. Gazing at Meili and the mini crimson scorpion on her head, Subaru nodded his head vigorously. To the side, Patrash nuzzled her head against his cheek, as if supporting his determination. Though her scaly body was tough, since he had gotten used to it, he could rub his cheeks against it without feeling uncomfortable. Subaru returned that show of affection with affection of his own, and then stood up. Although he had consumed so much energy before that he collapsed earlier, he seemed to have more or less recovered his lost strength. The spirit of the green room had a variety of healing methods at its disposal. If I think about it, whether it be Giant who joined the big battle or the spirit in this room, I don't know how to thank them enough for everything they've done. Shola had explained that although the green room was used as a recovery room, there was a spirit here originally that was fond of treating the injuries of those who entered the room. It did not have a physical form, nor was it possible to converse with the spirit. but its intention for healing others was crystal clear. Subaru and the others had been healed time after time by this room as they constantly attempted to capture the tower. It was for that reason that, after arriving at the watchtower, Rem had been left in this room. Well, I didn't let her stay here just 'cause I wanted her to hang around. The spirit, then. Barusu. No, it'd be a waste to say it. Why don't we force it to come out by using Julius, divine protection of gathering spirits? I know what you're trying to say, but it won't work on me since my strong point is that I can put my life on the line for Biko. Anyways, I wonder if we can talk to it with the added effect of Julius, divine protection. The divine protection of gathering spirits was simply a divine protection that made it easier for him to be liked by spirits. Under that effect, he had contracted with his 6 quasi-spirits. No, La and the others, who'd been elevated into spirits. If he could use that effect to converse with the spirit of the green room, it would open up a world of possibilities. The spirit has been in the tower for as long as Shola, if not longer. That nameless being might be able to help solve the mysteries in the watchtower. While Subaru was immersed in his thoughts, a small breath suddenly flowed into the room. Ram, what's the matter? I sense something strange. This is. Ram uttered an unusual premonition in that moment. Hick! Ha! A phenomenon suddenly occurred in the middle of the green room. Light spilled out, shocking Subaru and the others. In response to that, their bodies suddenly stiffened, and Subaru and Ram gravitated over to where Rem was. Meili and Patrash also seemed to be wary of it and slowly moved away from the light. What's happening? I don't know. In any case, do not leave us, no matter what happens. Subaru shielded the flurried Meili behind him, his warning words having been interrupted. The reason was because the light in the room suddenly became brighter, which captured his attention. And while covering his eyes with his hands, he carefully gazed in the direction of the light. He could see that the light, which was currently strong, was gradually becoming weaker, and then it disappeared. When he wasn't sure whether or not he should be relieved or cautious, that appeared in front of Subaru's eyes. Ha! Subaru wasn't sure what it meant when that appeared right in front of his eyes in the spot where the light disappeared. He became speechless, then stunned, and then speechless once more. A girl. Next to Subaru, seeing the same thing as him, was Ram, who'd muttered that in surprise. That observation was correct. However, between him and her, she did not have the same knowledge of the girl that Subaru did. Subaru knew the name of that girl. The name of the girl lying on the floor of the green room was Louis Arneb. Louis Arneb, the girl who appeared in the middle of the room along with the light. Subaru was speechless when the youngest sister of the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony, trio known as Satiation, and was not supposed to have a physical form, appeared in reality like that. However, the nearby Ram did not fail to pick up on his words. Louis Arneb, the name of the last Gluttony, isn't it? Subaru had yet to tell Ram the details about his encounter with Louis through the Book of the Dead during this loop. He'd only mentioned that he'd had contact with her. Ram had a very good memory indeed. Now faced with this question, Subaru was a bit disturbed. That's right. She's the last one of the Gluttonies. Louis Arneb, the little sister of Baton Catos and Alfred. It appears that she is unconscious. Based on what Ram had said, Subaru calmly observed Louis and determined that she was indeed asleep. Well, he could say that, but he wasn't exactly sure if that was the case. How in the world could Louis, who didn't even have a physical body, appear here like this? He could not imagine that she, who was ever so terrified of and despaired because of Subaru's return by death ability, would somehow reinvigorate herself within a few hours and come back to challenge him again. The thing known as death was something that left a deep wound in a person's heart. I can't make any progress even after thinking about it. Meili, go get Emiliatan and the others. Ram and I will watch her. Really, you're such a slave driver. Don't let yourself die easily. K. Gradually moving backwards, Meili moved towards the entrance of the green room. Subaru heard her admonishments and gave her a thumbs up before she left. He saw the mini crimson scorpion above her head put up its pincers as if imitating her before she quickly turned around and went to go get Emilia and the others. And then, in the room where Subaru and Ram remained, I don't think anything will happen, but in any case, should we tie her up with ivy? I'd rather not provoke them. Barusu, have you noticed it yet? What? When he was trying to discuss the treatment of Louis with her, Ram grabbed his shoulder and asked him that, Not seeming to understand the purpose of her question, he cocked his head. So Ram pointed at the ceiling of the green room with her chin. No, the entire room. The healing effects of the room have disappeared. The spirit is gone. Ah, that's a joke, right? It's not a joke. Barusu, even I will be able to feel it if you concentrate. There is an emptiness in this place. Subaru looked around the room, spurred on by Ram's statement. Even if he was told to concentrate, the way Subaru felt the presence of a spirit was by picking them up, kissing their face, sleeping together, and so on. He's not sure about other ways of doing it. However, just as Ram had said, he could no longer feel the gentle power that had previously wrapped around his entire body. It seemed that something had indeed happened, for the spirit in the green room was no longer there. If that is so, then perhaps it has something to do with the Sin Archbishop. Subaru could not deny Ram's conjecture. He also had a similar thought. The spirit in the green room had disappeared and been replaced by Louis Arneb. Then, perhaps. Anyways, it's best not to jump to any conclusions. We should wait for Lady Amelia and Lady Beatrice to return. Once Lady Amelia and the others come back, we can continue our discussion on what to do with Louis. He thought that that was what Ram was about to say. However, she did not continue her words. One step ahead of her, the blackness that led to the demise of all had assaulted the Pleiades watchtower. Hick! A huge explosion went off at their feet, letting off a bang, causing Subaru and the others to get thrown into the air. Seconds afterwards, his entire body crashed into the ceiling and wall, making him let out a gah. He then turned his head to figure out what had happened. Fear permeated throughout his whole body as that vile presence drew near. In no way. In a state of disbelief, Subaru stood up, denying that foreboding feeling in his gut. But that horrible chill grew stronger and stronger, making his suspicions more and more real. Patrash, take Ram. Ray Ray. As he crawled along the floor, he grabbed Ram's body and threw her over to Patrash. Though she was still covered in injuries, Patrash understood his intentions and flew towards the room's entrance. Barusu, that fool. Ram resented that forceful action, but there was no time to listen to her. Subaru pushed off of the ground and sped towards Rem on the bed made of ivy. Then he carried her towards the door. Just before that, the figure of Louis, who was tumbling in the grass, passed by the edge of his vision. Hick! Ah, shit! Shit! While spewing out curses angrily, Subaru exerted as much strength as possible with his worn-out body for this maneuver. With Rem's body held in the right hand, he used his left hand to grab Louis' arm by force. Both of them were rather light. In extraordinary circumstances like this, it was possible for him to ignore the weight as he carried them. Like this, carrying both of them, he was on the verge of leaping out of the green room. A black shadow emerged through the floor of the green room, as if trying to cut Subaru off from the entrance. Indeed, it was the black shadow. The last of the 5 obstacles, the black shadow of the witch who had an obsession with Subaru, had come to the tower at a time like this. Ram! Subaru, who was screaming maniacally, tried to get Rem away from the clutches of the shadow. However, the black shadow swallowed up his vision, leaving not even a gap. Moreover, the black shadow did not stop flowing in, engulfing him from the front, the left, the right, and the back. Damn it! Even though I've made it this far. Gazing at the shadow inching closer and closer, Subaru's heart was filled with regret as he tried to find a way to escape. If he got swallowed up by the black shadow, he would lose his life and have to return by death. If he returned by death in this tower, and his respawn point had not been updated, then he would have to start over at a point when Louis was still within him. If that happened, he would be at the mercy of the Sin Archbishop in the shape of a white girl. That fear was what drove him to do his best with the attitude that this loop was his last chance. Barusu, snap out of it. Rem would cry. Ray Ray. Coming from beyond the black shadow were the desperate cries of Ram and Patrash. In response, Subaru took a deep breath, but could not utter a word. Long before that, the entirety of Natsuki Subaru had been swallowed up by the black shadow. Having been swallowed up by the immense black shadow, Subaru's consciousness slowly swirled around in the darkness. He felt as if his hands, feet, blood, flesh, and his very existence had been broken apart and turned into concepts. Consumed by endlessly powerful and vast emotions, his very existence had been overwritten. I love you. He heard a murmur in that silent and dark nothingness. That sound was, indeed, very nostalgic for him, causing Natsuki Subaru's consciousness to smile to itself. Getting used to someone saying, "I love you" to him was akin to being the knight who was loved by his six spirits. Unfortunately, Subaru didn't have a strong will like that. Even if he pushed himself to his limits, the love he could give was limited to what he could do with his own two hands and back. So the whispers of the Black Shadow just seemed like forced words to him. So, it's way too forced, you know. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Sorry, can't give you an answer to that. That phrase is like a landmine to me right now. I've never been able to grab the hand of the person who said that to me. I love you, I love you. 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 Is there no way for us to hear each other? Then hurry up and consume me. In this nothingness, there was no hope of escaping from it and living. So Natsuki Subaru would die a merciless death in the darkness. He would not grieve over it, but would accept it and turn that feeling into anger, pushing himself onwards. When I get back, the worst thing may be waiting for me. Louis, who would still have a clear head on her shoulders, might fight me again for my return by death ability. I love you. 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 But I'm not gonna lose. I won't lose. No matter how many times it takes, I'll keep fighting. This time I'll keep my promise. I love you. 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 I'll fight for tomorrow's tomorrow, no matter how many times it takes. He would no longer be overwhelmed by the repetitive I love yous. He was sorry, but the heart that could be wounded by such words had gotten worn out long ago. This kind of love could not chain Natsuki Subaru down any longer. And yet the words of love that were continuously uttered did not pay any mind to Subaru's rejection. Indeed, the words of love themselves came pouring in, coating the world in them as Natsuki Subaru was swallowed up by the darkness. I love you. 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 I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, the will of thee who hath reached the top shall be questioned. In the next instant, a pale blue light poured down from above, striking the darkness that had engulfed the world. That fierce light then swallowed up the darkness, and the color of the world changed. It changed, it changed. Subaru groaned as he felt a rough sensation moving against his face and opened his eyes. His consciousness slowly returned. And at the same time, on the other side of his open eyelids, his blurry vision gradually returned to normality, revealing an outline. Subaru had continued to feel a rough sensation on his cheek during this time. Pat rash. I got it. I'm up. I'm awake already. He wasn't sure just how tired he was. The sound coming from his throat was incredibly thin, and he wasn't sure if his intentions were being communicated properly. The other person didn't show any signs of stopping their skinship. You're being such a sweetie. I bet you could win the next heroin contest with that cuteness. Ow. Ah. Ooh. After swallowing some saliva in his dry mouth, he managed to utter a word and got a response in return. However, the answer Subaru received was different from what he was expecting, causing his face to stiffen. His cheek was being licked like mad, and gradually getting his vision back, what appeared in front of him was, woo-ah. Louis Arneb, while sitting on top of Subaru, was licking his face. NN, you were. Wah. Subaru was startled by that impossible sight, and then immediately pushed Louis, who'd been in front of him, away. Due to that action, she let out an anguished cry and rolled around on the grass. Gazing at that sight, Subaru desperately slid his butt backwards. What the hell are you doing? What are you trying to do, coming onto me like this? Woo, woo, woo. Wow, what the hell? Did I die? Subaru stared at Louis in complete shock, his voice trembling with desperation. Right in front of Subaru was Louis, lying on her back in the grass, shaking her arms and legs like a child, whining. He didn't understand what she was doing. What was the point? No, before that. Where is this place? Without taking his eyes off Louis, Subaru observed his surroundings while staying vigilant. Then, what came into his view was a lush, green prairie, as if it were a vast grassland. Flowers swayed in the wind here and there. Such a sight would be impossible to see in the Ogria sand dunes. Well, to be precise, there were also things like flower gardens there where courtesan bears lived, but this was not an artificial place, and the vegetation was definitely real. A little bit further away, Subaru could see a forest, plunging his mind into confusion. This clearly was not the Ogria sand dunes. It didn't seem to be the corridor of memories where he'd encountered Louis before, either. The grass seems pretty real. It tastes like TAPPEI grass. After pulling up some grass and checking the smell and taste of it, Subaru was certain that it was real. Then, basing it on the injuries he'd incurred and the state of his torn clothing, he confirmed that the traces from the last battle, the battle surrounding the Pleiades watchtower, had remained. That is to say that the battle had taken place, and Subaru had yet to die. He had been swallowed by the massive black shadow that had assaulted the green room and survived. That's right. Rem is. If Louis was right here in front of him, that meant that Rem, who he also had in his grasp at that time, would also be around here. Based on that idea, Subaru ignored Louis and searched around the grassland for Rem. It did not take long for him to find her soundless figure lying down in the low-cut grass. Rem, this is great. What a relief you're safe and sound. Rushing over to Rem, Subaru confirmed that she was indeed safe and then fell to the ground in relief. She also appeared to not have any external injuries. Her body temperature and slow breathing were just as they were before. This made Subaru breathe a sigh of relief and wipe away the sweat on his brow. There's nothing to worry about. Big Sis would kill me if anything happened to Rem anyways. Even if Ram didn't do anything, Subaru would go ahead and off himself since he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. While having such thoughts, Subaru uttered then again, and then looked up. Where is this place? Where's the tower at? Where are Emiliatan, Biko, and the others? Looking around, he still could not find the watchtower that was supposed to be visible in the distance. No matter where he looked, the result was the same. Emilia, Biko, Ram. Oh, wow. Even if he couldn't see them, there was a possibility that they would respond, so Subaru called out to Emilia and the others. However, his voice begat hollowness, and the only one who answered was Louis, lying in the grass. Although that fact annoyed him, it was also true that he could not ignore her presence. With no way of knowing what she was trying to do, nor with a way to deal with whatever it might be, the only one who could protect Rem was himself, so he got up so he could deal with Louis, and when he was about to get on his feet, someone gently grabbed onto his arm. Subaru, currently on one knee and about to stand up, emitted a gruff breath. Though the strength of the arm pulling on his sleeve was not much, he could not move an inch. Subaru's knees began to creak and tremble, and his whole body began to sweat. It truly was an incomprehensible urge. The entire being known as Natsuki Subaru began to shake all at once, the phenomenon making him go crazy. That was a shock that could not be described in words. That was intense emotions that could not be compared to anything else. That was, of all the great surprises he had savored in this world, it was as big as a massive wave. Slowly, her eyelids trembled and opened slightly. Beneath those eyelids were her pale blue eyes as clear as the surface of a lake. He loved her happy and cheerful eyes. He loved the twinkle in her eyes when she occasionally acted mischievously. He loved the eyes that grasped his heart when she pleaded with him. He had always yearned for that radiance. Ray. His heart thumping, his throat quivering, as if he were choking on something, unable to produce a sound. He choked up. That was indeed so. How many thoughts were swirling around in his heart at this moment. The words he'd wanted to convey to her, the things he'd wanted to talk to her about, the dreams he'd wanted to share with her, all of these had been accumulating. In pursuit of these very things, Natsuki Subaru, Ram. His lips trembling, he called out her name. Sadly, he had failed countless times trying to do just that. He wondered if he had ever clearly conveyed anything to her. Perhaps it had only been done in his own fantasies, and the most important thing was never conveyed. Out of fear, Subaru gasped out her name repeatedly. Rem, 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 Rem. Each time he called out her name, he could not stop his tears from overflowing like a flood. Each time tears flowed out of his eyes, she became blurred. Whenever she became obscured, he was afraid she would slip through his fingers once more. And so, with snot falling out like rain and desperately wiping his face with his sleeve, Subaru frantically tried to keep her face in his view. Rem blinked silently, a light shining in her eyes. Having gotten to this point, Subaru knew this was not simply an illusion being shown due to his desire. He had no doubt that this was her, Rem, and she was here. Ah! Rem appeared to be trying to say something, her lips moving weakly. Hearing only that weak sound, Subaru's heart was on the brink of breaking. He'd always talked to her sleeping face, and in order to confirm that she still had life, checked her breathing as she slept. Ushering in countless mornings and nights, Subaru had vowed to get her back. However, not once had he heard her voice in all this time. Closing his eyes, he recalled how she'd called out his name and all sorts of other scenes. But all of that belonged to the past. Today, tomorrow, he wanted to hear the voice of the new her. Now that wish had finally come true. Subaru had gotten what he'd yearned for. REM, it's fine. It's okay, so take your time. Who? She anxiously moved her lips, her mouth still closed. Honestly, he thought he should grab her a glass of water or something for her now. However, there didn't seem to be a water source available near them, and it was impossible for him to tear his eyes away from her. Just a single word. If she called out to Subaru once more. When he heard that word, he would. Ah, Rem. In silence, Rem sped up the movements of her lips, seeking out any ounce of moisture in her mouth. Moistening her tongue with the secreted saliva, Rem finally regained enough strength to open her mouth. Then, with Subaru reflected in her light blue eyes, she opened her mouth and said, "Who are you?" The sound that spun from her lips, tied together with significance, pierced into Subaru's mind. "Who are you?" Subaru knelt down, gazing at Rem's expression, holding his breath. Then, painfully exhaling the accumulated breath in his lungs, he pounded on his chest. Harder and harder, twice, thrice, talking to himself. He should have expected this possibility. The possibility that Rem might not remember him when she woke up. He had considered it. It was only natural to think of that if he took Gluttony's authority into account. There was a high possibility of her waking up without her name or memories. Indeed, it was quite likely. So it wasn't like Subaru had never considered that she'd lack memories. And of course, the shock and pain he was feeling right now wouldn't be eliminated just because of this, either. Even if that were the case, no longer would Subaru curse fate and live in despair. No longer would he live in rage. No longer would he pretend to be a tragic hero and feel sorry for himself. Most important of all, Natsuki Subaru had already been told something by her. "Please show me how awesome you can be, Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru." Gritting his teeth hard, Subaru threw away his anguished expression and pulled his cheeks up. Rubbing his face hard, he did his best to put on an act and give Rem a smile. "You may not be able to remember it for now, but you are." In the face of Rem's question, Subaru made a pause and shut his eyes tightly. Then, his black eyes reflecting in her light blue eyes, he continued, "I'm your hero. I've missed you, Rem." Saying this, for the sake of the girl he'd made an oath to, Natsuki Subaru once again took on the role of a hero. Bearing the image of a broken hero, the young boy once again gave his name for the sake of the young girl. Once again, here and now, he vowed to start a story with her from zero. Arc 7, Chapter 1, Baptism. Translated by S. Ice Hedge Archbishop Negi. Proofread by Archbishop #0097. Art sources Sindev at Jer 0 Gear. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. As soon as the plume of smoke cleared up, Ram felt a rare sense of helplessness. Ram. She opened her pale crimson eyes, straining them as she peered into the room which still had smoke hovering over it. However, even as she did so, searching for something amongst the emptiness, the ones which she was seeking were nowhere to be seen. She looked for those people in the room where a large hole had appeared, someone moving or someone in black, along with the adorable blue one. However, they were nowhere to be found. Ram. Ram's shoulder was grabbed from behind as she tried to take a step forward, bringing her back to her senses. She realized that she'd been about to step through a cracked bit of the floor. If she hadn't been stopped in her tracks, she might have fallen. How clumsy of her to literally not even see what was beneath her feet. "I'm glad you're safe, Ram, and Patrashjan, are you okay as well?" "Ram. Emilia Sama." Ram bit her lip. Meanwhile, the one who grabbed her by the shoulder was Emilia, who should have been on the upper floors. While panting slightly, Emilia checked to make sure Ram was okay, as well as how the black earth dragon, Patrash, who was crouched down behind them, was getting on. Finally, while looking at them, Ram regained enough of her composure to take in the state of her surroundings. The corridor in what should have been a robust stone tower had collapsed, with the floor and ceiling both smashed to pieces. She could see the sky and sand of the Sandsea from across the wall, which now had a hole in it. A parched breeze was blowing in as a result. However, the place that had gotten damaged the most was the room where Ram, Patrash, and Co. had been staying in until just before, that's to say, the room they'd so dubbed the Green Room. Ram. The room had been chock full of grass and ivy, covering the walls, floor, and even going up all the way to the ceiling. Nevertheless, the room was now unrecognizable from its original state, with its natural erosion of many, many years torn up root and branch. That included its beds, which were woven from grass and ivy, as well as the faint light the spirit's presence gave off, all of it. That, and their biggest problem was Emilia. Ram, where did Subaru and Rem go? They're safe, right? Standing by Ram's side, Emilia peered into the area where the green room had previously stood. Ram wasn't able to answer her question straight away, even though she knew that her painful silence itself served as an answer. First of all, let's try and sort out what happened. We're not gonna be able to talk about things calmly unless we do thaw. Looking around at everyone who'd gathered within the room as she said that, Anastasia took charge of the situation. Anastasia's white fox scarf echidna was still wrapped around her. She brushed her fingers through her slightly dusty fur as she spoke. Anastasia, so about that black shadow that attacked the tower Zeus before, Julius, it's gone, at least for now. Thanks to the power of the divine dragon Volcanica, I'd say. Echidna, both the dragon and the shadow's movements were so sudden, it made us really wonder what the heck was happening, huh? Inside the tower, the ones who'd come back safe and sound began to share what had happened, starting first with Anastasia, and then Julius and Echidna following her lead. Much like Anastasia and Echidna, Julius, white knight garb, was also covered in grime. However, that wasn't just because of the heated battle that had taken place in the tower. It was also heavily due to the effects of the aforementioned event. Nevertheless, none of these three had ended up with any extra injuries. On that point itself, you could say it was a relief. That in itself was thanks to the achievement wrought by the divine dragon, Volcanica, on the topmost floor of the tower. Beatrice, Volcanica cleaved the looming shadow with its breath, I suppose. If not for that, we would have probably been in for a world of hurt. In fact, Anastasia gave Beatrice a nod in response to what she'd said, as the latter folded her short arms together. In all honesty, when Volcanica had unleashed its breath so suddenly, Anastasia had uncharacteristically resigned herself for death. Things had happened so quickly that there hadn't been any way to deal with it. Though of course she couldn't say that she'd completely relaxed her guard just because of that single breath. Julius, the divine dragon's response to the crisis dawning upon us was simply magnificent, but even so, the state it's in isn't great. That remains unchanged still. Currently, though, it seems to be keeping itself quite obedient and following Emilia Sama's instructions. Anastasia, out of consideration for Julius, I might try and avoid calling senile. But he's all the same as the divine dragon son Bane, Ascarian. Anyways, as for what happened, it's exactly as Beatrice Jan says. Beatrice, I suppose. The only one who could have dealt with a situation as abrupt as that was Volcanica. What would have become of them now had the dragon not blown away the looming shadow for them? Yet they couldn't start jumping around in joy. There was a twin of them. But they all went towards Oni-san and stuff. Anastasia. Meili-chan. Meili. Ah, Mayapo tilde loggies. Anastasia. Meili didn't take care with her word choice, almost as if she were upset, and for that, Anastasia chided her. Meili gave her a sincere apology as she looked towards Ram and Emilia, both having kept their silence. In hindsight, the ones who'd received the damage from that shadow had been the two from the Emilia camp, Subaru, and Rem. Thus, the damage the Anastasia camp had suffered was practically zilch. Anastasia, though it's not like I can actually say that, we're all travelling together after all. Anastasia muttered that to herself, before then catching a glimpse of Julius and Echidna. They had been working together with Emilia's group during the time she'd traded places with Echidna, when she'd been sleeping at the depths of her own consciousness. It went without saying for Echidna, whom she'd known for around 10 years, but even the practically brand spanking new Julius, at least as far as her memories were concerned, could easily tell that she was shook. On that point, it was quite the surprise to Anastasia that Beatrice, who should have been quite close to them, had come to this meeting. Anastasia, Beatrice Jan, are you all right? Ah, wait, no, it ain't proper of me to use a word like all right. But still, you haven't gotten yourself into a panic, no. Beatrice, Betty panicking wouldn't mean it'd bring back Subaru and Rem, in fact. Right now, the main issue in question is messing up our first move due to panic, I suppose. I'd specifically like to avoid that, in fact. Anastasia, first move. By that, do you mean, Emilia, bringing back Subaru and Rem taking action for that, yeah? Anastasia raised her eyebrows quizzically as she tried to question Beatrice. However, Emilia interrupted her, still while supporting Ram by her shoulder. Emilia's amethyst eyes pierced right through Anastasia, her eyes widening in surprise a tad at the intensity of her glare. She wet her lips with her tongue. Anastasia, dang, I thought you were gonna be dejected as heck, but that's one hell of a look you've got in your eyes. What do ya mean? Emilia, it's really nothing complicated. Subaru and Rem ended up being swallowed by that shadow and taken away from us. Volcanica did drive it away, but he was just a tad too slow. Even so. Ram, they didn't die from it, I'm sure of it. While still being propped up by Emilia, Ram opened her eyes and replied. Then she gently touched the part of her on her forehead, the part where presumably her Oni clan horn had been, as she let out an exhausted sigh. It was what served as the basis of her words, which felt full of conviction. Anastasia, the Oni tribes, wouldn't that be the sisters synesthesia? So you're saying that you're linked with Remsan? Ram, yep, that's right. Rem is alive. No clue about Barusu. Beatrice. Subaru's all right as well, I suppose. Betty can guarantee that, in fact. Beatrice shouted in anger, almost red in the face, in response to Ram's very Ram-like words. After all, she was Beatrice, the spirit who made a contract with Subaru. Her words did have some credibility to them. In other words, it meant that the two of them who had vanished had been confirmed to be alive from separate angles. Julius, in regards to Subaru, we have his connection with Beatrice Sama's contract, and in regards to Miss Rem, we have Miss Ram's synesthesia. Both of those are worth believing in. Besides, I too would like to hope. Anastasia, quite the honesty there. Well, either way, I too would rather prefer that Natsuki-kun and Remsan were safe and sound. Anastasia stroked her scarf after Julius replied, as if to say getting too close to them would be a problem. They were working with Emilia's group as collaborators for the time being, but the fact that they were competing with each other in the royal selection hadn't changed. She didn't want them to get the wrong idea about that and add to their troubles. Nevertheless, it was precisely because they were fighting each other that they ought to repay their debts without fail. Meili, we tilde her LL then. Like, it's super-duper good that Oni-san and stuff are alive. Boo tilde T, where are they? Failing to read the mood positively, Meili asked them that while playing around with the tiny crimson scorpion balanced on her head. Julius opened his mouth in reaction to her question and began to speak. Julius. Well, though I wouldn't be able to explain them in great detail, that shadow was the product of yin magic, or at the very least, the yin attribute. It should be the same sort that's sealing the likes of the Witch of Envy in her shrine and Roy Alford in the dragon carriage. If we presume this to be the case, then as for our resident expert, Beatrice, that would be Betty, I suppose. My prognosis isn't all that different from Julius either, in fact. That thing was a clump of yin, I suppose. It's close to a shamak that's been given direction, in fact. Echidna, shamak. Isn't that the basic magic of the yin attribute? How was it then so powerful? Beatrice. I knew there were going to be quite a few humans who'd misunderstand, since there are hardly any users of it. However, it's troubling that even you think of it like that, when you're a spirit like me, in fact. Echidna, who had taken up her white fox form, was stared at reproachfully by Beatrice, causing her to cower her head. Giving a sigh at her reaction, Beatrice raised one of her fingers and said, May I suppose. Beatrice. Shamak's special quality is in separation, in fact. A low-grade shamak separates one's body from their awareness, whereas a high-grade shamak rends space from itself, I suppose. Betty's door crossing is one such application, linking two rooms together and achieving something close to teleportation, in fact. Ram. That was the contraption Beatrice Sama had set up in the previous mansion. It was a real pain having to call her for mealtimes, so to be quite honest, I'd gotten fed up with it. Beatrice, it really upsets Betty that you'd say that so honestly right here, right now, I suppose. I do believe I am sorry about it, but the apologies can wait until later. Anyways, Shamak, in essence, can separate space from space if so inclined. As well as that, it can separate objects, no matter how strong they are. It's the Witch of Envy's speciality, in fact. Anastasia, from your explanation, aren't you saying that Natsuki-kun and Remsan have been scattered into pieces? If that shadow was as deadly as that, then what she'd said felt just like something that branded Subaru and Rem's survival, who'd been swallowed by it, as being hopeless. Beatrice, however, shook her head at Anastasia's question. Beatrice, what I mentioned right now was an allegory, I suppose. At least, that shadow wasn't something that was set to chop Subaru and Rem into pieces, in fact. But it was going to take them within and whisk them away somewhere, I suppose. Echidna, somewhere across space. In this situation, I imagine it would be to where she is. Ram. After all, there's the matter of Barusu's miasma. Echidna broke down Beatrice's exposition into simpler terms, and at the end of that, Ram provided the reason why. The miasma that enveloped Subaru, which had greatly agitated the witch beasts en route to the watchtower, was now a well-known fact amongst the royal selection candidates. Regarding this miasma thing, both its cause and its finer details were unknowns. Ram, all I know about the miasma is that it attracts witch beasts to it, and that the people who are connected with the witch cult often emanate it in spades. That's pretty much it. Emilia, HM, although Subaru's been chased by witch beasts quite a few times, he's got nothing to do with the witch cult. I get that it's pretty suspicious, but, Anastasia, no need ta fret darn worry, I ain't casting doubt on that now, Emilia-san. Emilia, oh, thank goodness. Subaru is a good boy, so. Emilia patted her chest in relief, however, the issue was still very much there. Just like Anastasia had said, the thread of thought regarding Subaru being connected to the witch cult was no longer inside her. Nevertheless, the fact that they didn't know Subaru's origins still brought forth doubts within her. She didn't think that Subaru was someone with ill intent. However, ill intent that one wasn't conscious to was a thing too. There was a chance that, behind all of his good intent, Subaru's existence was a ticking time bomb in itself. Anastasia. Yeah, so your concern is unnecessary. I got that much from how you started the sentence off. The shadow that swallowed Natsuki-kun and Remsan up was the one that whisked Em away tar somewhere. The real question is, where tar? Echidna, as well as what happened due to Volcanica's breath having interfered with it. Beatrice and Ram, who were linked with the two of Subaru and Rem respectively, probably had a rough idea of their whereabouts. Searching for them was going to be a tall order if all they knew was that they were alive, without knowing exactly where they'd been hurtled off to. At the very least, the option of not searching for them was not available to anyone in this place. Emilia, please, you two, where are Subaru and Rem? Tell me, please. Beatrice and Ram exchanged looks, having turned towards Emilia's sincere appeal. Then after a few seconds of silence from the both of them, Beatrice, he's south, in fact. Ram too senses that she's in that same direction. I'm not sure of her exact position, but I think she's fairly far away. Emilia, south. South from here we have the R. Emilia furrowed her well-defined eyebrows straight after Beatrice and Ram had both mentioned they were south. Though she must have been giving it her all to envision the map of the world in her mind, Anastasia raised her hand in her stead. Currently, they were in the Ogria sand dunes, situated in the easternmost part of the world map. As far as south from here went, Picoyudet, or Flanders, of the 5 great cities, were the most likely, however, Julius. In regards to that alone, the state of the two is inscrutable. Seemingly having arrived at the same idea, Julius spoke Anastasia's mind for her. From the way he got into sync with the speed of her thoughts, Anastasia valued him as being ideal as her knight even more, all while batting one of her eyes shut and saying, Indeed, Anastasia, T's quite the distance, but if they find themselves around those parts, then we can say that the damage incurred would be negligible. Yet, despite that, both of your faces look pale. Do you both mean ta say he's way more south? Emilia. Way more south you can't mean, Meili. Ended up going all the way down to the Valatian Empire in the Su-Th. Meili's surprise was minimal compared to how shocked Emilia was, but it was safe to say that Meili's reaction was down to the fact that she hadn't comprehended the scale of things. Given that, Beatrice and the others' reactions were all perfectly understandable. If Subaru and Rem had crossed through the country, and if they'd crossed into the Southern Empire, they had a real problem at hand. Anastasia, if I'm not mistaken. The Kingdom of Lugunica and the Valatian Empire in the south signed a non-aggression pact that would last for the entire royal selection. Isn't that right, Julius? Julius, that's correct. I imagine you wouldn't know about this, but I also went there to tie down the agreement. Me, Reinhard, Ferris, and such met the Emperor in person. Emilia, from what I'd heard, we were on really bad terms with the Empire. But if you did that, then are we okay with them now? So if we were to go and search for Subaru and Rem, Julius, no, that's not going to fly. Julius lowered his brows with a shake of his head in response to Emilia's timid question. He softly cast his yellow eyes down, which glittered like jewels, and blazoned on his handsome features. Julius, the Empire has forbidden travel between itself and the kingdom since several months ago, for the time being. Due to the royal selection, the same thing happened with the Holy Kingdom of Gustico in the north. However, they've already rescinded their ban, Echidna. I guess that means the one the Empire set hasn't been rescinded. Though we did travel to the Watchtower, so because of that we don't have the latest information. So if the situation there hasn't changed, Emilia, going there to help Subaru and Rem is going to be tough. Julius, yes, unfortunately. Though they exchanged various thoughts about it, Julius concluded with these mere words of regret. Anastasia, too, could only come to the same conclusion as Julius. It would be impossible to break in from the front where entering the Valatian Empire was concerned. They'd have no choice but to look for a secret way in, and in addition to that, they'd also need to find the time and contacts for it. There'd be no quick and easy way here. Surely Emilia would be in an absolute hurry when thinking about the two people whose status remained unknown. Emilia, we need to move quickly. We'll receive Volcanica's blood and bring it back to Prestella. Then we'll take the gluttony we captured to the royal capital, yeah. Beatrice, Emilia. Emilia, I know Beatrice. I can't help but feel really impatient. But we won't be able to help Subaru and Rem out, even if we rush things here. We've got to remain calm. However, Emilia's calm decision surprised Anastasia, just as it seemed she would have gotten into a panic. She gave a resolute nod at Beatrice, also similarly surprised. Her eyes were quivering, her voice was shaking a bit, yet she was giving it her all to keep a grip of herself. It was just like she was saying, I'm not going to fold my arms together and sit back for even a second if it means getting Subaru and Rem back. Emilia, you too, Subaru and Rem must be together, right? Ram. I just double-checked with Beatrice-sama. We think they probably are. Emilia, all righty. Then if that's the case, I'm sure Subaru will go to great lengths to protect Rem. That's why we needn't worry about Rem. Even though Subaru's a lil scary. Though her belief in Subaru was strong, in regards to the same kind of worries, Anastasia did agree as well. Natsuki Subaru had lost his memories for a bit in the tower, as a result of being left to his own devices. That boy with a propensity for self-punishment had a bad habit of making light of himself in order to protect the people precious to him. Just as it sometimes would encourage others, it also similarly served as a cause for concern. Anastasia, that said, guess all we can really do is count on Natsuki-kun's quick wits. Emilia-san is right. What we can't do is stay here grumbling and moaning inside the tower. We gotta get a move on. Julius, understood loud and clear. Beatrice-sama, do inform us if there are any elements of concern. Beatrice, Subaru's body, I suppose. Subaru's gate can't expel mana out on its own since it's broken, in fact. If we leave him alone for too long, then it's going to burst due to a mana blockage, I suppose. Anastasia, I see. I'm sorta in the same boat, so I can really get on the same level as Natsuki-kun there. Anastasia's gate was defective by birth. She was unable to take in mana properly. Such, for example, would be a critical defect for a mage. Nevertheless, this had no effect on the luck and knack for business needed for a merchant, so it didn't really bother her much. Echidna, Anna, Anastasia. I know. In regards to our problems, ain't we gonna talk about em separately a bit later? That aside, it doesn't look like we've got any time to slack off. Anastasia clapped her hands together, with everyone else nodding back at her signal. Their objective was to search for the whereabouts of Subaru and Rem, who both disappeared. For that, they would need to return from the Pleiades watchtower as soon as possible in order to muster a search party as well. On top of that, they needed to fulfill one of the primary objectives that they'd come to the tower for. Melee. Things are so hectic, to the point that I almost feel like I'm gonna pass T. Emilia, I know right. Still, Subaru and Rem must be having it way more tough. Emilia firmly clenched her fist, thinking of Subaru, who'd been hurtled off to somewhere far away. Seeing her face in profile, Melee, with the tiny crimson scorpion plopped on her head, narrowed her eyes and said, "Yeah, of course," with a shrug of her shoulders. And just like that, the group began to busy themselves to get their preparations done, or so they were about to. Melee, come to Thigh tilde NK of it, Ram Onsen. Did you tell em about TH tilde it thing? Ram, I still haven't. Anastasia and the others. That thing. Ram's face turned sour at Melee's rather abrupt question. All of their gazes turned towards Ram, clearly having not heard anything about it. With them all looking at her, Ram paused for a brief moment, and after that said, "Ram, Emilia Sama, although I'm still not 100% sure about this." The ones swallowed by the shadow and hurtled away to the Empire may not just be only Barusu and Rem, Emilia. Not only the two of them, but you, Patrashjan, and Melee are all accounted for, so shouldn't that be everyone who was in the green room? Melee. Well, a girl appeared all of a sudden before that shadow came kinda kerplowing I tilde N. And what's more, according to Oniason, it was the third gluttony or some tilde thing. Anastasia and the others, the third gluttony. Anastasia and the others were taken completely aback after being told this tidbit they really could not disregard. And so, the discussion grew in intensity regarding whether they should amend their actions going forward and getting the details which Ram had kept under wraps regarding this matter out of her. As that went on, within the now turned bedlam of the Pleiades watchtower, Emilia clasped her hands in prayer in front of her chest, all the while looking out of the huge hole where the green room had once stood. "Emilia, please, Subaru. I really hope you'll be all right with Rem," as Emilia's small prayer drowned in the parched skies overhead the sea of sand, at the same time far, far away, Subaru. Sitting atop an open meadow, caressed gently by a wandering breeze, was a boy, and in his embrace, a girl. The boy had black hair, and his eyes sharp as the edge of a dagger, with the whites being quite pronounced, aka the very known Sampakugan. Eyes that made his face to appear in a permanent scowl, a glare rumored to be all that is needed to kill a man. However, at that moment, his lips curved up ever so softly, and the corners of those eyes were wet. It took all he had to not break into a complete ball. It was a natural outcome, of course. He'd waited for this very moment for so long. The memories of each day he passed in wait, in grief, none would allow him to look away for even the briefest of moments from the girl in front of him. The girl, embraced so dearly, looked at him through the locks of her bright blue hair. Her eyes widened, though the strength to resist was barely present on her adorable face. It was as if she had woken from sleep and was still caught up in her drowsiness. To be fair, that was indeed the truth of the matter. She'd finally woken up from a long, long slumber, so she'd quite obviously feel a disconnect from reality. Rem. Her lips moved, as if mulling over what he'd spoken of moments ago. As he watched, the boy Natsuki Subaru nodded vigorously. "Subaru, yeah, exactly, that's exactly it, Rem. I'm your hero. I've been waiting for so long for Rem. Subaru, Rem." Trying to stifle the tremble of his own voice, he desperately tried to pick up on Rem's. Perhaps due to being thirsty or something of the sort, though as her lips moved and her tongue flicked, her throat would not produce sound. Even so, he put his ear near her mouth, attempting to glean even a sliver of what Rem was trying to communicate to him. Her meager attempts to convey anything filled him with immense joy. "Rem. M. Subaru. I'm listening. There's no need to rush it, okay? Rem, what are you trying to tell me," as he would have said, but was ultimately cut off. Once he'd drawn his ears close enough to listen to her, his trail of thought was halted as a hand pushed against his head and chin. Following that flow, he felt himself be turned over and fall to the ground. And then Subaru, Rem. Subaru found himself with his back on the grass, and Rem straddled on top of him. Bewildered, he remained stiff in place. Staring down at him, Rem's eyes scanned him from top to bottom. She then released a quiet sigh, and Rem, what's your aim here? Tell me what you intend to do to me right now. Subaru. Rem, calling yourself some hero out of the blue, and who's Rem? Tell me right now. Knees pressed down over Subaru's shoulders, her hands shot to his neck. With a weight bearing down on him, Subaru struggled to move, his legs twitching restlessly. However, the skill with which Rem had restrained him was somewhat awing. She'd left no room for him to regain his freedom. Subaru, Gu-ah. GHK, Rem. If you refuse to speak, I will simply continue until you desire to do so. Please do not prolong your own suffering. Speak. What exactly are you, Subaru? Ga. He knew not whether it was involuntary or on purpose, but the strength with which Rem used to press against his neck left him no room to answer her with. As his mind dimmed due to the lack of oxygen, he realized letting this go on would result in his death. It had been so long, and even if it were a one-sided reunion, Subaru could not allow it to end with Rem strangling him. Not like this. Even if nothing of Subaru remains in her memories. Subaru, AR, Rem, are you feeling like speaking now? If so, I will in good faith just then, as Rem frowned while looking at the signs of strained struggle on his face, Louis. Ah, ooh, Rem, Kaya. Suddenly, a petite shadow slammed into Rem's body from the side, or rather, it leapt onto Rem and became entangled with her on the grass. With the weight gone, he rolled over and began coughing, then looked towards Rem with clouded, wet eyes. There he saw the figure of a little girl struggling with Rem. Louis, you Japanese letter. You Japanese letter. Rem, W, what are you doing? Stop it, please. This isn't the time to be. Her blonde hair covering all of Rem, the little girl bared her teeth on her flushed red face as she howled. Subaru stopped, unable to form any thoughts upon witnessing this sight. Subaru took a breath and rushed to the two. And then, Subaru, oi, get away from Rem right now. Louis, Japanese letter, you Japanese letter. Subaru pushed off the little girl who had been trying to pull on Rem's hair, Archbishop Louis Arneb, and held her down with her hands behind her back. The light-bodied gluttony attempted to struggle, but only in vain. The best she could currently do was kick about. Twists and groans were thrown in, but nothing more beyond that. Louis, you Japanese letter. You Japanese letter. You Japanese letter. Subaru, god damn it, you. Stop struggling. Just stay put. Rem, are you okay? Did she do anything to you? Rem, no, I'm fine. More than that, I keep asking you over and over. Subaru yelled as he held Louis down, to which Rem answered with crooked brows. With her eyes fixed on him, she attempted to stand on her feet, Rem, and thumped back onto the ground, her knees having given away. Her strange way of falling down raised questions in Subaru's mind. Yet unaware she was being observed, she pushed on her knees and tried to stand up once more. However, Rem, my legs won't. Subaru, wait, you can't stand up. Rem, no, that's not true. It's not true at all. Her voice trembled as she attempted to refute his strong claim. However, no amount of willpower allowed her to stand up. Far from being able to balance herself, she couldn't even put any power into her feet at all. Subaru, are you feeling weak because you've been asleep for so long? Wait, that can't be right. Wouldn't call the strength you used to push me over just now that of someone who's been bedridden as long as you. There was often talk of how one would eventually grow weaker over their long stay at the hospital, likely due to a lack of exercise. It was quite a well-known fact that those people require rehabilitation to stand and walk again. But would that truly end at the legs? It wasn't as if Rem had been moving her upper body during her hospitalization period. She'd been asleep for over a year, so it would only make sense for her to feel weak overall, and not just in her legs. And yet this disconnect existed in her, in Rem's body. Likely, this was due to Subaru. Wait, could it be because of the feedback she took from Nisama's fight? As his mind sifted through the possible reasons as to why Rem's body would behave like this, that was the conclusion he had reached. He'd heard from Ram in the green room about how her death battle against gluttony went down. Due to Subaru's worsening condition, Ram needed to change things to avoid being cornered. So she'd chosen to share her burden with Rem as her trump card. As a result, the majority of Ram's burden of pain, who was said to be the strongest of the Oni clan, flowed into Rem. Subaru remembered having that conversation. If that were the case, then, Subaru, it's all my fault. He'd uttered a phrase he'd surely be rebuked by Ram for. However, as it stood, Subaru had been unable to fulfill the duty he himself had taken on himself, resulting in Ram needing to push herself further, which consequently affected Rem. It all went back to being Subaru's fault. Steeped in this situation, having none of his friends around that he could rely on, where only he, Rem, and Louis, who was continuing to act weird for God knows what reason, the responsibility he bore was all the more heavy. Rem, all your fault, you say? Did you do something to me? Subaru. Not at all, it was just a figure of speech. However, Rem, first things first, who are you, and who am I? Subaru. Giving the legs that wouldn't obey her will properly a firm whack. Rem glared at Subaru with a tempest of fury in her eyes. Subaru felt something rather bitter that his unpleasant guess had become reality, hearing Rem's heartbreaking complaint, which had felt like she was going to lose her temper. Rem had said, "Who am I?" "Who are you?" was still way better. However, her asking about who she was still something extremely gut-wrenching for Subaru, considering he'd been waiting so long to see Rem again. He'd had an inkling this would be the case, from the fact that she was referring to herself using I instead of Rem. One Subaru. I guess she must be in the same state as Crush-san. Rem had had her name and memories taken away from her, resulting in her continued slumber. There were two other patterns found in the victims of gluttony, namely, the ones found with Julius, who'd had his name taken away from him, thus forgotten by the people around him, as well as with Crush, who'd had her memories taken away, having lost herself. When Rem had woken up, she'd done so having lost her own memories, in an amnesiac state. Her confusion was perfectly natural when you considered she was stuck in a situation this incomprehensible, along with a boy with mean-looking eyes to him, a girl who could do nothing but groan and her own legs not working as she wished. "Louis, you are." Without even realizing that Louis had grown quiet, as if she'd tired herself out from struggling around, she dropped from the exhausted Subaru's arms and fell down on her backside, letting out a screech. She began to roll about while rubbing her backside. Subaru didn't bother to give her any attention. Instead, he slowly made his way over to Rem's side. As Subaru drew closer to her, Rem kept an eye on him, all the while keeping her guard up strongly. Seeing that look in her eyes, he was reminded of the first time Rem had turned this hostility against him. It was easy to forget, because they'd gotten quite close after they'd warmed up to each other, but Rem originally was quite reserved, and was a rather difficult girl to get close enough to. In that respect, it was way easier with Ram, since she never changed how she interacted with him, both before and after they became closer. The scary part, in fact, though, was that according to one theory, there was even the chance that they didn't get along. Subaru. Anyways, the matter of Nisama aside, hey, Rem, what is it? Just so you know, if you're planning on doing anything to me, I'll. Subaru. Rem. Rem, huh? Rem's tense expression turned into one of being taken by surprise. Subaru stopped in his tracks as he made his way over, keeping enough distance between them so he'd be more than a step out of her reach. Subaru. It's Rem, that's your name. Once again, he called out her name. Rem. Rem sunk into silence, unable to hide her bewilderment, having had that gently poured against her. Nevertheless, she shifted her red tongue, which was barely visible behind her lips, and repeated Rem, as if making sure of it. It was like she was making herself familiar with her own name anew. Subaru. In all honesty, I don't really know properly what happened either. Just that we got separated from our friends, and we're here in this place which is God knows where. You should be able to understand that's quite the mess, right? Rem. Well, While still very bewildered, Rem's eyes examined the grassland in their surroundings rather than Subaru. A breeze rustled through the grassland, the sun was high up in the sky, and he felt humidity against his skin, a muggy sensation that felt different to the parched air of the Ogria sand dunes. He was in a place that was so different that the sensation he felt from the air had changed. In other words, Subaru, we can't expect to be helped immediately. We're gonna need to take the necessary actions to help ourselves from here, somehow or other. That's why, Rem, that's why what? What are you going to tell me to do? Me and my legs, which can hardly move and all. Subaru. I imagine you'll get all suspicious again once I say this sort of stuff, but I'd be just content with you being here for me. breathing, talking to me, looking around the surroundings with your eyes. I'd be content with only that. Rem. You mean looking around with my eyes and telling you whether the coast is clear? Subaru. Not quite like that, though that too would be fine. He was very much just content with Rem waking up, breathing and speaking to him. Even though it was something rather unselfish, what Subaru had implored in regards to Rem having woken up was only that she'd be in good health. Thus these were, no word of exaggeration, his true intentions. Of course, he needed to solve the issue of her missing memories. That and Emilia, Beatrice, Ram and everyone who'd been left behind in the tower with the matter of Subaru and his group having gotten separated from them ought to be quite worried. He wanted to join up with them as quickly as possible. He wanted to get Ram to meet Rem, since she'd felt such love for her little sister, whom she didn't remember. Subaru, please, won't you trust me here, even if I were to give up my life in exchange? No, it means squat were I to give up my life, so I shall protect you at all cost. I swear it. That's why, Rem. And say I take you up on your offer, then what will you do? Subaru, right. Would be pointless to act with no plan, so when it comes to one, receiving Rem's prudent question, Subaru sought for the information needed to draw up a plan. As aforementioned, Subaru and the others were in a vast grassland. However, they could see large trees growing close to each other, encircling the grassland. Seeing they were intercepted by the canopies of the trees before they reached the horizon, the trees surrounding them at a 360-degree angle, it seemed like they were in an open grassland, a place such as that inside of a forest. Truthfully, it was nothing but dangerous to venture into a forest on a land he was completely unfamiliar with, but Subaru. Firstly, the unbreakable rule when one gets lost in a forest is to let his allies know his location using a GPS, but Rem, GPEs. Subaru, I know. Nothing like that exists. It's just that Biko has the connection she has with me, so there's a possibility she could pinpoint my whereabouts with something similar. In a way, you could say my existence itself is a GPS. Depending on the situation, there was also the possibility that Ram's synesthesia would detect Rem's location. In that sense, both Subaru and Rem were fulfilling their roles as a GPS that connected them to their allies. Subaru, what's left is securing a source of water. It's important to get a hold of water, no matter what. It's probably better if we chose our base camp and start widening our field of search from there. Edible grass and fruits are. I was right to learn it from Klinsan. Gotta thank my mentor. During the process in which he learned parkour and how to handle a whip, Clint had hammered various techniques and knowledge into his head. There were times he nearly whined about giving up on the teachings of the versatile steward, but thanks to it being beneficial to him, Subaru could keep his guiding principle with him despite being in this situation. Anyway, Subaru, there's a lot of other stuff as well, but it's not like I'm trying to take action without a plan. Are you able to understand now? Rem, to an extent. Even if I wanted to resist, I'm in this condition, so, Subaru. That's a remark that I can get a glimpse of your honest thoughts from. Subaru tested a smile, trying to reassure her, but her reaction wasn't as good as he thought it would be. Having lost her memories, there was no foundation for Rem to build her trust for Subaru on. If she could move her legs freely, then she might be already escaped from him long ago, though he didn't want to think of the misfortune that happened to her as something fortunate. Subaru, your legs. I hope you can start moving around on them soon. Rem, HK, even if you told me that, I don't know. What are you going to do? Subaru, I told you. Firstly, I'm planning on searching for water. There's the thing with your legs, so I'm thankful if you wouldn't act against me if you could. Saying that, Subaru closed the final step between him and Rem, crouching down and turning his back to her. If she looked at his posture, even Rem would know what he was trying to do. Rem, are you planning to bring me with you on your back? Subaru, there's also the choice to Princess carry you, but I won't last very long if I do that. If you would let me carry you on my back, I guess it's very helpful personally. Rem. She fell silent for a while, staring at Subaru's pitiful expression. After that, she slowly blew out a sigh and tentatively reached for his back. Rem's slender arms slunk above his shoulders, interlocking in front of his chest. Feeling the tender weight on his back, Subaru took his time in standing up, making sure he wouldn't shake Rem, who was clinging onto him. He felt her weight. However, what he thought while carrying her on his back was that she was light. During this 1 year, he had many opportunities to carry the slumbering Rem, but every time he did, he experienced how difficult it was to carry an unconscious person firsthand. The sensation wasn't there with the Rem who was holding onto him of her own accord. Rem, is something the matter? Subaru. No, it's just that it was deeply moving, oddly enough. So it's about the search for water, but, Rem, before that, what will we do about that girl? Subaru. Ah, looking ahead of the place where Rem indicated by jerking her chin over his shoulder, Subaru remembered the problem. On the grassland, splayed out on the grass while patting her bottom, the area she had hit on the ground, was Louis, who was tangled up in her own long, blonde hair. What should he do about this sin archbishop that was acting strangely? Subaru. Even Subaru knew Louis's current state was unnatural. She was an opponent with a mental structure that couldn't be declared as decent, but it was because of her knavishness, not because he could see her previously hidden side of infantile regression. In fact, she was quite intelligent for her age, and she also had the room to ponder over her devilish thoughts, something that was similar to swiping her tongue across the splinters in one's heart. What about the behavior of the current Louis? Louis, having been licking Subaru's face at the time he woke up, growling like a toddler that didn't know how to speak, and throwing a tantrum like an infant as a result. There was no mistake that something immeasurable had occurred within her mind. However, Subaru, will that become a reason for me to pity her? She was abhorrently evil. That truth would always be unwavering. Louis, who he had faced at the last scene in the Hall of Memories, had been traumatized from experiencing return by death, becoming frightened of not only Subaru, but everything that existed in this world. At that point, she had already become enough of a poor, miserable girl. However, Subaru didn't save her. He didn't even think about wanting to save her. Despite having many different options held in front of them, they continuously picked the choices that went against humanity, ultimately losing the opportunity to correct those and cut off their own way out of it. The Sin archbishops were those kinds of people. Her two older brothers, as well as Louis herself, weren't exceptions either. Committing unforgivable evils, Louis Arneb had turned into a degenerate deserving of being damned to hell. Why did Subaru have to save someone like that? Rem, you won't help her. Subaru. It's complicated. I was in the same place as her, but she's not really my ally. In fact, she's on the opposite side of an ally. My heart won't ache even if I left her here. Rem. Behind him, he heard Rem's breath catching in her throat, but it was a reaction that couldn't be helped. From Rem, who didn't know of Subaru's circumstances, Louis probably only appeared to her as a young, helpless girl, just as what she looked like. Even if her true identity was one of the desecrators that toyed with a great number of lives. That's why Subaru had one choice. Subaru, we're leaving her there. We can't bring a dangerous element with us, much less a burden. Picking up Louis from the advancing shadows was an error of misjudgment that he made in the tower. Perhaps, if Subaru had abandoned her then and there could been the possibility this wouldn't have happened between him and Rem. It was certainly what people would call as causing 100 problems and bringing forth not a single profit. Rem, is that so? Subaru, yeah, that's right. I can't say I had a pleasant time waking up either, but Subaru's topmost priority was Rem, and then himself. He would never be confused about it. With that intention, Subaru ignored Louis, who was lying down on the grass, and headed towards the forest on the opposite side to Rem. As I thought, even if I were to be empty, I was right to believe in myself. It was said with a terribly icy, cutting tone. Having that voice murmured by his ear close by, Subaru released a breath with an "eh." However, forbidding him from reacting any further, a pair of slender arms snaked themselves around his neck. Rem, who was being carried on Subaru's back, was strangling him from behind. Subaru, gawk, Rem, saying things that sound pleasant to my ears before inviting me to come with you and then abandoning the girl. How could I believe someone like that, telling me to put my trust in him? Stop messing around with me. The strength in the arms wrapped around his neck was certainly the strength of an Oni, unlike her physically handicapped legs. Unable to peel her arms away, Subaru's breathing was blocked completely. Bending himself backwards, he wasn't aiming to do so, but he fell onto the grassland on his back. However, in spite of being crushed underneath him, Rem refused to remove her arms from his neck. Since she was behind him, he couldn't flail his arms to free himself from her. Why? The doubts and questions filled up the inside of his head. He shouldn't be asking why, because Rem had already provided the answer to that. In front of her, who didn't know anything, Subaru had made too much haste out of his panicking feelings. He was receiving retribution for that like this, Rem, letting such a wicked stench drift around yourself, and saying you're not scheming anything is a bare-faced lie in itself. Subaru, a wicked stench. Subaru recalled his memories as he heard that. During the time he had just gotten to meet Rem, the biggest reason she doubted him and regarded him as dangerous was by no means the bad impression he gave during their first meeting, nor the shape of the eyes he was born with. The witch's miasma. Having lost her memories, even if Rem didn't have anything left other than herself, she was still able to perceive it. That was the largest factor that bought him Rem's suspicions. He was too late in remembering it, much less even noticing it, and Subaru. Thrashing and twisting his body around, Subaru attempted to make an excuse for his actions, but it was impossible. Like that, Subaru's consciousness fell into the deep abyss of the darkness, slowly and gradually. The last thing he wanted was to be killed by Rem like this. He shouted that out with desperation. His voice was silent, unable to be heard. Subaru. Tilda HK Rem. The abrupt awakening of his consciousness woke up Subaru's upper body as though crashing into him. At that instant, coughing violently due to the pouncing ache of his throat, while spitting out the phlegm stuck there, Subaru somehow raised his body and looked around. The location was the meadow Subaru had been thrown into. Those were his circumstances. Though he was in a state of awakening he had remembrance of, he immediately discerned that this spectacle was not one yielded by, return by death. Because neither Rem's form nor Louis' form were to be found anywhere in his environs. Subaru, this place, is undoubtedly some place I was hurled to. Recalling the preceding moments, the instant he touched his neck, the pain regurgitated repulsive memories. His throat strangled by Rem whom he was carrying, and just like that he was robbed of his life. No, that was not the case. Subaru, my throat hurts. That means Rem didn't kill me. She did strangle him, but did not go as far as to kill him. Astonished by the judgment of Rem, who'd spoken with such an icy voice, Subaru spilled an exhale of relief, and then immediately admonished himself that this was no time to be taking relief. He did not die. In other words, the world was resuming onward from the earlier worst possible turn of events. He had Rem doubt his humanity due to the scent of the witch, and she had disappeared with the worst possible impression of him maintained. The reason why those two were not here must be because they sought to run away from Subaru. In the end, Rem was repulsed by Subaru's judgment of seeking to leave Louis behind. Casting aside a young child in an unknown meadow, he must have seemed as a truly cold-hearted man. Subaru, I'm telling you that's a misunderstanding, though she probably won't trust me even if I tell her. Whilst lamenting his consecutive misjudgments, Subaru straightened his cheeks and stood up. Upon looking at the sky, he could tell from the position of the sun that not much time had passed. He did not wish to call this as good fortune, but Rem's legs were not in a condition wherein they were at complete liberty either. With her legs in that condition, she shouldn't be able to run too far off. It's proof, Subaru. There are drag marks on the grass. Now I can run after them. Should he pursue the two who ran into the forest, spread wide in 360 degrees around him without any clues, then that would mark the beginning of a game of tag with an impossible level of difficulty. However, should he follow the traces left on the grass, then he would be able to grasp where those two entered the forest from. Though being able to further pursue them from there was the gamble, Subaru. When it comes to unfavorable gambles, I've taken them on for innumerable times. Shouting what was unbefitting of commendation, Subaru fiercely pursued the traces on the grass. With his feat's ability, Subaru was able to immediately discern the position the two entered the forest from. With exuberant foliage and trees, it somewhat matched Subaru's impression of tropical rainforests. For an instant, he was reminded of watching information on the television that the Amazon forest meant the point of death for humans as a matter of course, Subaru. If Rem has entered into such a place, then that's all the more reason for me to not overlook it. Both Subaru and Rem were here in a completely unprepared state for entering a forest. When he thought of Rem, who had escaped into the forest with impaired legs in desperation, he regretted why he did something so foolish and cursed every single bit of his judgments. Subaru. Rem, come out, please, I was the one at fault. Within the forest, whilst walking over the soft ground and tall grass, Subaru called with a loud voice. Of course, it was possible that his voice would in turn buy Rem and the others anxiety and make them keep their distance. But still, it was far better than wandering around aimlessly in the forest, possessing no clues, possessing nothing to rely on. Above all, he must undertake action he deemed as searching for Rem, or it felt like his chest would burst apart due to guilt and self-hatred. Even though so many people made so many efforts for the sake of Rem, should something happen to her, just what would he be able to do in order to apologize? Even though it was not even possible for him to apologize by giving up on his life. Subaru, Rem, where are you? Please respond. Please don't leave my side. Thinking that he would not mind even should his voice run dry within the obstructive trees of the dense jungle, he raised his voice, and his limbs, as he passed through the forest, felt heavy, accompanied with tremendous exhaustion. Now that he thought about it, Subaru's body had overcome the fierce skirmishes that occurred in Pleiades' watchtower, and had gotten only a few hours of sleep. Even if his recovery was augmented by the healing of the spirit of the green room, it was bound to eventually fail him. Should he be untactful, then he may collapse out of relief upon finding Rem. His guard up against that absurd possibility, Subaru aimlessly walked through the forest. Subaru. Rem. Please respo tilde nd. I beg you, I'm sorry. His hands by his mouth, Subaru resumed with a loud voice. A call from the bottom of his heart, yet the absence of any response whatsoever from her made his heart stand a foot away from crumbling. With things remaining as is, pursuing Rem's vanished form, he desperately darted his eyes around the dense trees of the forest. Subaru. When he once again widely opened his mouth, seeking to call Rem's name, something entered the vicinity of his field of vision. That was a slight change peeking through the gaps of the dense trees beyond the fallen leaves. Seeing it move differently from grass swaying in the wind, Subaru. It was the instant he embraced hope and turned towards that direction. The impact, charging with tremendous velocity, captured Subaru's chest from the immediate front. Subaru. HK. Unable to shriek, his legs lost balance due to the impact, and Subaru's body flew backwards. Subaru. Ga. WH at HK. His thoughts thrown into chaos by the impact from the gaps through the trees directly ahead which he had seen, he darted his eyes around. However, upon thinking about the impact he had received, he immediately understood that it was an attack. Thus, before he could even get his thoughts straight, Subaru tried to leap away from that place. However, he failed to leap. Because the thick arrow piercing through Subaru's chest had pinned him to the gigantic tree behind him. Subaru. Bu. HK. The moment he directed his awareness to it, he vomited blood overflowing through his throat at once. Stabbed through, massive quantities of blood from ruptured organs or otherwise flowed out without cease. Vomiting blood instead of exhaling air, Subaru suffered whilst breathing once again. Whilst suffering, he grabbed the arrow in his chest and tried to pull it out. He couldn't, not in the slightest bit. The arrow had firmly pierced through both Subaru and the tree, disabling all movement. What was this arrow? Hopeless, abnormal, a blow by a thick, mighty arrow. A truly tightly drawn bow, the body pierced by it was stitched and rendered immobile like a bug, only to flounder unsightly. Subaru. Egg. Rig. Gh. Through the gaps of the overflowing blood, he called the name of she who was yet in this forest. What the call, unable to vocalize words, was charged with was the evocation of caution towards the menace lurking in the forest. Wielding a bow and arrow, someone lurking in the forest had aimed for him, and in this unseemly manner, unable to reach Rem, unable to accomplish anything. Subaru. What the hell is going on? Where is this place? What should he do? Welling up fever and pain he took notice of after a delay, spread through his entire body, and blood streamed out of Subaru's eyes, nose, and ears as well. Tasting the sensation of the disappearance of oneself and becoming empty, whilst feeling icy death draw close to him, Subaru strained his eyes, made his throat tremble, and called her name until the end. Called her name until the end, smeared in blood. Until the very end of the end he called, kept calling her name. Kept calling her name. Translation notes. 1. In the Japanese text, Rem is using the first-person pronoun Chinese letter instead of calling herself by her own name, Rem, which she did pre-amnesia. Arc 7, Chapter 2, Animal Tracking. Translated by Negi, proofread by IceArt Source. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Rei, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Beatrice. Listen, Subaru, I suppose. From now on, you need to understand that you're always on the verge of death, in fact. Subaru. Hey, this little girl Sama made a joke that's quite unamusing. Beatrice. Betty is not a little girl, and it's not a joke either, I suppose. You need to take Betty seriously, in fact. As Beatrice said so with a reddened face, Subaru nodded with a got it. He was sitting on the speckless carpet with his legs folded underneath him, in the middle of receiving a lecture from Beatrice Sensei, who was crossing her short arms, but it was simply going nowhere. It was mainly because Subaru was butting into the lecture between her brief pauses. But Subaru, it's all because of Biko's cuteness. It's not good, Beatrice. Betty thought you finally put on a straight face, but what are you talking about, in fact? Well, it's common knowledge that Betty is cute, so that can't be helped by now, I suppose. Subaru, your Dera index is tremendous right after we got over the event. Beatrice, you're going too far in pulling the rug out from under Betty. Beatrice stomped on the ground, making her anger known to him. Her current attitude looked like it hadn't changed from before, but on the other hand, Subaru's feelings were largely different. Until now, they had often clashed over their ideas and opinions, and she had the impression of a kitten in a neighborhood that didn't warm up to him easily. However, to Subaru, the current Beatrice was Subaru, like an adorable pet cat that I want to spend time with by burying my face into its stomach. Beatrice, take Betty seriously, I suppose. Subaru, Barg, murmuring that out with deep emotion. He was then sent flying by Beatrice, who had held out her hand towards him. As he stuck to the wall before crumpling down onto the floor, Beatrice gave him an exasperated shrug of her shoulders. Beatrice, don't make Betty repeat herself, in fact. This is an important thing to talk about, I suppose. It's something that's really dangerous if you missed hearing it, in fact. It's about the problem with your gait, I suppose. Subaru, it's about my gait, huh? He lifted up his body abruptly, sitting down cross-legged right on the spot where he had fallen. Placing a gentle hand against his chest, he thought about the organ that was on the inside, something that he couldn't see with his eyes, nor touch it either. Gaits were an important organ that existed within living things, utilized in order to use magic in the world that had differing ideas from Subaru's common sense. Whether it was of decent quality or not apparently had to do with one's aptitude for being a magic user, and in Subaru's case, the quality of his gait hadn't been very good. Hadn't been, because his gait was already lost and gone. Beatrice, to be specific, you didn't lose it. You broke it, in fact. Subaru, it's because I used it recklessly even after being told to not use it. Oh well, the next time I see Ferris, I'm going to get far more than a huge scolding. I went ahead and ruined all the treatment he gave me. Beatrice, congratulations on your newfound worries, I suppose. And next time, for this isn't guaranteed, in fact. It was the outcome of completely ignoring Ferris's advice, who had been in charge of restoring Subaru's gait that had been strained from being overused. He shrunk out of fear, certain that Ferris would be angry with him with the ferocity of an Oni. But there was a look in Beatrice's eyes that implied the situation was graver than it seemed. Beatrice, as a result of your broken gait, you became unable to release your mana properly, I suppose. Even with that, mana will keep being produced or absorbed for as long as you live, continuing to accumulate in your body, in fact. But because you don't have a way to get it out, Subaru, surely you won't say that I'll be filled up with mana and burst apart. Beatrice, Subaru, wow, Beatrice-san. It scares me when you become quiet. Subaru raised his voice when she averted her eyes, falling silent with an uneasy expression on her face. Seeing that he looked like he was finally paying serious attention to what she had to say, Beatrice raised a finger with a listen, Beatrice. In all seriousness, your perception of it is correct, in fact. If things go on like this, your physical condition will deteriorate from the mana that gradually builds up in your body, and you'll eventually go boom from the mudded mana, I suppose. Subaru, so scary. Is there a way to do something about it? Beatrice. That's where Betty comes in fact. Fortunately, Betty made a contract with you, Subaru, and we connected ourselves to each other through our souls, I suppose. Just as Betty said, Betty is a little bit different from other spirits and requires receiving mana from other people, in fact. That means, Subaru, you'll do something about the mana that's piling up in my body for me. Hearing Beatrice's idea, one that was like a home run which turned the tide of a baseball match, Subaru stood up vigorously and lifted up her small body in his arms. He continued to hold her up in the air as she cried out, "NH, Kaya," starting to spin around on the spot. "Subaru, you're amazing, Biko. Actually, I owe your existence so much, I feel like I can't stand on equal ground with you. With this, we're in the same boat in both name and reality." Beatrice, it can't just be settled as that, I suppose. From now on, you must remember that every time you sour Betty's mood, your life is going to be as flimsy as a bunch of foam, in fact. If you don't want to die, continue to put your heart and soul into getting on Betty's good side, I suppose. Subaru. Heh, so you're telling me to keep giving it my all in being affectionate with you. If anything, it depends on how long you can continue being spectacular and dazzling. That's a big responsibility on your shoulders, Biko. Biko, why does Betty need to be told that, in fact? Betty can't accept it, I suppose. Subaru kept spinning around while he listened to Beatrice's red-faced shouting, with her still held up in his arms. Spinning around, round and round. Round and round, and round and round, and round and round like that, the sensation of his field of view being spun around suddenly came to an end, and his consciousness was awakened. The agony he was suffering through just before, something similar to the feeling of drowning, had vanished without warning, and Subaru was assaulted by the pain of the unbalanced rhythm of his breathing, as well as the size of the ground that he felt on his back. Subaru. Gog. He sat up while rubbing his throat, retracing his memories of what happened to himself. At the same time, when he glanced at the center of his chest, he didn't see the arrow that was supposed to be sticking out from there. Aside from it, the scratches he had gotten from scraping his body against the trees had also disappeared. It was only natural it turned out like this. His chest had been pierced by that single, frightening blow. Subaru. I died, experiencing a vague sensation which felt like the ground was crumbling away from under his feet. Subaru's blood ran cold as he shuddered. As for the events which led to this, he was swallowed by the black shadow at the Pleiades watchtower, and only a few dozen minutes after he was whisked away from there, that was all it took for Subaru to lose his life. Once again, he understood the severity of the position he was in and stood up. Somehow managing to support his unsteady body, Subaru surveyed his surroundings. And then Subaru. Shit, this sucks. Confirming he was in the middle of a green, grassy plain that stretched far and wide, and also seeing the figure he wished would. V stayed with him was nowhere to be found. Subaru cursed his misfortune. This was unmistakably the grassland where he and the other two had been hurled to from the tower. The problem was he couldn't find Rem, who had been sent here together with him, and Louis was missing as well. To sum it up, the point in time where he had returned by death to was Subaru, after Rem choked me and made me pass out. His restart point was the time after he had fallen unconscious, strangled by Rem, who he had been carrying on his back. It hadn't brought him back far enough to make it so that Rem's awakening never happened, and it also didn't make it so that his final loop at the Pleiades watchtower never existed, either. That in itself was what Subaru wanted to say was good news. Or, if he had been able to return to the final loop at the tower, it wasn't like he didn't hope for the possibility that he could have exchanged words with the missing Rem, a hope which only lasted for a fleeting moment. But Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. If he bore the feelings of regret to such a large extent, he should have made more time for her while he could still afford to come into contact with her, while he still had the time to speak to her, and while he was still graced with the opportunity to listen to her about how she felt. To Natsuki Subaru, who hadn't done so, he had no right to be lamenting in that manner. Anyhow, right now, Subaru, I'll find Rem. He had to chase after the runaway girl, and he had to clear up her misunderstandings. If the reason for Rem's escape was the witch's miasma that encircled him, then since he had just returned by death, The intensity of the smell had probably gotten stronger. It was very likely that she would heed his words even less compared to before. However, the 1 year Natsuki Subaru had spent wasn't so meaningless, to the point he would give up on her because of something like that. Subaru, also, there's the one who killed me. Though the arrow shouldn't be an attack from Rem. The worst-case scenario would be Rem launching an attack on him, which was a possibility that existed, but he couldn't imagine her being able to gather the tools she needed to do so in such a short time. Even more so, a bow and arrow was something that couldn't be prepared so easily and quickly. Subaru, the arrow that pierced into me had an arrowhead, and it also had feathers attached to it. Might have been because it punched through my heart, but I didn't feel too much pain. Even though, if Rem were to be struck by the heavy-hitting, powerful arrow that was fired from the bow, then she wouldn't stand a chance against it even with her strength. Since she was unable to move her legs around freely, it would be difficult for her escape to succeed. At any risk, Subaru had to rescue her out of this place before she fell victim to the arrow. Even if the amnesiac Rem didn't consider him as an ally, that was. Subaru. Time to go, Natsuki Subaru. Show M how great you can be. Slapping his cheeks, what he temporarily dismissed from his mind was the shock of death from just before, and the sorrow he felt from being disliked by the girl that was important to him. It was unknown if he could join her even if he found her, but finding her came first before anything else. Being woeful and being angry were all things that could be done while one was alive. Subaru. Letting out a deep breath, in the same way as he had done previously, Subaru trailed after the footprints that he deduced Rem had followed, judging by the grass that was tipping downwards, and jumped into the forest. However, he was undecided on the decision of whether he should raise his voice loudly while looking for her or not. He had gone through an initiation process courtesy of the arrow, probably because the enemy came across Subaru while he was defenseless. Whoever they were, their identity and objective were both obscure, but it was difficult to think of them as an amicable person, seeing they aimed to kill him with a single blow. There would be death if they found him. He should regard them as that kind of enemy. Subaru, but since they're using tools, a bow and arrow, it's not a witch beast, but it's a human I'm up against. If his opponent was a human, then there was a chance he could get out of this situation without trying to kill each other, depending on how he negotiated with them. Although he didn't know if they would even sit at the table of negotiations to start with. For the most part, in the total number of times Subaru had returned by death so far, the percentage of his deaths that were caused by humans and witch beasts seemed like it was leaning slightly towards humans. Just because his opponent was a human who could understand what he was saying didn't mean he thought he could blindly form friendly relations between them. He did think the likelihood of finding Rem would increase if there were more people that were looking for her, but Subaru, core Leonis. Shutting his eyes, Subaru drove away his rambling thoughts, activating the authority that rested within himself. The brand new power which demonstrated its fierceness in the Pleiades watchtower, core Leonis, was a probing skill that enabled him to detect the locations of his companions, those who would support the Little King. Using this, Subaru desperately clung onto the hope that he could pinpoint where Rem was at. However, Subaru, it's no good, there's no reaction. She might be gone far away from me, or if that's not it, is it because she doesn't think of me as an ally? Little was known about the exact range of core Leonis, but Subaru didn't see the pale light which indicated his allies in the area where the ability took effect. Thinking of the cause of being unable to detect their locations, Subaru came up with the distance between them and his relationships with them. Emilia and the others had once been the targets of its effects, but he currently couldn't perceive them at all. Even if he personally knew both Reed and Gluttony, he didn't know their locations as well. He was certainly able to ascertain the activation of core Leonis. If he were to say it, his ally radar was turned on, although it was in a non-reactive state. The reason why it became like that would be because Emilia and the others were outside of its range of effect, and Rem, who was supposed to be inside of its scope, didn't place Subaru under her category of allies. The fact he also didn't know the location of Louis, who was acting in unison to Rem, attested to his theory. Subaru. There's no way I'll ever treat her as an ally. It's why she won't appear on my radar that has my one-sided love for Rem. Coming to this point, Subaru regretted the poor communication that had occurred when he came into contact with Rem, since he was wrapped around in the witch's miasma. He was unsure of which words he could have chosen to say would V1 over her trust. Despite that, even if he were to be deceitful, he was unable to say anything pertaining to protecting Louis nor bringing her along with them. Subaru, shit damn it. Why? Rem finally woke up, so why do I have to play tag with her like this? He had been waiting eagerly for the day Rem could stand up and move around freely on her own two legs. But when she actually sprang into motion like this, Subaru couldn't help but resent it. If he thought about who he should loathe as a result, all it did was make his anger surge up, directed towards the sin archbishops of gluttony, involving Louis as well. Subaru. Keeping the thoughts in his mind that were going around in circles, Subaru gingerly moved through the forest. He kept his body lowered as he walked because of the person that killed him. Once he would be referring to them as a hunter, since it was more convenient. But it was a desperate measure he took in order to avoid making contact with the hunter. Subaru thought he should do something more, such as rubbing mud on his face, camouflaging his clothes with leaves, and applying the effects of deceptive colors onto himself. But he unfortunately couldn't spend his time on those things. If he at least precisely knew how much time passed after he was separated from Rem, his search for her would be getting somewhere. Subaru, think. It's only during these times I can make use of my crafty mind. Rem forgot everything and doesn't remember, but she still had the ability to hold me down and sense the witch's miasma. It means her episodic memories are missing. Amnesia often had an appearance in manga and games, but in most cases, the amnesia handled in these works corresponded to the lack of what were called episodic memories. It was the same condition as Subaru, who lost his memories once in the tower as the consequence of coming across gluttony. No, that Subaru had only lost his memories, which were made after arriving at the different world. So Rem wasn't exactly in the same state as him, but it was something similar to that. In other words, she was in a state where she knew the names of things, and she also remembered the reflexive actions absorbed into her body. But she lost the memories of her own name and the names of other people, as well as any details that tied into her recollections of the time she spent with them. The evidence of Rem calling herself I and being instinctively on her guard against Subaru because of the scent was proof of that. Subaru, she must be confused. She can't keep running away forever. If she separated herself from me to some extent, then she'll make some time to calm down and reflect on herself. Even more so if she took Louis with her. It was stupid of him to pray for such a thing, but he just wanted to wish Louis would be a grand hindrance and get in the way of Rem's escape. Throwing tantrums, refusing to walk sometimes, and continuing to cause Rem a lot of trouble. A chance for him to catch up to Rem would eventually come around if those things happened. Or it was also okay if Rem forsook her. If Rem decided she wouldn't be able to look after her because she couldn't handle her, that could also Subaru. Actually, I don't know about that. He didn't know if Rem would abandon Louis, seeing that she at least looked like a helpless infant. Losing her episodic memories and being nobody in a sense, it could be said Rem didn't have the inferiority complex she had from interacting with Ram, nor the establishment of her own identity. Despite losing the existence of Rem, it was abnormal how Ram could remain stable, with there being no changes. He wondered if the same thing would happen to Rem. She wasn't sisters with Ram. Her inferiority complex and her pride as a member of the Oni clan was irrelevant to her, and she thought nothing of Natsuki Subaru. That Rem, Subaru, HK. As soon as he imagined it, Subaru felt a burning sensation in his chest and took a large, mighty step forward. The twigs he took his emotions out on by stepping on them creaked before snapping, and he leaned forward while walking around the tall grass that sat in front of him, nearly slipping on the muddy ground. Subaru. Ah! Unexpectedly, the forest had opened up into a different terrain, and Subaru found he had exited out of it into another grassy plain. Thinking he might have gone around the forest in circles, only to end up in the same place, the color drained from Subaru's face. However, when he observed the area attentively, he realized it wasn't the case. It was similar to the first grassland, but the height of the grass beneath his feet were different. Compared to the grassy plain at the beginning, the grass here was slightly taller. Adding to it, that place was completely surrounded by forests at a 360-degree angle, But this area only had the forest Subaru had rushed out of. In front of him, with the forest at his back, he could see a large horizon between the rifts in the grassland. The sky looked terribly far away and high up in the air, and the illusion of mysteriously feeling like he was being sucked into it was making the ground beneath him unsteady. However, it wasn't only the faraway sky that caught his eye. Closer and nearer to him than that, there was a small, open area created by cutting apart the grassland, and the camping tools placed over there. In short, it was a sign of someone previously having been here. Subaru. Instantaneously, caution swelled and bubbled all over Subaru's body, and his field of view was narrowed drastically. Fortunately, there weren't any silhouettes at the place he should refer to as a simple camping ground. Only the possible traces of someone camping out here remained, and it was hard to think of it as a trap. The problem was about who exactly created this camping site. Subaru. The highest possibility for that is the one who killed me, right? He thought about the hunter that brought him down. Upon proceeding to carry out a hunt in the forest, the odds of them setting this place as their base camp were high. If it came to that, then Subaru should immediately move away from here and ensure his own safety. Whether he came across them in the forest or on a plain, there was no doubt the hunter was a dangerous individual. It was often said that the Matagi one shot humans by accident because they mistook them for deer, but mistakenly shooting someone that was looking for their acquaintance while shouting loudly because one confused them for a deer was simply impossible when Subaru took their skills into consideration. The hunter was a threatening enemy. He needed to conclude it as such before acting. However, Subaru, if I could filch at least one knife. In order to march through the close-knit trees of what he should call a dense forest, Subaru wanted the assistance of a tool. Unfortunately, the only item which was currently in his possession was the whip he used regularly, the guilty whip, crafted out of the materials from a powerful enemy. His outfit, one that was for conquering the sandy sea, was kind of coming in handy for the conquering of the dense forest. Nevertheless, his situation would change drastically if he had even one bladed tool to cut up the trees so he could get a move on. Therefore, things would go rather differently if he could obtain a single tool that was something like it. Viewing it as such, Subaru finished his short period of contemplation and walked towards the camping grounds. He also had the choice to immediately make a quick turn and return to the forest, but considering what he was after, he wanted to avoid going back there empty-handed. While paying attention to his footsteps and surroundings, Subaru entered the site. Subaru. There's marks left from when they made a fire, and it's shoddy, but is this a bed? He knew the traces of a burning fire were left in the center of the camp, and also that there was something which looked like a bed next to it, lined up with cut grass. There was no doubt someone had been living here. The bed was empty as well, and it seemed like there was nothing else in the area but Subaru. If I could just find a knife or something like that. Ah, so you want a blade. Well, you have made your appearance at the right time. The moment Subaru tried to find a tool he could use, going on a brief search around the camp, he stopped as he heard a voice speak behind him and felt something cold being held to his neck. His breath catching in his throat, upon lowering his gaze slowly, Subaru saw that the object raised against the right side of his neck was the blade of a sword, polished and refined beautifully. Subaru, holding his breath, Subaru understood that he had given his opponent the right to decide whether to kill him or let him live. However, his head was in a state of confusion because of the fact he had been spoken to from behind. He was cautious. He was cautious, with calculations thrown out of the window because he was in a situation with his life on the line. Of course, among the superhumans that lived in this other world, he knew there were people who could move at a speed his eyes couldn't catch up to, and there were also people who could even pull off the likes of teleportation. Despite that, Subaru, did I really manage to roll one of the few exceptions here at this time? How unlucky can I be? Fool, who said you could speak? You are to choose each and every one of your words with utmost care. Do not forget that your life is within my hands. Even as Subaru cursed his own misfortune, there was no mercy in the voice of the person behind him. Just as they said, they would probably immediately send his head flying if he tried anything funny. Feeling the indubitable, overpowering pressure asserting that things would definitely turn out like that, Subaru desperately tried to think of any ways he could make a breakthrough. Judging from the voice, the person was a man. Because he sounded quite young, he could be around the same age as Subaru, or slightly older. The way the man chose his words was peculiar, but it strangely didn't feel odd to him. And more than anything, man, I see you are racking your brains in deep thought whilst your mouth remains closed. However, you are not thinking of throwing away your life and attempting to strike back. The man had the insight that allowed him to discern the silent Subaru's inward thoughts. It seemed like he had considered something while looking at Subaru's back, as he let out a breath that sounded like he was mulling over his thoughts. And man, you are dressed in a style that I do not see around these places. I do not believe it is suitable for the climate in Budime either. Pale hands and feet. You are not from the local area. Subaru, whoa. Man, silence. Who said you could open your mouth? If you are to incur my displeasure next time, I would like to see you try speaking even after your head is separated from your body. The man had no intention of engaging in the conversation. Subaru was forced to realize it when a shallow cut was delivered to his neck. Along with the pain from the prickling sensation, blood gradually spilled over the wound and trickled down his neck. But the man wasn't finished yet with his examination of Subaru. Man, the whip at your waist is also extremely, terribly inconvenient to use in a forest. Your arms and legs are also somewhat trained, but it is not so much as to arrange you into the line of wolves. It seems like you did not come here chasing after me. Subaru, man, why is it that you have fallen silent? If you would not explain yourself, would you rather die here? Subaru, I'm allowed to speak this time. Isn't that unreasonable? When Subaru protested against the man's unfairness, the stern gaze boring into the back of his head became sharper. Subaru stiffened, grasping that he said something unnecessary, but the rigidity of his body was finally loosened as the sword against his neck was drawn back. However, man, turn around slowly. If you try anything funny, Subaru, you'll lop off my head. Man, no. I will sever your limbs, gouge out your heart, and incinerate it in front of your eyes. Subaru, a threat that's way too evil. Subaru got the message of the threat from its intensity, raising both of his hands, and started turning around bit by bit while proving he had no intention to counterattack. And then he took his time to set his eyes on the man that managed to get behind him, Subaru. Are you serious? He came face to face with the man in front of him, whose face was hidden behind a rag wrapped around it. He really was a strange-looking man. His height was only slightly above Subaru's, and his physique looked vaguely slim. Showing his slender limbs as he stood, he held something similar to a saber or a rapier in his hand, a thin-bladed sword that had given a shallow slice to Subaru's neck. The outfit he wore consisted of noble-like clothes of excellent quality, and it could be said his style was more out of place than Subaru's appearance. If he looked closely, he could see that the rag wrapped around his face might have been a cape. Whether he sustained an injury on his face, or whether he simply didn't want to show his face, it wasn't clear why he wore the rag on his face. But masked man, what is it, with your idiotic face? Subaru, setting it aside if you meant idiotic look by that, I was born with this face, so doesn't it count as bad-mouthing me? There's this and that, but my reaction can't be helped, especially after looking at your appearance. Masked man, you are making assumptions. I am also looking at your face, currently being once again suspicious if you are an assassin or not. Subaru, people don't get jobs assigned to them because of what their eyes look like. My role is just the exact opposite of an assassin in the first place. Rather than going on the offensive, I'm more of a defensive kind of guy. Without loosening up his vigilance, the masked man continued to point his sword at Subaru. Responding to his voice that was laced with doubt, Subaru looked at the masked man's equipment, and then at his baggage which was placed behind him, before furrowing his brow. The man's outfit, ill-suited for any camping or activity in the forest, had attracted Subaru's attention, but what drew his focus more than it was the sack lying down behind him. Subaru could only see it as something that materialized into the clearing without any warning, the same as the man that had appeared behind his back. Adding to that, it was about the masked man's equipment. He didn't have a bow, nor did he have any arrows. Subaru, it seems like you're probably not the hunter. Masked man, hunter. Subaru, it's a personal matter. By the way, are you able to do things like crossing a distance instantaneously or becoming invisible, stuff like that? Masked man. The moment he asked the question, the man's black eyes, able to be seen from the gap in his mask, were narrowed. However, the masked man's reaction wasn't one of anger nor one thinking of deserting him, but it was a reaction showing he took an interest in Subaru. In fact, when the man let out a small sigh with a "Ha, masked man, why have you reached an idea such as that? State your reasoning." Subaru. I was cautious of my surroundings before coming closer to this place, just in case. Of course, I know there's tons of people who can tear through anything as poor as my caution, but you're not one of them. Masked man, why is that? Subaru. I want you to listen without getting mad at me, but I had a lot of opportunities to coincidentally come across a bunch of skilled people, or what you would call superhumans. Comparing you to those crazy guys, I get the feeling from you that you're, ordinary. If he was talking to a notable warrior, what he said would definitely offend him. Even so, it was what Subaru felt after facing the masked man in a conversation. He observed that the man in front of him was unquestionably able to use a sword, but his skill was average, having gotten to that point with a certain amount of training. Looking at him from Subaru's eyes, who knew people such as Reinhard, Garfield, Wilhelm, and Julius, he could only say the masked man was inferior when he measured them side by side. Subaru. If that's so, then the theory of you jumping here outside of my perception will be null and void. What's left is the possibility of you instantly closing the distance and appearing behind me, or if that's not it, masked man, it was either that, or I have disappeared from your sight by utilizing concealment. Subaru, HK. Soon after, Subaru jolted with astonishment as the man vanished from his field of view despite having been standing in front of him. However, his surprise didn't end there. Subaru, you disappeared. But are you right in front of me? Masked man, you are correct. Concealment cannot remove even my presence. Receiving Subaru's question, the masked man blinked back into view the moment he replied, standing in the same exact place in the same posture as before. As he thought, the man hadn't disappeared in the sense of being gone, but he only disappeared in the sense of being invisible. And the fact he returned from that state the moment he answered Subaru's question meant, Subaru, it gets cancelled if you touch someone or they become aware of you. Masked man, although it is the ideal tool for holding one's breath and lying low whilst being hidden. Saying that, the masked man lowered the sword he was pointing at Subaru and directed it at the edge of the camping grounds. He was aiming it towards where his sack was placed. Masked man, the bed is a decoy. I was holding my breath over there, just slightly far away from it. I saw you sneak into here from the very beginning. How humorous you were. Subaru, looking from the side, people look super dumb when they're on alert. Wait, that's not important right now. You lowered your sword, so that means, masked man, you are not my pursuer. I have no clue of how, nor your motives, but you must be someone that has gotten lost. If so, I have no reason to condemn you severely for that. Neither do I need to teach you a lesson with this blade. As if indicating he had no intention to fight, the masked man withdrew the bare sword back into the sheath at his waist. Seeing it through, the tension in Subaru's body finally softened. The moment he relaxed, he came to remember his original plan. Subaru, it's not the time to be calming myself. Hey, sorry for all these questions, but did you see a blue-haired girl? We got separated around here. Masked man, blue hair. No, I have not. Rather, making my way to this place, the first thing I saw was your face. What are you going to do about this? Subaru, I won't do anything about it, though. I won't do anything about it, but... Shit, it ended in failure here too, huh? Hey, this is a maybe, but is it possible for you to help me look for masked man? Subaru, yeah, just as I thought. He failed to obtain a witness statement, and his last resort, relying on the rope of human relations, had also been chopped off in front of him. Subaru received the masked man's icy glare, knife-like to the point that it might cut anything that touched it, as the answer to his request. Like that, in order to take back the time he lost, he tried to return to the forest. Masked man, halt. If you were separated in this forest, then reuniting is not a feat that could be done so easily. Although, I believe the best course of action is for you to prioritize your survival. Subaru, sorry, but not a chance. It's just that she's more important than my life. I'll reunite with her no matter what it takes. No, I need to bring her home. Masked man, more than your life, setting aside the bardic poetry of songstresses, I can only imagine those as empty words if I hear it in reality. I can only imagine it as that, but what is interesting are your eyes. When the intensity of Subaru's gaze sharpened from the man's attitude of ridiculing his recklessness, the man exactly pointed a finger towards his eyes. As Subaru drew back, thinking he was going to poke his eyes out, the masked man chuckled at him. Masked man, those are eyes that do not tell lies nor slander. I do not know if it will remain the same when it is actually weighed on a scale with your life, but at this moment, it seems like you apparently did not line up any words of deceit. Subaru, so what? If what I'm saying is true, what will it, masked man? It will more or less capture my interest. I shall allow you to borrow my intellect. With a finger, the masked man tapped the area around his temple. Listening to his answer, Subaru thought he should just yell out, "Stop messing around," at the man, but any harsh remark such as that didn't leap out of his throat. Mysteriously, this was a strange thing as well, but he couldn't find any feelings of suspicion he could direct towards the man. No, the man was shady. However, he had a persuasiveness that overpowered it. It was most likely the effect of the natural-born charisma he held. Masked man, describe the details of what exactly transpired. I will find you a way to search for her. Subaru, me and her were suddenly hurled to this place. Before he knew it, Subaru was starting to answer the man's question, slowly and steadily. It wasn't as if he actually believed in this guy or trusted him either. It was just that he was desperate enough to be grasping at straws. When he felt like this, he wanted to rely on someone, even if they were less trustworthy than a pile of straw. Maybe it was just about that. Masked man, you were careless. Like that, having finished hearing Subaru's explanation of his circumstances, the masked man's first words in response were biting. Just as he had been asked by the man, Subaru had given a clean description of what happened between him and Rem, omitting the complicated situation which also surrounded them. He told him that Rem's memories were jumbled and that she had escaped after knocking him out, and he also included the part where she was acting together with a dangerous little girl. Subaru, I know, I was being a huge idiot, but you won't stop there, right? Exposing my recently acquired dark past and being done after making fun of me, masked man, fool. How could I bother to go as far as using my precious time to deride a jester such as yourself? That girl, she's able to think on her feet to a certain degree, yes. Subaru. Ah, yeah, I think so, maybe. Intimidated by the air the masked man was giving off, Subaru nodded truthfully. As a versatile maid, Rem played an active part in the various moments of daily life, but an evaluation such as that couldn't be obtained just by being skilled at doing housework, determining the abilities of different people and placing them where it would be appropriate for them before letting them act. Even during fights, she predicted his movements and moved in sync with him, despite him not saying anything to invoke that. Rem was smart. Even if her memories had been lost, masked man, if that is so, it is highly feasible that you have been plotted against. Subaru, PL, plotted against. You're saying I got tricked. That's I don't, masked man. In this case, whether she has her memories or not is not the problem. What is important is that the girl is aware she is being chased after, and she has the capability to come up with this and that against her pursuer. For example, cutting off his words there, the masked man stared at Subaru from head to toe with his black eyes. Feeling like his thoughtlessness was being criticized, Subaru drew his shoulders closer to himself. Looking at Subaru, the masked man narrowed his eyes. Masked man. For example, something such as purposely leaving traces in the grassland to disguise the direction she had escaped in. Subaru. Masked man. You must have been quite anxious after you awakened from being knocked unconscious. When you felt like you needed to find her as soon as possible, what would you do if there were footsteps placed there as if it was being shown off to you? Ardent and eager, Subaru had run after the traces like a mongrel. It was what happened in reality, and it was the answer to the mocking gaze of the masked man. Of course, he could make a retort, saying that wasn't it, but Subaru. Sure enough, I couldn't find any more traces deeper into the forest, coming from the entrance. But I thought it was because the path was unsteady and hard to walk on. Masked man, you do not avert your eyes from the truth that is inconvenient to yourself. Subaru, I've known that I'm stupid and an idiot for a long time. It's only that I have a gift for adaptability and willpower, something I'm on the same page with the other me. It couldn't be conveyed even if he said it, but Subaru replied to the masked man as such. Truthfully, the man's speculation made a lot of sense. Looking back on it, the traces left on top of the grass felt way too obvious. Among wild animals such as foxes and rabbits, there were those that did things such as purposely leaving behind footprints and jumping into a clump of grass midway, utilizing techniques which confused their predators. The marks Rem left on the grass were the same, so what if it was a cunning trap in order to deceive him? Subaru. She made me go to a different direction and went the other way instead. Masked man. In that case, the direction one will choose to go would often be the exact opposite. It is reasonable to select the method in which she could keep away as far as she could, considering her state of mind. Do you understand? Subaru. It's frustrating, but I get it. Damn, that Rem. Just as the masked man said, if Rem had deliberately left visible tracks as a decoy, there was a high possibility she had made her escape towards the opposite direction. However, if Subaru managed to get a good guess on her actions and went to the forest on the other side, he might be able to work out something to catch her. He somewhat felt like a villain, but Subaru. I'm used to giving others a bad first impression because of stuff like my face and body odor. I'll definitely catch up to her. Masked man, how high-spirited. Here, take this with you. Subaru, Yue. Standing up, as Subaru attempted to dash away, unable to stand still for any longer, the masked man threw something at him after palming his sack of his belongings. As Subaru looked at the thing he just caught in his hands, he saw it was a small knife, fitted inside of a leather sheath. When he widened his eyes at it, the masked man shrugged his shoulders. Masked man. It is not a forest you could confront with a single whip. Utilize it to the best of your ability. Subaru, I'm really thankful for it, but are you sure? I can't do anything in return right now. Masked man, I do not mind. Sometimes I would like to be the one who bestows to another. Or will you make an effort to deprive me of every one of my belongings with the knife? It sounded like he was joking, but it was true that he had given Subaru the power to carry it out. The masked man had a certain amount of skill, but it couldn't be declared that Subaru didn't have a chance against him, no matter how slim it was. In that sense, the man's actions were akin to a type of gamble. However, Subaru, my name is Natsuki Subaru. This is unmistakably a debt that I owe you. I'll definitely return the favor that I was given. I won't try anything ungrateful. Firmly fastening the knife he received on his waist, Subaru bowed deeply. Looking at that, the masked man let out a small scoff with a HMPH, masked man. I have already shown you the way. Get on with it and go. By all possible means, you are to make every effort in winning over the trust of the runaway girl. Subaru, I totally agree. Thanks for the help. Oh wait, that's that, but masked man. What is it? Waving his hand to express his gratitude, Subaru paused right as he was about to rush into the forest. The masked man's voice had a hint of exasperation in it because of how busy he looked, but Subaru pointed his finger at the forest in front of him. Subaru, I'm passing through here to go back to the grassland I was in, but you shouldn't really use this path. There's a frightening hunter in here. They'll try to kill you from afar with a bow, so no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough against them. If you're going somewhere, I recommend you to take a detour around the forest. Masked man, I see. I understand. I will keep it in mind. Subaru, yeah, please do that. See you. Hearing the masked man's response, Subaru succeeded in preventing his benefactor from immediately being killed by the hunter, avoiding a potential situation that left a bad taste in his mouth. And then, racing into the forest as fast as he could, he started running for the first grassland with all his might. Subaru, it cuts really well. Fortunately, Subaru didn't have much trouble returning to the first grassland. It was because the knife he received from the masked man had a sharp edge, giving him a huge boost in slicing off the branches and leaves that obstructed his path. Normally, when it came to a knife like this, it seemed like its blade would be heavily chipped if it were to be overused, but he felt no inconveniences such as that. Perhaps it might be an excellent blade of the highest quality. Subaru, his clothes looked pretty expensive too. Who exactly was that guy? While wondering about it, Subaru returned to the original grassland with great haste. After that, when he searched around the area where he had been led towards the opposite way, Subaru found it. This must be it. Just now, on the other side of the marks placed for show, Subaru discovered a set of footsteps left in an uneven shape on the grass. It looked like Rem had tried her best to rub out the tracks, but it was very likely that she could only erase her own and couldn't fully erase Louis' S. Since traces of the effort that was put into removing the tracks were there, it was implausible to think of this as an additional decoy, which meant Subaru. Finally, I got something on you, Rem. Although he was self-conscious of it earlier, he uttered the words that made him straight up sound like a villain, running as fast as he could while chasing after the marks which became his newly discovered sign of Rem's location. The tracks which continued to the entrance of the forest were the same as last time. However, it wasn't possible to disguise the broken twigs at the entrance, nor the footprints in the mud. Subaru, I found it. If I use this, I can catch up to Rem, Subaru thought as he attempted to track the footprints in the mud with eagerness. It was the next moment. Subaru, HK. As Subaru paid attention to the footprints, a tied vine broke apart below his feet. The recoil made the branch it was supporting shoot out towards him, and a powerful blow struck him from the side. Subaru, GH. Receiving a horizontal lash from a branch about as thick as his arm, Subaru was sent flying at a long distance. A pained cry escaped from him as he rolled across the mud, unable to stand up from the impact of the blow. His vision flashing and flickering between light and dark, and hit by a surprise attack that he wasn't expecting, Subaru's consciousness twirled around like the revolving light of a police car from the pain and the shock. Subaru. All right now, could that be? When the pain was mitigated after a while, Subaru finally stood up on the spot. Though he knew it was affecting his knees, and he also knew that a massive amount of internal damage was done on the side of his body. However, his shock extended beyond that. Subaru, a trap. Although she was running away, she wouldn't end it with a simple escape. Despite having lost her memories, she could exert herself to the fullest. That was how fearsome the girl Rem could be. Natsuki Subaru finally realized it then and there. That this was the beginning of his second real, genuine battle with Rem ever since he arrived at this world. Translation notes. 1. Matagi equals a band of people in the Tohoku region that hunts for a living. They follow traditional teachings and values. Arc 7, Chapter 3, Versus Rem. Translated by, Negi, proofread by, Archbishop #0097 Art Source. Kadokawa the anime. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Rei, Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Subaru. It's just as I was told. What's this? It's not cleaned thoroughly at all. Peeking into the back of the shelf he had tilted over, Subaru grimaced at his own work. With the suit coat of his butler outfit taken off and the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, Subaru was fully assuming the style of a cleaner, however. The contents of his work deserved to have the title of apprentice, or poor, attached to the top. Displaying the small amount of dexterity he naturally possessed, Subaru became able to do his job in the mansion more efficiently compared to before. Just as he bore those thoughts, he felt like his hubris had been pointed at and called out. There was one shadow staring at Subaru's self-reflection from behind, sneering with a, "Ha! Ram! Well, it's just Barusu after all. You turn into such a wretched state when Ram thought she could try extending the range of your job, thinking you've improved. You should be ashamed of yourself." Subaru. Yeah, I don't have anything I could say back against. Wait, I do. How come you have the right to stand with such a haughty attitude? You aren't doing enough work to lecture me like that. Ram. Unlike you, Ram is very skilled at being efficient and well organized. So, from the moment we allocated our workload in the morning, Ram guided it to make sure she would be in charge of the minimum amount of work. Subaru. Not the skill to proceed with your work efficiently, but the skill to avoid working. It wasn't being victorious in a fight, but being victorious without fighting was the art of war. That was what it looked like if put in a good way, and it was an excellent ability for skipping out on one's job if looked at in a bad way, but it was too late no matter what Subaru wanted to say, because he wasn't able to point it out during the morning. Although, Subaru, the shifted burden going to Rem, is something neither me or you want, right? Ram, MN, you're quite brazen in spite of being Barusu, but you have a point. As Subaru said so while scratching his head with disappointment, Ram narrowed her eyes at him. Like that, when the two turned their faces towards the edge of the room, there was the figure of a person who was moving around with haste, her footsteps pattering against the floor. A blue-haired girl, wiping away at the trivial parts of the room in the vicinity of the damp spots on the floor, while swaying the hem of her maid's skirt. Subaru. Rem. Rem. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I was a bit absorbed in my work. How did it go with the back of the shelf, Subaru-kun? The girl, Rem, smiled softly as she turned around to answer his call, asking him a question. When that smile of hers was directed towards him, Subaru felt apologetic for having to give her a pathetic answer, but he resigned himself to his fate since it wasn't something he could conceal. Subaru. Yeah, it was just as you said. Thoroughly wiping the places that can't be seen easily. Really, my attitude of being okay with only making the surface clean isn't good at all. Ram. No, that's not true. When it comes to putting on a front and glossing over other issues, you're second to none. You're the best among those of the kingdom. Subaru. You put it in a way that might get us sued for defamation. He knew Rem meant no offense, but it was an evaluation that stabbed him like a needle. Being good at keeping a facade and hiding his problems was a trait he himself was aware of. Ram. As expected, you're good at seeing through the essence of various things. Rem. Subaru. You're being noisy, Nisama. I'm a little aware of it, so don't make me feel any more downhearted than I already am. Subaru directed a stern look at Ram, who was crossing her arms while being seated on the bed. However, she met his eyes with a sharpened gaze, even more intense than his, causing him to flee dejectedly. The person at the lowest position with the lowest power in this place was Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. Damn, it's tough to be bullied by a senior maid. In that regard, Rem is kind, right? Rem. Yes, of course. Rem won't say anything harsh to you. Rem believes that you will understand her even if she doesn't say anything extra. Subaru, your kindness is going to tear a hole in me from the inside. Sliced up on the outside by her older sister's wicked tongue and ripped into tatters on the inside from Rem's sweet, sweet poison. Subaru felt like he was going to be confused, whether he was placed in a fortunate environment or whether he wasn't, but it probably also pertained to how he perceived it. Subaru, hey, don't shut your eyes against your own faults, Natsuki Subaru. Putting Nisama aside, isn't it all about meeting Rem's expectations for her? I'm gonna do it. Right, Rem. Rem, as expected of you, that's the spirit. Rem is deeply impressed. Subaru, hey, this positiveness of mine is also one of my special qualities. So what should I start from? Rem, yes. Firstly, the sashes of the windows aren't wiped properly at all, so let's redo that. For the place above the shelf, please use a foothold to wipe it thoroughly, not just standing on your toes. As you saw, there's no need to clean the back of the shelf daily, but it will become a huge mess if it's not cleaned from time to time. And it's about the foot of the bed and the other side of the mat, but, Subaru, I'm under heavy fire. It's going to make me fall forwards. As Rem immediately listed off what Subaru could improve one by one in overflowing numbers, speaking at a pace as smooth as water, he was unable to keep up with his mental note-taking. However, looking at the room from the perspective of Subaru, who was rated as the best among the kingdom at putting on a front and hiding his other problems, he was surprised to be told it had a lot of room for improvement, despite it appearing to be moderately clean. Subaru, really, you're very observant of things. Is it also a maid's dedication? Rem, of course. But if you think from another person's standpoint, there are things you can eventually start seeing. Rem is always thinking about you, Subaru-kun. Subaru, I'm happy, but the flaws of my cleaning, the dust-covered areas are being seen through one after another. Clenching her fist, Rem's response was rather sweet of her, but it was awkward for Subaru. However, she could direct her attentive gaze to even the minuscule details and carry out her work meticulously, which was the sign of her having the basics of a maid down, no matter how humble she was trying to be. She undoubtedly lived up to the reputation of the versatile maid. Ram, it's only natural, because Rem is Ram's adorable little sister. Subaru, wait, you're the one who's triumphant about it. Rem, it's because Nisama's bold attitude fits her well, it being a part of her charm. As Ram acted all high and mighty on top of the bed, shamelessly cocking her head and leaning backwards to assert her posture, Subaru and Rem's voices flew around her. It was another scene in the everyday lives of the maids and the servant, who all worked at the Roswell mansion, and Subaru, GH Whoa, HH Da. The feeling of floating that lasted for a moment, and the pain from being caught by the firm, solid ground. Knowing that he was going to fall, although he curled up his body and rolled forwards to soften his landing, it was still quite the impact. The follow-up attack from the thick branch that laid on the spot where he tumbled down was especially beyond what he expected. It dug against his shoulder blades, and the unanticipated pain made his eyes water. Subaru. Oh, oh. Ah, I'm glad there weren't any follow-up attacks other than from Mother Nature. Thanks to this knife. Standing up while teary-eyed, Subaru sighed after he returned the knife in his hands back into its sheath. He then spun around to gaze up at the trunk of the large tree, which he had been dangling from until now. A long vine extended towards the ground from one of the thick branches of the trunk. It was cut off in the middle by the knife, but beyond the severed vine was Subaru. A ring. I've seen those before in stuff like manga, but these kinds of traps actually work, huh? Saying so, Subaru removed the vine that was looped and tied around his right ankle. The trap was set up on the ground, and it had a function where it tightened itself around one's foot should they try to pass above it, leaving the person suspended in midair. To be honest, even though Subaru fell for the trap, he had no idea how it was able to make that possible. And he also didn't have the spare time to search for this, and that in order to find out the answer, either. Subaru, although she doesn't have her memories, her knowledge and skill are left as they are. Ha! When I'm in the position of chasing after her like this, I see Rem really is Nisama's little sister. It was already obvious from the start, but he was forcefully reminded of it yet again. Of course, he didn't want it to be pointed out to him in this manner, so it felt quite unpleasant to him. Over an hour had passed since Subaru entered the forest in pursuit for Rem, following the advice of the masked man, who he met on the other side of the forest. Subaru was able to detect Rem's attempts to disguise the escape route she used with Louis in tow. Thanks to it, he could undoubtedly say the distance between him and the two was shrinking. However, the greatest factor of why he wasn't able to close the distance to zero was because Rem's wariness was his biggest obstacle. Rem was cautious of the witches sent the miasma that encircled him, not limiting herself to only camouflaging her and Louis's footsteps, but also placing traps everywhere around the forest to slow him down. Ever since he received the powerful blow at the beginning of all of this, Subaru discovered, or you could say that he fell for, traps that amounted to a number above 10. Knowing Rem was carrying out the positioning of those numbers of traps while running on her unsteady legs, taking a deadweight with her to add to that, Subaru had to be deeply impressed by her. Subaru. If it's something like tying some grass or digging a shallow pitfall, it's actually cute, but minor traps with the purpose of tripping him or spraining his foot. If it came to those kinds of traps, it wasn't as harmful, and it also wasn't much of a hindrance to his continuation of tracking Rem down. However, their number was abnormally high, and it was troublesome because he needed to be on the lookout for them when he navigated the areas with considerable amounts of grass and fallen leaves. Subaru. It's difficult for me when with Rem's strength, it takes one try for her to make a pit that only traps one of your legs. The difference between the physical abilities we were born with are showing. Mingled among the minor traps were the intermediate traps made out of vines and fallen trees, similar to the one which pulled him into the air, fully aiming to slow him down. If Subaru hadn't been blessed with the opportunity to obtain a knife by some miracle, how much time would it have taken him to free himself from the vine trap? There was also the likelihood of the recommencing of his chase being delayed even further, due to losing his cool in one way or another. And what made the panicking Subaru hesitate the most was Subaru, SH. He lashed out the guilty whip he drew from the back of his waist, the tip of the weapon delivering a powerful strike to a suspicious spot on the ground. The next moment, aimed towards the spot, 2 or 3 branches swooped down onto it, rebounding through the air with a devastating amount of power. It had a force that would be strong enough to break 1 or 2 of his arms if he had been hit directly by those. Large traps, which existed to seize Subaru's ability to take action there, weren't many, but the fact that these traps had been indeed set up was hampering the speed he was advancing through the forest at. He could also say the single blow he received from the thick branch at the entrance was one of Rem's large traps. As Subaru continued deeper into the forest, the danger and power of the large traps was increasing. Instead of thinking that Rem, being chased, was losing her mercifulness, it was more as if her skill was growing. Subaru. She's learning and getting even better at making traps while creating them during her escape, damn, as expected of how hardworking you are, Rem. I didn't want it to be demonstrated against me right now, though. He knew Rem was a hard worker who tried her best at everything, and he was also happy those qualities weren't lost, even in the present situation where her memories haven't returned. However, that was beside the point. To put it short, Rem was growing throughout their battle. Considering Subaru's own growth was pretty much at its limit, to make matters worse, the already severe difference in their capabilities would be even more noticeable. He had to capture her before this difference became set in stone, but Subaru. Dismantling the large trap in front of him, Subaru held his breath for a moment. Restlessly glancing around the area around him, what he seeked after was the next escape route of Rem, who had created the trap he just took apart. In order to find it out, there was a need to follow the little amount of tracks she tried to cover up. Of course, he could think of a situation where she left no traces behind at all, but the current Rem didn't have the ability nor time to pull that off. Because of that, Subaru found it. In the gap between the trees, where the trap was previously set up, Subaru discovered the sign of tree bark having been plucked at, albeit only a little. It was unrelated to the large trap, and it was a tiny scratch that was similar to a cat dragging its claws against a pillar of a house. However, these childish scars had served a purpose in leading Subaru to this point. After all, the true identity of these scratches were the tracks left behind by the hindrance. Subaru. It was an ironic thing, but the primary factor that got in Rem's way and allowed Subaru to continue his pursuit was the existence of the Sin Archbishop she was taking with her on her escape, Louis Arneb. Rem and Louis, Subaru didn't know how compatible they were with each other, but what he could observe from the little scars was that Louis wasn't very well behaved and cooperative with Rem's actions. No matter how hard Rem tried to erase their footsteps, Louis was ruining all of her efforts. Subaru, shit. Taking notice of the good news, as Subaru used it to assist his chase, his feelings remained cloudy, the rays of revitalization refusing to shine through them. It was only natural. With it resulting in Louis's existence giving Subaru a helping hand, if he thought about his relationship with the evil Sin Archbishop, he couldn't be rejoicing over it. Even if it wasn't Louis who directly stole Rem's name and memories. The three siblings, representing the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony, all bore sins to an equal degree. Only one of them having the weight of their sins lightened was something that wasn't going to happen. It didn't matter if she didn't have a physical body that existed in the world, or if she strayed off the correct path in the way of life. That was the conclusion Subaru made against Louis Arneb, who had been ranting, screaming, and bawling her eyes out in that white-filled world. Because of that, even if Subaru could catch up to Rem successfully and entered the stage of persuading her, he had no intention to make a compromise on how Louis would be treated. In the first place, Subaru. Why the hell? Do I have to play tag with Rem like this? As he thought about catching up to Rem and discussing what they would do about Louis, Subaru bit his lip out of the anger rushing back into him, despite leaving it out of his mind until now. He had considered the possibility of the awakened Rem having lost her memories and name. Of course, it would have been the best if the original, complete Rem had returned, but since there were previous cases such as Crush and Julius, he couldn't really expect Rem to wake up in her former state. His worries had nailed the problem right in the center, and as a result, Rem had forgotten about herself, as well as Subaru. Even if things turned out like that, Subaru thought he could withstand it and support her. Emilia and Ram, Beatrice and the others, with the members of the camp helping each other out, everyone could support Rem together. That was the source of why Subaru could stay put. However, right now, in the forest with none of the people Subaru could rely on, he was in pursuit of the runaway Rem Subaru. Why did it turn out like this? Why does everything always? Didn't allow him to settle down anything neatly and smoothly. Rem would wake up after remembering everything, and although she would be surprised at the time that had passed during her slumber, they would weave the story that laid ahead of them together. He was fine with that. Even if Rem were to be in the same state she currently was in, if Subaru's allies, who would do their best all together as a group, were there for her and stood by her side, then he wouldn't have been tormented by a disaster like this. He was fine with that, too. Fate always had the harshest, cruelest path in store for Natsuki Subaru. And not only did it prepare that for Subaru, but it also directed that towards the people around him who were dear to him. Subaru, have you complained enough already, Natsuki Subaru? Gnashing the back of his teeth together, Subaru delivered a strong slap to his cheeks using both of his hands. The sharp pain and the impact rocked his consciousness, and Subaru temporarily left behind the feeble thoughts he had been harboring just until now. Yes, fate invariably showed him the cruelest path every single time. That was why Natsuki Subaru was constantly beaten down by hardship and suffering in the form of a whip, standing up every time he fell despite feeling like he was on the verge of vomiting up blood, and continued to face the front. Subaru, the man who finally made his hardships into his own whip. That's me. Strictly speaking, Giltilo, the witch beast that became the raw materials for the whip, was not quite a wall that obstructed his path, and it was on the lower difficulty level among the other hardships that blocked his way. Subaru declared it as such, talking big and lifting his own spirits, stirring up his emotions, concentrating his crafty mind, and searching for a way he could fight. It was what Subaru had been doing until now. He had been following through with it to a foolishly honest degree. He didn't have any other way to do it, so he would do the same for today as well. Subaru, think me. Even if I keep chasing after Rem, she'll eventually realize that Louis is screwing up her plan. If that happens, then the tracks would be cut off sooner or later. Before that happens, he either had to catch up to them or figure out a way to forestall them. Subaru. Analyzing the difference in their fighting strength, Subaru racked his brains with all his might, trying to pinpoint the strengths of both the opposing party and himself. As of now, Rem's strengths were her dexterity and her attentiveness, things which weren't lost even if she didn't have her memories. He wanted to watch over the speed of her growth as she became more adept at setting traps, the cuteness of her face and voice, and how she was taking action, but those could wait. On the contrary, Subaru's strengths were his handling of the whip and knife, the clues Louis was leaving for him, although it was vexing to think she was helping him, and regarding the mean-looking shape of his eyes as a part of his charm, he could point out that he knew what kind of person Rem was, even more so than Rem herself. Subaru. Rem must. V already noticed me chasing after her. The existence of the countless traps proved it, but Rem had been guessing that Subaru was hot on her heels. If not, there was no reason for her to prepare an excessive number of traps to this extent. She would. V only placed a few traps just to be safe and prioritize her escape. Instead of doing so, she continued to set up various traps because she was certain that Subaru was after her. And the reason why she could be so sure of it was because of the witch's miasma, as he had thought. Subaru. Exactly how much does my body stink right now? Subaru sniffed his arm, but while he could detect the scent of sand and sweat, it wasn't as much as scattering a rancid odor all around himself. Of course, people said that it was hard to notice your own smell, but in this case, the problem was the witch's miasma being only able to be recognized by the ones who could recognize it. Previously, he heard something about the scent fading away day by day from Rem and Beatrice, but it would drastically increase its putridity depending on if it was right after he returned by death, or the frequency of its usage. And in half a day, Subaru's looping in the watchtower had piled up approximately twice as many Natsuki Subarus, and he was then hurled to a place like this. That meant Subaru. In the history of my life in this world, the man who reeks of the witch the most is the current me. It was unknown whether there was a limit to the witch's miasma or not, but Subaru could guess that the current him was emitting a substantial amount of it. If it's the case, then his pursuit had definitely been found out already. When it becomes so that Rem was unable to keep away the distance between them despite continuing to run and escape, she would eventually grow impatient. Usually, teasing his opponent and leading them to make an error was a common trick of Subaru's, but he also wanted to build a new, friendly relationship with Rem, so he didn't want to rely too much on the method. Subaru. Something good on one side would be bad to the other. It's impossible to appease both sides. The fact that the saying was being carried into real life showed how bad the current situation was in a straightforward manner. Thinking it as such, Subaru deactivated 2 or 3 minor and intermediate traps, chasing after the route Rem took while following the clues left by Louis. He genuinely felt like Hansel and Gretel, who picked up crumbs of bread as they made their move. However, the difference was Subaru being alone, and also the group of two being the ones on the run. Subaru, and it's in a pretty obvious place this time. Next is, discovering the stripped bark of a tree, Subaru determined the next path he would be taking. Louis didn't intend to let Subaru know of her and Rem's whereabouts, so if there wasn't any sense of unity between the marks that became his clues, there were many cases where it was hard to find them. Quite possibly, while Rem worked to create the traps, Louis, who was left by herself, was just doing as she pleased. That was probably the truth of the matter. The clues Louis left continued to be difficult to find for a while, but it was very helpful when he finally came across an obvious one. Subaru. I'm glad it was left there. If Rem found it and erased it, the trail of clues would be cut off, he almost said, before taking a pause in his words. Then he returned to the tree he had just passed by, staring at where the bark had been peeled away. The tree was large and sturdy, and the bark was pulled off from a spot that rather stood out. Would Rem really fail to notice such a thing? Subaru. The part where he was confused by the footprints at the grassland, Rem gradually becoming proficient in her trap-setting skills starting from there, and a large portion of bark being stripped from the tree in front of him in an exaggerated manner. The three combined themselves inside of Subaru's head, completing the puzzle of the odd feeling he had. Eventually, a single answer was derived inside of him. Subaru, if it's the Rem I know. If it was Rem, who was tactful and good at being attentive, she would have eliminated any plainly visible tracks, since the clue in front of him was left alone, unless Rem had sunk into quite a state of tunnel vision. Subaru. Ha! Towards the path he had tried to move past, Subaru ripped out a chunk of thick grass from beneath his feet and hauled it in that direction. The grass, with soil entangled in between its roots, drew a parabola as it flew at the patch of tall grass. Immediately after, the patch of grass made a terrifyingly gigantic sound as it plunged down, and an enormous pit engulfed the earth. Subaru. Whoa! A large hole materialized in front of him, almost making him wonder what the other pitfalls from the minor traps were for. Nevertheless, the trap didn't end there. Aiming for the huge pit that made its appearance, the surrounding trees creaked as they snapped apart and collapsed. The fallen trees tumbled into the large hole one after another, and the freshly opened pit was immediately refilled. If Subaru had fallen into that enormous pitfall, he would have been stuck and entombed in there by now, buried alive. Coming to this point, a daring, powerful technique had been executed, having used the other traps until then as a psychological trick. The clues that had been serving as a hint for Subaru's pursuit was waiting with its mouth wide open as a trap to bury him alive. He wanted to applaud it for being a measure that was very Rem-like, but Subaru, the Rem I know, wouldn't end it with this. If one set psychological traps, then the best result would be their pursuer falling for it and being forced to stop moving. However, the Rem he knew was attentive, a hard worker, had a cute face and voice, warmed his chest just by how admirable she was with her actions, and Subaru would initiate an attack if she got tired of waiting. Isn't that right, Rem? Subaru spun around after he said that, gazing up at the tree with its bark peeled off. It was just at that time. FH. That Rem gritted her teeth, launching herself at Subaru from a branch of the very tree. Unable to pull away her pursuer from herself, and the traps not even serving to fix him to his spot. When put under such a situation, what would the Rem that Subaru knew do about it? Being able to pinpoint the location of her opponent because of the smell, if she also managed to distinguish the identity of the bread crumbs her opponent was relying on, she would use it against them and trap them, trying to eradicate the cause of her escape directly. And Subaru's prediction hit the nail right on the head. The problem was Rem, Hara, the difference in their fighting strength, as Subaru was unable to stop Rem's lunge towards him. As he cried out, "Whoa," he was then blown away by an arm from the falling Rem. Truthfully, Rem moving around to that extent despite not having the full use of her legs, and his body immediately jolting into action to try and to catch her, were both things that went beyond what he expected. "Rem, you're so persistent," So persistent. Subaru. Wow, wait, Rem, please listen to. Rem, how insistent. She swung around her arms, one of them hitting Subaru and causing blood to start flowing down his nose. He appealed to her, although he was stained with blood, but Rem wouldn't listen to him since she was flying into a rage. Rem was on the forest floor on her hands and feet, glaring at Subaru with her blue eyes. Rem, if you gave up on us there and then, I wouldn't have done anything more than that. And yet you continue to chase after us. Please stop. Subaru, it really hurts when I get told that in such a simple way. Rem, my nose feels like it's going to be twisted off. When you come closer, I can immediately notice it. Worst of all, it became stronger compared to the grassland before. Holding down on his bleeding nose, Subaru staggered to his feet. Subaru, who could stand up, and Rem, who was on all fours. The situation seemed like it was in Subaru's favor, but it was merely an advantage that could be easily flipped over by one thing: physical strength. To add to that, if Rem started moving swiftly like a teak-teak one, using only her arms, Subaru would be knocked down into the gigantic pitfall this time for sure, and it would be the end of him. He had to clear her misunderstandings while measuring the distance between him and her, little by little. Subaru. Rem, please listen to me. It seems like I'm considerably stinky to you. Rem. Yes, you stink. Subaru. A nostalgic way to put it. It seems like I stink, and I know you feel like it's something that's no good, but I don't bear any ill will towards you. Raising his hands in the air, Subaru showed her that he wasn't planning on being antagonistic to her. However, in spite of his claim, the wariness on her face refused to dim. To that extent, the witch's miasma was the primary factor in driving the empty Rem into a corner. No matter where he went, anything related to the witch really didn't bring about a decent situation. Subaru, there's the thing with my smell, and I'm aware I gave you a terrible first impression. Even with this, I've put up with the existence called myself for 18 years. So please let me redo this. Rem, redo this. Subaru, I was the one at fault. Even though you were worried and anxious, having forgotten everything, I couldn't explain a single thing for you. All because of my personal matters, I wasn't able to listen and be thoughtful of your feelings. His eager thoughts and impatient feelings, those were the reasons he couldn't be considerate towards Rem. The blame was entirely on those two reasonings. It was easy for Subaru to defend himself like that. However, what meaning was there to a poor, scanty bout of self-justification? What he needed wasn't the words to protect himself. He needed the words to appeal to Rem, to relieve the tension in her stubborn heart. Subaru, you're important to me. I only want to protect you. So please listen to me. Please don't reject me. Please give me one more chance. Rem. Both of his hands still raised up, Subaru bent over to bow deeply on the spot, pleading to her. He didn't know if he was able to be sincere towards her with his whole body and his soul, but he at least put his inner feelings into it. If it would sway Rem's heart even a tiny bit, if she would give him the opportunity to explain himself. Rem, is that all you have to say? Subaru. Hey, Rem, is that only what you're offering an explanation to me for? Subaru timidly raised his head from the reply he received from her. The emotion that was thick in her voice was different from what he had hoped for. However, it was also unlike what he expected to happen if things went wrong, and it caused him to be bewildered. Rem's voice was adorned by a silent rage, an unbearable amount of fury. Subaru, Rem. Rem. The fact that you've chased us around, and the fact that you're emitting an awfully evil stench is suspicious, of course, and I think it's terribly strange. But cutting off her words there, Rem drew her lips tightly. That was also as if she regarded Subaru, who remained unsure of the answers that lied ahead, as an unpardonable villain from the bottom of her heart, hostility gleaming in her blue eyes. Rem, more so than any reason, you can't wipe away the truth that you tried to abandon such a little girl. How are you telling me to put my trust in a ruthless and despicable person like that? Subaru. Subaru was left speechless from the gaze that condemned the wicked. The words that were thrusted against him permeated into his brain, and Subaru understood he made the wrong choice in obtaining Rem's trust with his first move, whether he could gain it or not being completely separate from the witch's miasma. His mean-looking eyes, which he inherited from his mother, and the miasma that was forcefully shifted onto him, were not the reasons that damaged Rem's trust in the real sense. It wasn't the things he already had with him, but his own actions that destroyed her belief in him. Even if Louis were to be a sin archbishop, the incarnation of evil. From Rem's eyes, who knew nothing about the matter, she was a young, weak little girl, and Subaru had overlooked it. Subaru. He couldn't find the answer to what he should say immediately. Subaru overcame many hardships on countless occasions. Sometimes he lost his life, unable to overcome them, and he had searched around for solutions from a different angle, but the answer for this very moment didn't lay inside of him. His apology, his excuse, or the truth? Which one did he need to prioritize? Apologize for the fact he tried to forsake a child, make excuses to gloss it over, saying he had a reason to do so. Tell her the truth that the weak little girl was actually a young monster. No matter which one he picked, he didn't feel like he could change the distrusting stare from Rem, who was in front of him. And that was the result of Subaru's actions, already set in stone by return by death. Rem, you're saying nothing more. As Subaru's gaze wandered around, his cheeks hardened, and no words came out of his mouth. Rem grew tired of waiting for him. She heaved herself up with tremendous effort, trying to distance herself from him. It seemed like she didn't intend to beat him down on the spot in order to sever the source of her worries for her future. Perhaps she thought the devastated Subaru wouldn't chase after her. Of course, that wasn't happening. Even if he was brushed off here, he would continue to extend his hand towards her until she took it. Parting ways, that wasn't happening. That wasn't happening, but Subaru. Changing the direction of his body, Subaru tried to call for Rem, who was about to leave the area, to stop. Firstly, he called her name, not thinking of any other words to continue his sentence, simply trying to call for her. And then, Subaru. As Subaru nearly reached his hand towards the back of Rem, who twisted her body around, a change occurred in his field of view. It was a tiny flicker of a shadow beyond the dense trees, and he recognized it. Subaru, Rem, it's coming. Faster than the thought emerged into his mind, Subaru threw himself at Rem's back. Caught off guard by his sudden action, Rem stiffened her petite body. It was the moment he embraced her small body, as if he was wrapping himself around it. An arrow that was released from the heavy, powerful bow flew over their heads, and a hulking tree was blasted away, having the center of its trunk pierced through. Translation notes. 1. Teak Teak equals a ghost from an urban legend. It looks like a middle school girl or a woman whose lower body was severed from getting into an accident. Arc 7, Chapter 4. A Brave Choice. Translated by Negi Ice, proofread by Archbishop #0097 Negi Art Source. SEOs. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Rei, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Subaru. Whoa. The grip he had on his whip was wrenched away, just as he felt a sharp blow to his right hand. He immediately tried to resist it, exerting his strength into his hand, but it was no match against the force snatching away his whip. On top of that, he was pulled forwards and fell down, flipped upside down onto the ground with an abeshi. One Subaru. Ouch. The only way to improve is to dedicate yourself to trying your best every day. It seems like you still have an insufficient amount of training. Very poor. Subaru, I don't have anything to say to that. Subaru flopped down onto the bare ground, grimacing as his lack of skill was harshly pointed out to him. He sat up slowly, his gaze clashing with the intelligent, handsome man. The man had a sharp look in his eyes that reminded Subaru of reptiles, and he also had deep blue hair, cut and arranged evenly. Just like the impression he gave off with his butler outfit and the monocle on one of his eyes, he was a formal, proper, and smart professional. His name was Clind. How could you do such a disrespectful thing to Subaru-sama? Clind. The young man, called Clind, wordlessly turned his gaze to the side. As he did so, the figure of a tall woman, lumbering towards them, jumped into his field of vision. She was a stylish and beautiful woman with exquisite green eyes, her long, blonde hair swaying from side to side. Clothed in a maid outfit with black as its main color, she passed by Clind and walked towards Subaru, who was still on the ground, and gently held out a white towel to him. Woman, are you all right, Subaru-sama? From what I can see, you fell onto the ground face first. Subaru. Yeah, I'm fine, Frederica. My clothes got a little mud on them, but that usually happens. The beautiful woman, Frederica, gave Subaru a worried stare, standing her ground with her. But as he accepted the towel gratefully, using it to wipe his face. However, Clind was the person to shrug his shoulders out of exasperation at Frederica's words. Clind, just as Subaru-sama himself said, it's a normal occurrence during his training. If anything, aren't you the one who's embarrassing him by making a big deal out of it? Meddlesome. Frederica. Wah. Her face reddening from Clind's choice of words, Frederica glowered at him, putting her sharp teeth on display. Caught between the two who had started glaring at each other, Subaru felt like holding his head in his hands, muttering out "There they go again," Clind and Frederica. In butler and maid outfits, respectively, both were in the position of servants who worked under the Mathers family. Although Subaru heard they've known each other for a long time, they didn't have a very good relationship. Usually, both were capable servants who were simultaneously polite and attentive, but when they came into contact with each other like this, arguments would immediately break out with every opportunity they had. If their arguments consisted of exchanging their opinions on Roswell's political affairs, a deed that was quite highly advanced for servants, then trivial disputes over something as simple as making way for each other in the hallways also occurred. In short, they were apparently incompatible with each other, but Subaru, Frederica, I'm happy you're worried for me, but I'm fine, really. Frederica, no, I'm not particularly worried about you. It's only that this man's fake expression and composed attitude, as well as his inconsiderate remarks, they are so infuriating. Subaru, oh, you weren't worried about me. I'm embarrassed. Frederica, that isn't. It's not as if I wasn't worried. Of course, I'm concerned for your well-being, Subaru-sama. Not only me, but Petra as well. Frederica seemed like she accidentally blurted out her honest thoughts, and Subaru could only give her a wry smile as he scratched his cheek with a finger, hearing the mention of Petra's name from her mouth. He was causing the women in the mansion, barring Ram, to be worried about him, especially Petra. Regarding the current situation, what had likely happened was that Frederica had been asked to check up on Subaru on the behalf of Petra, who had her hands full. Subaru. But I was the one who asked him. I was already prepared for it to be this Spartan, no matter what it takes. I need to break out of my shell before he returns to Anna Rose's place. Clind, you are splendidly determined. It makes me more enthusiastic in tutoring you. Inspired. Listening to Subaru's answer, Clind swung his arm, the ivory-colored whip in his hand bending as it created a sound reminiscent of the air bursting apart. Using the same weapon, Clind was helping Subaru learn the way of the whip. Because he respected Clind's technique and position, Subaru referred to him as teacher. Subaru. Really, learning by myself would only get me so far. I would have hit a limit if I weren't mentored by another person. It's nice if there's someone who can use a whip near you. Thanks for the help. Clind, I'm honored to be of help. Delighted. However, if it comes to people who are able to use a whip aside from me, there is another candidate. Subaru, someone else can use a whip. It's not Ram in the sense of handling the whip of words right. Frederica, Subaru-sama, that idea of yours is... No, I can't deny it if what you're saying about Ram. A displeased look settled on Frederica's face as Subaru cracked a joke, picking up his whip from where he dropped it and carrying it in his hand. Clind looked at their faces, comparing their behavior before closing his monocle side eye. Clind, it's simple enough. I'm referring to Master. Versatile. Subaru. Well then, I absolutely don't want to be taught by him. While he spoke, Subaru stomped the option that was as good as nothing into the ground and lashed out his whip. Flew at top speed, its velocity having the potential to exceed the speed of sound if Subaru was serious about it. The tip of the whip made a deep, hollow sound as it aimed for Clind actually, not him, but the piece of wood set on top of the tree stump between him and Subaru. Entangling and capturing the wood positioned atop the round stump with the whip. It was the assignment given to Subaru by Clind, and it was a high enough hurdle that he wasn't able to overcome even once until today. It's not exclusively because Subaru was unable to capture the wood with his whip due to his technique lacking experience and skill. Clind, your aim is transparently obvious. Impede. Subaru. Gah. With a terrifying amount of precision, Clind's whip repelled the pointed end of the whip Subaru had released. The requirement of completing the assignment was to overcome this form of obstruction and pull the piece of wood into his hands with his own whip. This was why exactly Subaru wasn't able to cross the hurdle even a single time. Clind, striking the area you are aiming for, entangling the entity you are aiming to capture, and displaying the results you are aiming for. Instead of relying on a sword or a spear, if you cannot fulfill the reason why you chose the whip, worthless. Subaru. Da, day, do, damn. You're warding me off like it's no big deal. I know, I don't have to be told. This is the only path I have to make use of my crafty my, enda. He attempted to draw back the whip that was forced away, but its tip was caught by Klin's once again. It was too late when Subaru realized it. The next moment, his sense of balance was disoriented, and Subaru was easily pulled down onto the ground by Klind, who wasn't even putting that much strength into his weapon. Subaru, wag, sound pillar, too, Klind, you fell rather flamboyantly. Breaking your fall is important as well. Caution. Frederica, Subaru-sama. Subaru fell from the front and collapsed onto the ground yet again, and Frederica hurriedly rushed to his side. This time he hit the ground face first, and blood was trickling out of his nose. She hastily held it down with the towel, and then Frederica, Klind. No matter how you look at it, this is too much. Klind, it's inevitable considering Subaru-sama's position. Necessary. You shouldn't really get in the way of a man's rise to action as well. Understand? Frederica, a man's rise to action. She made a face as if she were saying, I can't believe it, but Klind shook his head at her. And then, with his sharp eyes, he gazed at Subaru, who was wiping his nosebleed. Klind, Subaru-sama, I think highly of your attitude of asking for guidance. Admirable. As long as you stand by Emilia-sama's side as her knight, you need strength. The strength to protect Emilia-sama and yourself to the very end. Indispensable. Subaru. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm thankful that you're this strict with me. Although he was snorting and his voice was muffled, Subaru's spirit refused to crack. Looking at him, Frederica drew her lips tightly against her teeth. Frederica, you two gentlemen are as dumb as Goff, Subaru. It would be super helpful if my strength, instead of just my dumbness, was enough to stand side by side with him as well. But it seems like that's not gonna happen, so. Holding his nose, with blood spurting out of both of his nostrils, Subaru forcefully stopped his nosebleed. As Subaru stood up after doing so, Klind looked at him, tucking his chin in and straightening his posture. Klind, facing the front and refusing to stop. Your attitude is truly pleasant. Long awaited. Subaru, thanks a lot. If my handling of the whip gets better, then I'll have more options to choose from. If I get more choices, then the people around me will also have more moves to make, not just me. Klind, yes. However, please do not place too much confidence in that. I believe there will not be many occasions where you have to fight alone. Support. Klind jerked his chin, pointing towards Frederica. Beginning with her, Subaru had people such as Garfield and Otto around him, and Beatrice stood the closest to him, more than anything else. If it was a fight in order to protect, then, of course, Emilia stood alongside them as well. That's why Klind's statement was correct. In Subaru's battles, it wasn't as if Subaru himself would snatch a hard-earned victory. His battles were brought to fruition by making the most out of everyone else's abilities. Subaru, by the way, what if I accidentally find myself in a situation where there's only me and no one else? Klind, you ought to run, full speed. Subaru. Subaru said that, half intending for it to be a joke, but Klind didn't smile at it. It was a situation that was extremely unlikely to happen, but it didn't mean it was impossible. In a set of circumstances in which he would be chased and driven into a corner, with his back to the wall, Klind's advice went straight to the point. Klind, you must run, Subaru-sama. Put every last drop of effort into running away, as fast as your legs could carry you, disgracefully, and with no regard to how you appear in doing so. That is the wisest course of action. The only one. Subaru, if that's how you ended your sentence, then it sounds like there's no other decision I could make, instead of it being a better choice. Klind didn't answer, his expression unchanging at Subaru's words. There was no need to answer. Was his wordlessness the proof of it being just as Subaru had deduced after all? Subaru, geez, my mentor really has no mercy. Frederica, that man has been like that since a long time ago, being strict with those who show promise and training them. But he quits and throws that out of the window when he loses interest in doing so. Icily and cruelly. Subaru, Dorika-san. Ah, your voice is becoming kinda icy. Feeling something lethal in her voice, as if it would slice him upon touching it, Subaru hesitantly questioned her, who turned her face away in a sullen mood, muttering, "Don't ask me." Then, as she waved the hem of her maid outfit, Frederica, I've decided. I will also be rooting for your success with your training. Please embarrass Clind, make him contort that nonchalant face of his, and make him cry. Subaru, that's a pretty tough request. Frederica, oh, the person who demands and desires for Emilia-sama to become king says that. As expected of a capable maid, even her taunts were top-notch, although Subaru provoked her into doing so. Subaru widened his eyes at her words, then nodded with an evil smile, replying, "You're right." After that, he assumed a fierce stance with his whip. Subaru, "It'll hurt my honor as a man if I can't achieve it, despite being told all that. Watch me, I'm gonna do it." Alongside a courageous shout, Subaru swung his whip, lashing it out with all his might. It drew a sharp trajectory, the tip whizzing through the air as it aimed straight for the tree stump. Clind, your enthusiasm is admirable, but your skill is poor. Inadequate. Subaru Gagwara. Frederica, Subaru-sama. Yet again, Subaru was pulled down and was slammed onto the ground face first. The hulking tree broke in half overhead, its resulting shockwave buffeting Subaru's entire body. With his back battered by that, he spat out the rust-tinged blood that had accumulated inside of his mouth. Subaru. Rem's soft, warm body was wrapped inside his arms. His own hands and feet were still there too, and it looked like he'd managed to avoid the arrow. As soon as he became cognizant of that, this moment was a pass mark. Rem, W. What are you doing all of a sudden, Subaru? Shut up, or you'll end up biting that tongue of yours. Rem had been slow in her reaction due to how sudden things had been. However, Subaru paid no attention to her complaints. So as to pull her body up, having first fallen forward, he then tumbled backwards, rolling around as much as he could while still clutching Rem close to him. Wrapped inside his arms, he could feel Rem stifling the urge to scream. Yet that was interrupted by a far louder sound, namely, the roar of the broken, hulking tree coming crashing down. The spot where Subaru and Rem had been lying in just a moment ago was flattened, with the other trees caught in its fall, spreading the deforestation around. As someone quite in tune with nature, that fact made his heart pang quite a bit. However, Subaru, right now, were more important. Using the dust unsettled by the fallen tree as a diversion, Subaru didn't stop rolling. There was some resistance from Rem, but despite that, he let his adrenaline rush take over and pulled her in towards him with all the strength he could muster. They kept rolling and rolling and rolling until the ground before them suddenly disappeared. Subaru, Jiwa, Rem, Kaya. For a moment, it felt like they were floating. However, the ground stopped their fall in their tracks straight afterwards. A large hole full of many a fallen tree and heaps of earth and sand, namely, it was the pitfall that Rem had constructed to trap Subaru. By taking it upon himself to roll into it, he'd cut off the line of sight away from his opponent. Nonetheless, it wasn't like he'd paid nothing in return for that. Subaru. GKH, damn. Oh no, you didn't. His left arm had been frantically wrapped around Rem, and some of that arm's fingers that she had kept a hold on were broken. His middle finger, his ring finger, and his little finger, all of them, except for his thumb and index finger, were kaput. Having fallen into the same large hole as Subaru had, Rem crawled away, keeping her distance from Subaru. He was in agony, trying his best to not to look at his fingers, which were pointed in strange directions. Rem, what did you expect? Doing that so suddenly, what the hell is going on? Subaru. I failed to mention it, but just so you know, there's a dangerous hunter knocking about in this forest. Though this pretty much eliminated the chance that they were hunting game and missed their target, Dizar. As cold sweat beaded down his forehead, Subaru straightened out his 3 broken fingers. For the time being, he'd fixed them in place using a towel, with a branch as a splint. It was a small mercy that the fingers that he'd broken were the ones on his left hand. Had it been the ones on his right hand, his dominant hand, which handled his whip, then his ability to take action would have dropped down to that of a primary school kid. Rem, a dangerous hunter, they're not your ally. Subaru, would an ally be providing covering fire with this kind of force? And in general, why would they be providing covering fire, Uoa? A tree exploded in front of his eyes the moment he gingerly stuck his head out of the hole to try and get a glimpse of the situation outside. It seemed like the hunter had started to prioritize clearing up their field of vision first, so that they could aim and shoot at Subaru and Rem. They must have seen that they didn't possess any means to attack from distance. Subaru. The theory usually goes that sharpshooters change their positions when their presence becomes exposed. Shit, they're making light of us. Can't say anything back to that, though. Rem, this is the power of a bow and arrow. I can't believe that. This isn't normal. Subaru, MHM, I agree with you. Like for sure you're gonna end up with a huge air hole in your chest if you get shot by it. In fact, last time, he'd ended up being pierced by one of their arrows and dying like a trapped insect pinned to a tree. However, there were yet strange points about it. Last time, Subaru had come to the opposite side of the forest. Subaru, why the fuck did you come here? The pain coursing through from his broken fingers bored through his mind intensely. Subaru gritted his back teeth, almost to the point of cracking them from his anguish, and frantically plunged into thought. It was difficult to imagine that this hunter and the hunter who killed Subaru were two different people. Both of them had come to attack Subaru, plus their weapon of choice was the same strongbow. Thus the question remained on whether their attack was an accidental one or not. Whichever it was, the amount of questions regarding why Subaru was being targeted right now were endless. Subaru and Rem had confronted each other, and while it was true that the former had frozen up at her rejection, he didn't really think that would mean it would make it easier to aim at him than before. Furthermore, if they were actively targeting him, then the possibility that they were following him grew larger. What had happened to them was still rather vague, but what was beyond their grasp was how they'd been hurled away from the Pleiades watchtower. There was always the chance that, perhaps, they'd flown through the sky like a shooting star and crashed down onto the grassland. Naturally, if that were the case, even disregarding Rem, there'd be no explanation as to why Subaru's weak body hadn't ended up in smithereens. So it was a reasonable assumption that what happened to them was something else. Subaru, they're aiming for the dodgy uns who dropped down there or something, or perhaps this was private property, so they were trying to chase off anyone who trespassed in an extreme manner. In opposition to the accuracy of their bow, should they perhaps take it as the hunter sucking at going easy on others? Subaru. In that case, can't I just talk things out with them? Hey, I mean no harm. It's just mere coincidence that we're in this forest, so. Rem, wait a second. When you say we, are you counting me and that girl as well? I don't want us to be lumped in with you. Subaru, now's not the time to be saying that sort of stuff, Diwa. A single arrow that punched into the ground came as the reply to Subaru's call for a ceasefire. This magisterial power, enough even to extinguish his quarrel with Rem halfway through, was probably going to make short work of all the obstacles in their field of view soon and turn its bared fangs over to Subaru and Rem in the large hole. Rem, it seems like they're not the sort of person you can get through to, Subaru. When you're facing arrows, you've got to assume there's a chance they could hit you with an arcing shot. If they can hold their position for hours and hours, just like a sniper, that means business. No, considering we're talking about a bow and arrow here, then it is indeed different to looking through a scope. So, does it make it impossible to keep that up for such a long time? In stuff like movies and manga, you'd often get scenes like the sniper waiting for hours on end while staring at their prey with their sniper rifles. However, with a bow and arrow, it would indeed be a completely different kettle of fish. Unlike rifles, which only require a trigger to be fired, arrows need to be notched to the bow before then drawing its string. There were limits even to those who possessed supernatural strength in the different world. Then, with the enemy hunter aiming at them, it too was Subaru. A short-term battle, predicting that their opponent would make some kind of move soonish. Subaru set himself a time limit, given that he couldn't afford to think too long here. They wouldn't be able to avoid a fight so long as their enemy wasn't going to acquiesce to talking things out. And even though they wouldn't be able to avoid one, the aces they had up their sleeve were way too meager. Subaru, just like what my mentor taught me, the only way is to run. Thankfully, their enemy couldn't catch eye of Subaru and Rem's position thanks to them jumping into this large hole. If they climbed out from the opposite side and ran away while keeping close to the ground, they could perhaps escape into the thicket. Or maybe, Subaru. Rem, what's with you shutting your garb all of a sudden? Weren't you coming up with an escape plan right now? Subaru, we're really in a huge pickle here, and what's more, it seems like you're finally listening to what I have to say, huh? Rem, ugh. Rem furrowed her well-shaped eyebrows as she sat down on the ground, a disgruntled look on her face. However, it seemed like she understood that she couldn't afford to argue with Subaru so long as she didn't come and attack him immediately. It would save them a lot of time if she could rein in her hostility for the time being and call a temporary truce. Subaru, listen to me, Rem. I'm going to jump out and attract their attention. While I do that, you're going to climb over the other side of the hole and flee for cover. Rem, wah. Subaru, though the power behind their arrows is frightening as heck, you're going to be spoilt for choice for somewhere to find cover in the greenery of Mother Nature. So I'll give it my all to somehow buy you time. That way you can run away. It was either take Rem with him and run away, or let Rem run away ahead of him. Subaru thought the option had the biggest chance of success was probably the latter. No matter how much of an expert their enemy was with the bow, they were in a forest chock full of trees. Thus, Subaru had played his cards, taking into consideration the possibility of arrows flying towards them. They probably wouldn't pierce through all of that so easily. Subaru, I'll make a run for it as well, after I've bought you enough time. However, I don't want to become separated from you after you've ran away, so if you can, please leave me some markers. Though it may be hard for you to understand this, in my hometown we have a symbol called an arrow. It gives you a general sense of direction towards. Rem, can you please stop spouting out whatever you feel like? Subaru, Rem. Subaru had briskly told Rem about his plans for her escape, however. She interrupted his explanation and glared at him very sharply. With his breath knocked out of him by how sharp her expression was, Subaru was perplexed as to what was up with her, and Rem looked even more irritated by his perplexion. Rem, you decide everything, absolutely everything, on your own. And after all of that, you're telling me to run away. You're telling me who's angry with you because you tried to abandon a child. She refused Subaru's proposal for the same reason she had rejected Subaru in the beginning. It was perfectly reasonable. You could probably say it was an answer born out of being a good human being. However, Subaru hadn't thought she'd decide that she wouldn't let him abandon them in this situation. Subaru. But well, Rem, I'll pass on the excuses. There's no time for that. Still, as for your instructions telling me, and only me, to run away, I refuse them. I can't leave that child behind in the first place. Shifting her gaze away from Subaru, who was unable to hide his surprise, Rem turned her attention to the outside of the hole. She turned her attention to the hulking tree that the first arrow had blown apart, and after that, to another large tree a little bit away from it. Subaru, and just when I was thinking she wasn't here, is she hiding over there? How can she be so quiet despite all of this commotion? Rem. Taking her along with me was a real pain, so I knocked her out. I don't think she'll be waking up for a while. Subaru. You even now, Louis had become a burden towards Subaru and Rem's withdrawal. The resentment that had been beginning to sprout regarding that was shattered the moment he heard her typical Rem-like answer. He could only describe that rather extreme snap decision as being truly like Rem. Rem, I know it wasn't a good move as well. Subaru, nah, I reckon it's a fine move given how things are. Just between us, you wouldn't leave her behind and have us running away together, right? Rem, even though I have no idea who I am, I'd rather bite my tongue and die than do something like that. Subaru doubted that she'd really die from something of that degree, but he sure didn't want Rem to do anything like that, even if she was just testing. In all honesty, the best choice for Subaru would be to leave Louis behind here and leave with Rem. However, Rem herself wasn't about to let that happen. Subaru, God damned me, for showing my benevolent side before we were swallowed by the shadow. He'd ended up carrying not just Rem's body, but Louis as well when the green room had been swallowed by the shadow. And that had brought forth this situation. Albeit a setting which he couldn't redo again anymore, he could say loud and clear that he'd made the wrong choice back there. Rem, so what shall you do? Subaru, I'll do it. I'll come and bring her. That tree there, right? Rem, correct. She's fast asleep inside the hollow of the tree. Do you stand any chance of making it? Subaru, well, my mentor told me to run away without wasting a moment whenever I'm up against a strong foe. He wasn't talking about gauging the difference in strengths between the two sides, and so on and so forth. After all, in this world, the majority of Subaru's opponents were stronger than him. Thus, the optimal way to defend himself was to assume in advance that everyone he met would be better ranking than him. It was precisely for that reason that he'd prioritize running away. However, in cases where he couldn't, Subaru, I will make use of everything I can. Rem, you probably don't want to, but please lend me your hand. Rem, if it's for helping her out. Rem gazed at the hand offered out to her, but she didn't take it. She merely nodded at Subaru, quite begrudgingly, with him having worked out a plan of action. Subaru gave his left arm a strong swing, checking the condition his 3 broken fingers were in. They hurt. And so, while feeling this pain that would not fade no matter what, as if it were digging its talons into his mind, Subaru steeled himself so that it wouldn't become a hindrance to him running over. And then, Subaru. Ja. Putting some muscle into it, he pushed a smallish fallen tree from the large hole up to the ground above. The very next moment, an arrow that had come towards them at insane speeds pierced into the fallen tree that he'd pushed up. The impact wrenched it away from his arms, forcefully buffeting him backwards. Subaru. Whoa. Looking at that from the corner of his eyes, Subaru crawled out of the large hole and stepped firmly on the rough ground. There were limits to how quick the hunter could fire off their bow, no matter how confident they were with their archery. Unlike with guns, you have to notch the arrow, draw the bowstring, and then take aim. This time lag gave Subaru the merest ray of hope for survival. Rem. It's coming faster, she said that the moment he'd crawled out of the large hole and kicked out his first step. Time-wise, only 2 seconds had passed since the first arrow had blown away the fallen tree he'd used as a decoy. Nevertheless, for a skilled hunter, those 2 seconds were plenty sufficient for them to fire off their next one. Subaru. HK. The ground behind Subaru exploded straight after he heard Rem's voice ringing out. The fact he had tensed up in place and hadn't gone into a defensive stance at her call proved to be the right course of action. More specifically, his nerves weren't quite in tune enough to be able to respond to her call. However, that turned out to be all right in the end. And just like that, arrows came flying towards Subaru as he ran to his tree, one after the other, each in the space of less than 2 seconds. If any of them had made it to him, he would have been turned into a hedgehog in the blink of an eye. However, Rem, I won't allow that to happen. The hunter's next attack was interrupted by a clump of dirt which Rem had flung out, along with her valiant cry. With her back against the slope of the large hole, it had been something thrown by Rem. No, it had been a ferocious attack, which you could even call a bombardment, made from a large stone covered in dirt. Subaru, though it would have been best if she knew how to use her magic. When they'd been confirming how much she could fight, Rem had shown her disapproval for using the power of her Oni horn magic and such. To be more exact, though, in truth, she couldn't remember how to use them. Nevertheless, they couldn't waste time trying to get her to remember those techniques. For that reason, what Subaru had suggested to her instead was her physical strength, which she still had in her, even if she didn't have her techniques. Getting in their way via some rather primitive violence, using the physicality intrinsic to the Oni tribe by birth. An attack born of that struck at the hunter, who had maintained their position, dismissing Subaru and Rem as weaklings. Subaru. You know that saying, a cornered rat will bite the cat. Then get a load of this. Subaru leapt over the shockwave which the arrow had produced right under his feet as he let out a bellow. Meanwhile, in his field of view, a large stone thrown by Rem went flying towards the direction that the hunter had loosed their arrow from. Subaru, Jirah. When face to face with an enemy, Rem didn't know how to go easy on them, and that was Rem's best feature. She gathered those stones just to be safe, yet they quickly became extremely dangerous weapons from just the act of throwing them from her slender arms. Subaru. Well, while Rem's buying me time, I'm a. While Rem smashed up the sniper fire with her bombardment, leveraging the use of her appropriate weaponry, Subaru made it to the tree in question. As that raged on, he walked around to the back of the large tree. There the figure of Louis flew into his sight, sleeping in a bed of her own golden hair inside the rotten hollow. Subaru. He caught sight of her rosy red cheeks, as well as her chest, gently heaving up and down, confirming that she was alive and well. And so, as he tried to reach his arms around her body, Subaru felt a strong sense of rejection within himself. Even though he tried to act without bringing personal feelings into it, his soul, rather than his mind, rejected Louis. This was a sin archbishop, even if now it was an innocent sleeping face she was showing. She was a traitor that was beyond forgiveness. Rem, stop dawdling, please. Subaru, HK. His indecision was shattered by Rem urging him on. The moment he heard that, Subaru somehow bit down his sense of rejection and picked Louis up. And then, while having a hold of her light body, he jumped out of the tree's hollow and started to make his way back to Subaru. Ha! When suddenly, a black shadow blocked his path, having leapt out right in front of his eyes. The assumption was that he'd take the same path to get back to the large hole. Subaru hadn't imagined that something like this would be on his way there. He looked up at the shadow that had so suddenly made its presence known here. And then he was lost for words. Letter 3-1, letter 3-1. This gargantuan shadow had slipped through the forest, making nary a sound, and was now blocking Subaru's way. It was a huge snake, probably around 10 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in tightly packed green scales, and its eyes were yellow. Spotting the twisted white horn on their sudden intruder's forehead, Subaru realized what its identity was. Subaru, a witch beast. Faced with its imposing appearance ever so near to him, Subaru rued his foolish oversight. Subaru himself should have taken note of this, of the fact that, as he was right now, he was letting off the witch's lingering scent, the strongest ever since he was summoned into this different world. So it was inevitable that Subaru would be attracting witch beasts to him, just as it had happened in the Ogria sand dunes, and just as it had happened in so many places up until now. He should have known that the inside of a dingy forest like this, which had few people going in and out of it, would have been an ideal dwelling for them. Snake witch beast. Letter 3-1, letter 3-1. The huge snake opened its gaping mouth wide, settling its aim on Subaru. Its gaping mouth seemed plenty big enough to swallow not just Subaru himself, but Louis as well, whom he was carrying in his arms. Seeing it drawing near to him, Subaru's perception of time crawled to a halt. Oh, this is bad. Subaru felt like he was feeling these things as someone else entirely. Seeing the world flickering ever so slowly and languidly was something close to the times where you'd see your life flashing before your eyes, so to speak. In regards to this topic, there were theories along the lines of it being the mind's way of looking for a solution using what has been experienced in life up to this point, as death looms. But when it came to Subaru, no matter how much he racked his mind, he couldn't find anything like having narrowly escaped from being gobbled up by a huge snake. If he forced himself, the closest he could find involved the swarm of rabbits. But that was one memory he wished to reject, even when it came to his life flashing before his eyes. Having wasted a few brief moments on such pointless thoughts, Subaru's shoulders then slumped. As he cursed his body for having stirred into action to protect Louis so quickly, they were about to be swallowed, headfirst, into the huge snake's gaping mouth snake witch beast. Letter 3-1, letter 3-1. Subaru. Whoa. Subaru reflexively closed his eyes when something dripping wet poured down on top of his head. An unpleasant thought ran through this mind that for sure it was the type that sprayed its digestive juices out before its meals. However, that was not the case. What caked Subaru's entire body was darkish blood that had been sprayed everywhere. It was a tremendous amount of blood that the huge snake had spat from its jaws, having had its body pierced by a sharp arrow. Translation notes. 1. Abeshi equals Fist of the North Star reference. 2. Demon Slayer reference.